Good grief.
She's wrecking it.
This is better than television.
You promised me a pony last year and you never came. You're a big fat liar.
No, easy there, little miss. Ho, no.
Sweetheart. Don't ho-ho me, I'm mad.
Let's talk, shall we? Maybe a nice dolly.
I don't want a dolly, I want the pony. And this beard is fake.
Wait, no, ow.
Okay, well then, there you go. Howdy, everybody, and welcome to Huge Circles, Amazing Circles of this grateful Christmas season. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. It's going to be huge. It's going to be amazing. So there you go. Episode 17. Wow, 17 episodes already, just drawing huge circles. Welcome everyone that made it here today. Gonna have to apologize for this past Tuesday that happened. So I got stuck with I shouldn't say I got stuck, because I'm grateful for every job that I do. I got stuck doing about 21 video transfers, 21 video cassettes, the VHS type, that I had to get done for a marching band that goes on tour around the world, like, Japan, Australia, blah, 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 all over Europe. And so I wanted to get them done as soon as possible and put them on memory sticks. So that was the cancellation for the Tuesday show, but we're here right now, and I hope everybody enjoyed the movie yesterday, the Christmas movie yesterday. So Santa versus the devil. Oh my God. Mexicans' finest film that they produced, I must say. And you know what? Here's the curious thing. Because sometimes YouTube will say, hey, you got a little bit of a copyright strike or something like that. You gotta switch a few things around and whatnot. And apparently MST3K is trying to claim the film as theirs, but it doesn't belong to them. It's public domain for everyone. So I'm pretty sure I won. You gotta look again, but it's hilarious. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed yesterday's movie matinee on Mike's Movie Matinee. Santa Claus versus the Devil. It was hilarious. I had no idea Santa lives in space, and that as soon as it becomes Boxing Day, his reindeer dissolve into powder. So I want to say hello to everybody that made it so far. So we got Snortopubus Cuber. How's it going, dude? Everybody's favorite guard bear of legend. So hello, humans and other critters, and hello to you, Snortopubus Cuber. We got my illustrious wrench that happens to be here at the same time, Vince Womack, all the way in merry old England. So he's just letting everybody know that, if you happen to need a freelance graphic designer that can help you on a budget, then that's where you go. So... and also, besides being here on the YouTubes, we are also on Rumble. So we're broadcasting this simultaneously on Rumble. And of course, to everybody out there that happens to be watching on X, hello to all of you guys as well. And hidey ho to all you nerds and nerdsettes that are watching. We got Mr. Peterson. John, how's it going, my man? Nice to see you here today. We got Gap After Dark. Hello to you, my friend. And yeah, that's right. And we're ready to draw some huge, totally huge, amazing circles. My favorite German Mexican that's also happened to be in the house right here today. So hello, Vienna calling. I know that reference. You mean Falco. So hello to you, the collector. Nice to see you, my man. And we got Windrave that's also here, fellow Transformers fan. And welcome to you. And who else do we have here? We got aren't you all dressed up? Lord Thothy. Hail to you, my fellow Canadian. Nice to see you here, man. Great that you can show up. So, who else do we go? England. Okay. When Jason is in Sweden, I can be in England. Ah, that's right. Oh, well. It's an honest mistake, dude. Chill out, man. Okay, anyway, so we got a huge, amazing show. We got some guests. We're gonna introduce them right now. So there we go. Here we are, right now.
If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits?
First and foremost, we got here our illustrious comic book creator of legend, Al Nickerson.
Greetings. Happy Sunday, everybody. Happy Lord's Day.
Happy Sunday to you. And are you done your Christmas shopping?
I don't do Christmas shopping. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I usually make Christmas cards every year, but my printer died last summer. So, yeah, no one's getting a Christmas card. So I hope too many people don't get upset with me. But, yeah, I make my Al Nickerson, generic Christmas card every year. And, yeah, it's not happening this year. So.
Did you bring it out to pastor and shoot it?
No, it was just dying. The printer was just dying. It has like these sponges in there that collect excess ink, but most printers you could take that sponge out and replace it, but for mine you couldn't do that. So yeah, they told me I had to just toss it, but I had it for some years. So
bastard. Oh well, that happens.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. And also a good buddy of mine all the way in California, where it's sunny all the time. At least most people's dispositions are also as well. Mike Knute. How's it going, dude?
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. Looking forward to this. This is already exciting, fun stuff. So I love the references already, and I love your wackiness. So let's do this.
We'll give it a few minutes.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I shovel in the sheer disappointment. So, and all the way in another sunny part of the United States, all the way down in Florida. So he is the original Florida man, Carlos. What's up, dude?
Thank you for having me.
Not a problem, my man. So great that you guys can show up. I figured, you know what? Hey, I'm gonna get the two of you on because not only do we know each other, but see, this is where the sheer disappointment comes in because I can't think of any other words.
Yeah, we made connections, right? Like Carlos and I got to work for Carlos, and then you were interested in doing some voiceover acting, and Carlos has got some parts and whatnot. So I put you in touch with him, and I don't know where it went from that, but yeah, you guys are doing your own creative things, and we all connected through the whole YouTube universe, right?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Carlos here. Let's see. Well, and you know what? Because I got links and all that kind of stuff to share. Which I'm going to share out to anyone regardless anyway. So Carlos here has a couple of YouTube channels that if you want to check it out, which you should actually check out. The first one there is Patriots of the American Republic. So if you want to give a little bit of a rundown what that is all about for the peoples out there.
Yeah, that's just talking politics are important in our country, right? Predominantly, right? I do cover some, but it's predominantly from a Christian conservative and practicing my freedom of speech. Legacy of my great grandfather. I don't know if you guys know, great grandfather was prisoned for speaking up in the government. So I feel that it didn't use my voice.
There we go. So. And also on top of that, due to his immense talent, which is another reason why I bring him on here, and also because he is dipping out right now because he has Frontier Communications and he can't help it.
Sorry about that. You know what I think it is? I think it's the mix of that my computer's rendering right now. So I think it might be taxing the connection.
Oh, that's what it is. That's the excuse. Okay. No, I'm kidding. Also, for all you Transformers fans out there, Carlos also has another YouTube channel, Prime Animations. If you haven't seen this, you need to check out this channel because this is the dude that made that, what was it, like an hour and a half long continuation
full-length feature film.
Yeah, full-length feature film about, I think it's about an hour and a half or something like that, maybe a little bit longer. and of a continuation of Transformers Prime. So what was it? Galvatron's Revenge.
Yep.
So yeah. So for all you Transformer fans on the channel, go to Prime Animations, check out that movie. It is, you know what? It may not be big budget Hollywood blockbuster film quality, but damn, this guy spent 10 years of blood, sweat, and tears on this. And you know what? For I want to word this right because I don't want to screw up my wording right now. Okay. But for the average Joe making a full-length movie, it's damn good. I hope I worded that right.
No, thank you for that. It was a long process of time. Like here, we just came to passion and we wanted to put something entertaining for the audience, for things, and we did that. Was it very professional? Don't expect stuff as a budget. Expect us to do it for free and coming the same level as we did whatever we could, what we had, and
there we go. There we go. See, Mr. Peterson. Yeah, watched it last week and it was just floored with it. Excellent story. Can't wait for the Dinobots. There you go, man.
Thanks, man, for the support.
And next, we got right here. So, and luckily enough, because my illustrious mod here, I thought you had the. I thought you had.
I want to be like Mike. I want to look professional. Hold on. I want to put some headsets on.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
You know what? I'm looking professional only because I don't even have desktop speakers. That's yeah.
And Mike here, let's see, he's got his own YouTube channel as well. So he does reviews. He has the occasional contest every once in a while.
Well, to be honest, that was like one contest.
I'm trying to hype you up, man.
But no, I focus on Masterpiece Transformers, and currently I've been having more fun with Star Wars actually. So if you want to check out some reviews on things, I share disappointments too. Like my latest video actually shows my voyage to find a C-3PO for my collection, and the one that I get falls apart in my hands basically.
Oh yeah, that one, dude. Dang, talk about disappointing. Oh my god,
I laughed at that, but yeah, that's I've got that channel, and thanks to YouTube and Facebook, I met you, and we got to do our interview. So if anybody hasn't seen the interview of Mike Lorber as the scale master, the man who actually put all this research into what sizes the various Transformers should be according to the visual cues and research that he did with various resources, sources of material, official, and also on the shows that he watched himself. Really cool story, and a lot of research went into that. I use those scale charts as my go-to for checking out whether my Masterpiece characters are really the right size.
There you go, dude. And Frontier has its review.
And I was not paid to tell you that.
No, you weren't.
Yeah.
Check is totally in the mail. Okay. No, and the collector says, no, you misworded again. You're supposed to say average Jades. You need to do better in 2026 CRC. I know. I'm such a disappointment to everyone. Thank you. So later on today, I will commit Harry. Jason Fox of 540 Studios. How's it going, dude? Jason, I checked out the music video that you released a couple of days ago. Amazing work, dude. And Wind Rave, all hail the holy scale chart. That's right. It's the holy scale chart of Antioch. So, and let's see. And there's our favorite Swede, right? CRC. Yes, exactly. He's 150% our favorite Swede. That's in Norway. So that we love to chat with him and make the fact that we absolutely know nothing about geography. Okay, so everybody knows how this draw stream goes. So I draw while let's see. while we're chatting and stuff like that. So, and like we were talking about last week, I think I might kind of like redo the pages on the manga that I want to redesign. So, kind of like in prep for the show, I know I just kind of came up with this, and so while I'm drawing or just trying to make this look half decent, because this is basically a sketch, I'm going to make it look better. We're gonna be chatting and talking about stuff, and you know what, Carlos, I'm gonna touch up on something that you said, because about losing freedom of speeches and being allowed to say what one should say, because it's good that you're taking those lessons, especially from, like, for example, like what you said, like your grandparents and stuff like that, because it's something that that I kind of carried over from my grandparents, about being able to say what you will, and no matter how deeply it gets into trouble. I had something weird happen to me. I think it was was it Tuesday or was it Wednesday? I'm trying to remember now, because it was very odd. I ended up getting a call from the police here in Canada, from the RCMP, and this is going to sound so bizarre, but it's going to be so good. I got a call. It was like probably around 8-9 o'clock or something like that, and this RCMP officer, she introduces herself, and she is like, we got a call from somebody in the United States, reporting your X account on your Twitter X account. And I'm like, oh, really? And I'm like, she's like, yeah, this is very, very unusual. And normally we do have to check these things out, because obviously here in Canada, they're trying to ram through a bill called Bill C9, where essentially, if you happen to say anything that, let's just say, leftists might deem hateful, it can land you up to 25 years in jail.
Holy,
right?
25?
20 up to, depending on the severity, up to 25 years in prison.
Oh my gosh,
And-
for freedom of speech?
Not
Yeah,
anymore.
and on top of that, the cultural minister here in Canada also had mentioned that due to some scriptures that are mentioned in the Bible, some would take offense to that.
Oh no.
And so that might be problematic. That could also get you in trouble, even though we have the freedom of religion and to practice whatever religion it is that we want to follow, obviously, i.e. in this case Christianity. If you happen to quote certain scriptures, that can lead to a big problem. So anyway, like that. And so I wanted to throw it out there, because unfortunately there is a certain character on the East Coast that likes to cause problems. So I asked if it was as a certain person in a certain geographic area on the East Coast in a huge city, exactly where Kanadistan Gap, 100%, man. And even though she can't verbally say, because she's in the United States, you could definitely hear a once I kind of confirmed the geographic area and the name of said person. So but they said we had to look at your ex, and we didn't see anything wrong with anything that you said, because apparently I imagine it's probably the same thing in the States. that if there is a situation, the police can just go into your account and rummage through it. So, and to which this person found absolutely nothing wrong. However, she did congratulate me on my use of free speech. Yeah. So my little run-in with the law, and dang, I gotta tell you guys, it's crazy the way things are getting here. Exactly, Snort. Yes, CRC's been a very naughty boy. So, and the collector says, haha, they're so funny. Germany now wants to decolonize Christmas. What is that even supposed to be? I haven't the faintest idea, dude. I don't know. Too much whiteness involved. And Mr. Peter said,
Get rid of the snow. Get rid of the snow. Too much whiteness.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I'm dreaming of a black Christmas.
Or something. Rainbow Christmas.
Yeah.
I mean, what do they want?
Maybe that's
it.
it.
Decolonize. Where do these terms come from?
I don't know.
Well, because Mike asked, what do they want? They want you sick and dead and gone and replaced. That's what they want.
Exactly. And Mr. Peterson, why the fuck is Canadian law enforcement taking calls from anyone outside of Canada and acting on it? Because they have to. Unfortunately, they have to. So, because as a Canadian citizen making posts from Canada, that's why. And he's talking about New York City, but don't tell anyone. No, exactly. Don't tell anyone that it happens to be New York City and a certain person that might be saving Star Trek. So, I've dropped too many truth bombs. The collector still also says, yeah, to be honest, guys, we all knew that we will be persecuted. And on my part, I'm ready to defend the kingdom. There you go, dude. So that's the way it goes. So, Jason Fox, nice that you're getting a good laugh. So damn, that's right. So it's festive for the rest of us. Yes, apparently it is. So, and black snow magic, says Jason. Oh my god. Oh my god. So, but yeah. So that's going on with our collective freedoms in this country. Go. Have any of you ever experienced anything like that? This is going to be the curiosity that I'm wondering. With you guys down in the States.
No,
Well,
I haven't experienced anything like that.
Well, I've never had anyone from another country call me to scold me about my freedom of religion and freedom of speech. So I think Mike beats me on that one. But I mean, I get called like an anti-Semite, a Nazi. Well, the anti-Semite one really boggles my mind because clearly the person never read my work.
No, probably not.
And Mike knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, I get called a whole bunch of names. I mean, I have comic book retailers call me up and telling me that they're not going to carry my book, and they call me a Nazi. And then they list the names of all their employers or employees in the store with all their pronouns and all that kind of crazy stuff. I've had...
How dare you?
Exactly. And I had an editor at one of the publishers I worked for tell me not to include scripture in my emails to him because that made him feel uncomfortable. But I didn't abide by, his concerns about that. And then, when I taught at college for 10 years, and I was scolded for being a Christian, and that was the last time I was able to work there. So this stuff happens. And actually, Mike, you're still on Twitter X, but I was banned from Twitter X twice and still banned.
Yeah, it's real crazy. I got I think one more day till my Twitter ban is lifted because apparently I shouldn't say things like wait for the train if a train happens to be coming. All because apparently some lady of a certain naughty belief system was freaking out because her train was late. So, and then proceeded to walk onto the train tracks. And the question was, what should she do? And I just said, wait for the train. So that's all I said. And apparently, I got banned for 7 days. Yeah.
That's a sarcastic joke.
It is, exactly. Oh. Apparently, people don't appreciate sarcasm. So go figure. Oh, man. And see, because I got booted off. So.
So what? You booted Carlos off for freedom of speech? I can't believe that happened. No.
Oh my God, I know.
So I haven't, like with the other guys, I haven't experienced anything like that formally, right? The times that I have gone with a fellow patriot named Adam Francisco, we've done protests and stuff like that. When we get there, the people are calling us fascists, but they're not allowing the person who's actually doing the interview to speak. They make noises. They try and interrupt. They try and call the cops on them. So it's pretty confusing to see people calling somebody else fascist while practicing fascism at the same time.
It's so bizarre.
But they always do that, though. They always, Russia. Nazis, but yeah, that's the kind of ideology they support anyway. So yeah they're hypocrites.
Yeah, and I'm afraid a lot of it is emotion. I'm not afraid. I think a lot of it is emotion and the idea that I'm on the right side of history and you're not. Therefore, you're everything bad.
Yeah.
Well, I think it goes beyond that. It's not even that you're wrong and you're bad. It's that you're evil and you're bad, right? The fact that they link us to white supremacy and Nazism and all that stuff, it means that you're evil. So in their eyes, they're in the right because they feel like they're fighting evil.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Yep.
They always think that they're better
than you. Yes, they do. They do. No, and exactly when they don't see the irony of it. No, they don't. It's bizarre. It's like really, really bizarre. So that's what I'm gonna say. And Gap, now they're gonna start saying Canada. Yeah, right. Apparently we're gonna be leading the way in socialism. So we are the shining example. And Canadian Spider-Man, how's it going? I have no problem with Russia. They're proud people. Yeah, they are. 100%. So but yeah, Canadian Spider-Man, you can definitely vouch as to what's going on obviously here in the country because he's all the way in BC. Commander Classified, how's it going, dude? Nice to see you, Mom. Hope everything is a-okay with you. And yeah, Canadian Spider-Man. Canadians. Well, it's almost the same thing. So communists have been far more evil in history than even the Nazis. Well, yeah, that's true. So either way, I don't want to be one. So yeah.
I mean, the Nazis themselves were socialists by their own party definition and name.
National Socialist.
What?
Yeah.
Are you quoting actual historical fact?
Fact? Oh,
you know what?
Yeah.
I actually, because I mentioned that when I was still teaching. So in 2016, when for the presidential election, I think it was before that the Democrats chose who they wanted to run as the presidential nominee. They picked Hillary Clinton. But right before that, the whole college, like the students, they were all for like all this crazy socialist stuff and Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton. And then I brought into class like quotes from all these various socialists, Mao Zedong, Vladimir Lenin, Stalin, Adolf Hitler, Fidel Castro. And I read the quotes by these socialists in class. And I asked my students, who said that? And they're like, Bernie Sanders. I'm like, nope. Then I would mention who it was, really. And then I would read another quote, and I'm like, well, who said that? And they would say Hillary Clinton. I was like, nope. And it was like, another socialist that I was reading from. And then I asked them, because Mike had pointed this out, because I mentioned about the Nazi Party. I'm like, they were socialists, and I said that the National Socialists. What is it?
Yeah, it's kind of funny that we don't know, which actually kind of verifies that we're not.
Well, no.
Which
It's
is
the national, right? So the National Socialist Party, but sometimes it's referred to the National Germanic Workers Socialist Party, like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, but they just didn't. The students didn't get this. So I asked the students, like, what does Nazi mean? And then the person got it right. The student got it right. And then another student said, well, what are you trying to tell us, Mr. Nickerson? And keep in mind, this is an art class. So I'm like, you people need to think about stuff. You need to know history. And then I think maybe the next class, I brought in quotes by Abraham Lincoln, George Washington, and I read those. So, these kids, they're not taught history. They're not taught what this stuff really means.
No.
They just think it sounds nice. We're supposed to be nice to other people unless we don't agree with them. We get to have free stuff, and it sounds like a perfect paradise. But they don't understand that in the 20th century, the socialists killed tens of millions.
Socialists and communists, yeah.
Of people. Like Joseph Stalin supposedly killed about 40 million people, and 10 million of them were Ukrainians, and he starved them to death. You got the Holocaust, Adolf Hitler, Fidel Castro, Mao Zedong. Like all these guys were mass murderers, and like that's what socialism is. And socialism never works.
And in the case of Mao Zedong, unfortunately, it wasn't just him acting with the government. It was him turning people of the younger generation against friends, family, older people, anybody who disagreed with them politically. And that was the Cultural Revolution. And so you have your own people turn on your own people and create a civil war.
Yeah, but Al, they weren't doing it right the first time.
Oh no, yeah,
No, they were doing it exactly right, Mike.
Yes,
They knew what they were doing. Anyway, sorry.
Well, the interesting. I don't know, but I've never experienced socialism. Thankfully,
right.
Yeah, my mother, she saw it come in, saw it take. She escaped. Thanks to my grandparents.
We just lost you, Carlos.
We're sort of kind of hearing you. I blame Frontier.
Is he from Cuba, or is his family from Cuba?
He's American. He was born here, raised here, America. But yes, his family is from Cuba.
Right, because I had a college buddy, and his family was from Cuba, and they immigrated to Puerto Rico. It was terrible. They just take all your stuff and your land, and sometimes they'll pull you out of your home and put you against a brick wall and shoot you. So that's
Carlos, I want to correct myself if I was wrong. Was your family, your parents, were they from Cuba or Venezuela?
My mother was.
Yeah.
My dad was from Cuba.
Okay.
So that's exactly Al, that's exactly what happened. They seized my grandparents, my great grandparents, their business, whatever they had. They lined up all my aunts and uncles and had machine guns ahead, and they told my grandparents to get out, essentially. And the point is that between socialism and communism, that I don't think modern day people understand that, right? Nobody votes in to be subjugated. What took place?
Oh crap!
Damn you, Frontier!
We just need to put up the Frontier logo every time that happens.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Hold on, Carlos. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay. There we go. And boop. There.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So the connect. So nobody votes in communism because nobody wants to be. So it comes in is that it pins class poor against the rich, and this is from my mom's.
Yeah.
They pinned poor against the rich, and they said, "That's what you guys." And that's what I'm going to give you. Vote for me.
Exactly.
The one thing that Thomas Sowell, I was watching an interview with him. I don't know if everybody knows who Thomas Sowell is. He's an economist. He is part of the Hoover Institute at Stanford. They're a conservative group of thinkers. And oh crud, where was I going with this? He's of the opinion. If I'm not thinking of the wrong person, but he was of the opinion that the difference between conservative and liberal thinking may be largely personality, which he didn't think there was much hope in changing. So that's a sobering thing to think about, considering that what if it is just a personality thing and people can't see beyond their own feelings and personalities. The only thing I can think of is that you break it down to the philosophy that backs up a certain system of thinking, like conservatism or liberalism. And you draw it to its most extreme conclusions and go, what could happen with this system? And with personal responsibility and individualism and liberty, you get people doing things in their own best interests. And there's a lot of reasons why you wouldn't do something bad to somebody else, because ultimately that comes back on you. Whereas if you think that you're just going to have no responsibility, then you have to go start saying, well, who's going to take care of you then? Who's going to take care of me? Who's going to enforce the laws? And one tends to more organization, conservatism, and one tends to like entropy and anarchy.
But that's where it's at, though. Come on, man.
Well, thankfully,
anarchy
in the
UK. There. No, exactly. Well, not for you guys, not yet.
Yeah, not here yet.
No. So, but yeah, but this is why we're hoping for the whole referendum happening in this province soon. So I know that, for example, good buddy of mine, Canadian Spider-Man, there in the chat, though, what was it? He had messaged me a few days ago, I believe. Canadians, if I have this wrong, please correct me. But a friend of his from Australia, and they're looking to want to find a place in Calgary here in Alberta, and I do believe that even Canadian Spider-Man is planning on making a little bit of a geographical switch, if I'm not mistaken. So, Spidey, if I got that wrong, please correct me. But it's because of what's happening here, especially because right now they're trying to enforce a gun grab of basically everybody in this country. So a gun buyback, like what they did in Australia a couple of years ago.
Yeah, buyback. It's not a buyback. You never bought these guns in the first place. They don't belong to you.
Yeah, exactly. So and now we get the conditions of speech. Even if you do happen to belong to some sort of religious persuasion, let's put it that way, because I feel like I have to be careful on what I say now, in a sense. No, what the hell, I'm going to say it anyway. So, but guaranteed that, especially if you happen to be a Christian, then yeah, you're going to be the one mostly targeted, because everybody knows that at this stage in the game that everybody's favorite flavor of the month happens to be Islam. So would any of them get persecuted whatsoever? No, let's just be real about this. Would it be any Buddhists? Like I've never seen a Buddhist prosecuted for like anything ever. So you can guarantee yourself that it is going to be a Christian majority, because what has happened, especially in this country, is that, and we've already seen it already, where a few pastors have been sent to jail. So
was this during COVID or what was that?
Yeah, during COVID. So especially during that. So let's see. Canadian Spider-Man says, because I'm trying to get to the chat as I'm drawing in as we're talking. So yes. Well, and Jordan Peterson would have had a great discussion on this. Yeah, 100%, dude.
100%. Yeah,
100%. And Gap, huge circles is where it's at. Get it right, Mike. Exactly. 100%, totally huge. And that's why, if you happen to be on the channel, you happen to be watching, taking place in the conversation, then you want to be spreading the channel around. It's what you want to be doing, because we all believe in freedom of speech here. Based on how well I can do that by now. Vince Womack, CRC, do you know what the government can do when you give up your guns? Yeah, anything they want. Exactly. Because it's,
Very true.
that's right. Happened to every communist country that has ever tried to peddle communism.
They always
Blame
take the guns first.
That's right. Blame the farmers. Take the guns.
And they said they do that piece of good. You know, it's for the protection of everyone, right? So if there's no guns,
Exactly.
then that's the falsehood that they'll try and sell you, right?
Yeah.
How's that working out for
However,
Venezuela?
Yeah, like
oh yeah.
yeah, Chicago. Like look at Chicago. Look at what's going on there. Look at Paris. You know,
What?
Don't just look at Paris. Look at the northern countries. What is it? Sweden, or I'm not sure where it is. But up there in the north, you know, some of those countries are just going like, heck no, we're clamping down on our immigration. You can debate whether the immigration policies are good or not, but you know they're seeing an invasion of ideology. You know, and that's exactly what we have to be aware of in the Western world too. Here is that if people aren't coming and acculturating to your country and your country's ways, why are they coming to become Canadians or Americans?
They're not trying to become Americans as far as coming to the States, and they don't care about Western culture. And this is all part of the scheme by those that are in power to, again, make us sick, dead, and replace. So that's the whole point.
Yeah, I was just in this conversation. As a matter of fact, I think, obviously I'm Hispanic.
What?
What, really? What are you
It's
doing
no
in my
secret that
country?
It's Hispanics vote over 70% for Democrats here in the U.S. So they want those in their favor. So that's why they opened up the border, right?
I don't know why that is. You know, I don't know why that isn't. Why there aren't actually papers on that at colleges, by professors. I mean, I guess I know why, but people are so afraid to actually speak the truth, even in America, that, you know, because of the social pressures, not necessarily because the government's going to come and get you, but because of the social pressures and the institutions that you work for. And I hope what President Trump is doing right now is really going to change the face of companies and colleges. Because, you know, if we can stop the rhetoric and the indoctrination at those levels, then maybe we can actually have a civil society again.
But the problem goes back to what Al mentioned, or I think it was you, Mike, that mentioned it. It's all emotional, right? You can't. It's hard to debate logic when emotions take over. I always try to do a comparison and put the other person in our shoes, right? Because I have a big thing against the Hispanic community that refuses to assimilate to American culture and American tradition and American language, right? Which is English. And so I constantly tell them, and I go, well, how would you like it if some other group came to your country, started waving their country's home flag, took over your areas? When you wanted to place an order at their business, they don't understand you, and then they're forcing you to learn their language, and they're finding your flag offensive. And how would you feel? And they go, I wouldn't like it at all. Well, welcome to where we're at.
Yeah.
Dear God, infallible logic.
But then what gets flipped on you is the liberals saying free speech, free speech.
Yeah, right.
You're gaslit immediately, you know.
No, I get called that I'm anti-Hispanic and anti-immigrant, which is utterly stupid because both of my parents, they're immigrants, they're legal. My wife is a legal immigrant, right? And I am Hispanic by ethnic background, but I am 100% American. I was born here, and this is where my kids are born, and this is where I'm going to die. Yeah. I don't have any allegiance to any other country other than my own.
Yeah, and that's what.
And thanks, TJ. I appreciate it, man.
I'm just so frustrated with how it seems. Okay, so this goes back to like junior college for me, and I went back to school like in my mid-20s, or I was in school for a long time in junior colleges. Let me just say that. But I had some liberal stuff going on in some of my classes in colleges. One of which made me feel very depressed, and because I was being told that, the world that you knew is actually completely wrong and bad, and it was focusing on the police, and how the police were militarized and how they have all this military gear. And, you know, this shouldn't be what the police are. They shouldn't be a military force that are going into, you know, black neighborhoods that are poor and ramming down doors and stuff like that. And what it does is it presses on the emotional buttons. And at the time, also, I felt the liberal message to me was talking about history and saying, hey, when they were trying to talk about multiculturalism. Now, I don't have a problem with people having their different cultures. I like it. I grew up around it. I grew up around Filipinos, around Chinese people, around people from the Middle East. I don't mind. Like, everybody's supposed to have their own family traditions and things like that. That's great. But we are supposed to come together as a nation saying we are here as Americans to support the fact that we want these liberties. And these liberties mean that none of our specific cultural things are enforceable by law. You know, right. We're a law of nations. We're a nation of laws.
It's
a little bit of a rant there, but yeah.
No, that's fine.
They flipped the script too on the at the time they were talking about how multiculturalism was good, and the message was you couldn't evaluate a particular culture in the past based on today's moral ideas, right? Fast forward 20 years, they're saying, oh no, you know, we should look back at the Pilgrims, we should look back at the earliest Americans and go, oh, they were wrong, they were evil. And that's just completely flipping what they had said 20 years ago was about you can't judge the past on today's moral precepts.
No,
and it's so maddening to know that that's the way it goes. And I don't know who's running their playbook, but until recently, they've been keeping ahead of the game by redefining terms constantly.
It's because they have 100%. The largest amount of it. They're pretty much in all the big cities, all the big states. They yield more, right? You have the big corporations that are in these big states, big cities, and so they have a huge amount of. They have control over academia, Hollywood, news organizations, obviously corporate America. All of these things are grabs. So if you don't follow along with their theology, if you will, then you're back to being evil.
Exactly. And it goes back to, it's essentially equity, not equality.
Yeah.
You know? Because how dare you want to be equal? It's, it's about how much equity you put into something. It's not about equality whatsoever. It's, and it's kind of funny how, was it Angel Studios? They're actually going to be putting out that, Animal Farm.
Oh, are they?
Oh yeah.
Oh, cool.
I'm wondering how many people are actually going to get it. Get the actual message.
Yeah, I don't know. You bring up a good point because I don't know this person's politics. As a person at work, they brought up the fact that they've read Animal Farm and they love it, and their politics I think are quite. I'm guessing they're liberal politics. So it seems like you can kind of draw the conclusions from stories that you want to because you paint yourself into the protagonist position. It's like, oh yeah, the ones who are wanting something that's other than what I want are obviously the animals that start walking up on two legs. Yeah. Right. When it's really, if you really read what it's supposed to be talking about in the historical context that it's talking about it, they're talking about collectivism. They're talking about socialism. They're not talking about freedom and liberty.
No, they're not.
Because here's an interesting question. Going back to multiculturalism.
Go for it.
I think the multiculturalism aspect is good as long as multiculturalism does not diminish the current culture where it's going at. What do I mean by that? Again, I was born here. I was raised here. I love this country. I'll die for this country. That's one of the reasons why I try and stay in shape. God forbid if I am needed physically to go.
Yep.
What I'm seeing, or what I've been the last maybe like 2 decades, is this very, very anti-American sentiment coming from people who are coming here and people who are born here, and it's very alarming and it's very concerning because if you're coming to somebody else's culture, you need to adapt and assimilate to that culture. You're not coming to take it over. That's an invasion.
Yep.
And that's where I think multiculturalism right now has gone, overboard, in my opinion, right?
Oh, yeah.
If we come to, like, if you're going to move to Canada, be a Canadian, right? If you're going to move to, I don't know, like, in Park, you're going to move to Peru, be Peruvian. Don't come here to America and not be American.
Yeah.
That's not cool.
Exactly. Just getting to the chat here. So, Gap After Dark, yeah, every country in the world needs to stop being nice. And especially America and Canada letting people into our countries. I think we should stop migration. Yeah, we do. Because here, when I'm at work, there's a guy that I work with, Doran. Yeah, he's from Romania. He's been in Canada for close to 25 years. And here's the thing. When he came to Canada, first of all, there was interviews that he had to do. Why do you want to be Canadian? All that kind of stuff. And he had to come into the country with like $10,000. $10,000, right? Do the majority of people honestly think that all these other quote unquote, immigrants honestly have that much money in their pocket, know anything about this country whatsoever if they're being interviewed? Like, I don't know 100% what the immigration process is in the United States. I'm guessing it's probably similar in some way, quite possibly. But I mean, like, come on, man. They are not sending their brightest.
It depends
whatsoever.
Right? Because
my that's
wife
true too. Yeah.
Came here 20 years ago, and her process was very similar. She came, she paid like $10,000 to come in here. But you talk to certain people now, and it's completely different. It's not the same type of. And I remember we were talking about this on Friday. She was interviewed, made sure that she could work and she could maintain herself. The process according to her, and now. Now the same same process.
It's interesting. I saw Mr. Peterson saying that white culture is bad, even though we're told that all cultures are equal. But what's also interesting is that you don't get the slapback about being European or being French or being Italian or British.
No,
it's if you're American, I guess, or Canadian. You guys can speak to that because I don't know how it seems in Canada. But
well, let's just say it's like Mother Russia during war. I don't want to brag, but we are the best here. So.
But yeah. So it's like when they even are saying white culture, they mean Northern American culture specifically. And why is that happening? That I think when people stop and ask questions and start going like, okay, why is the discussion centering around this one group and not all quote unquote white people?
Yeah.
Across the world.
Like what the heck is white culture supposed to be for?
Exactly.
What? Well, like come on. We got like Italy, which is a totally different culture than say, German culture or something like that. You don't see a bunch of Italians snapping into a bratwurst or something like that. I mean, come on. That's just not the way.
Is that the Italian? Is that the German version of snapping into a Slim Jim? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, let me bite into some salami. It's so good, Oh, wait, I need some feta cheese on my sauerkraut or something like that. Let me get multicultural here. So you don't see that. It's you don't see somebody from like France chowing down on a haggis from London. It's you don't see that. So what is this stupid, retarded white culture that they're talking about? There is no white culture.
What they really mean is euphemistically is, I mean, I think it's people don't realize when they're saying that it's an attack on us as a free, liberty-based societies. Theoretically, Canada and in America. And what was that? Who was that established by largely? Well, it was established by white Europeans who came to a new land. So that's what they mean by white culture, but they don't really think about the fact that it's not white culture. It's It's literally a system of liberty and freedom.
Well, all right. So that's Mike said is true, but it's also Western culture as well, isn't it?
Yep.
I'd say Western culture, but for some reason in the modern
yeah.
discourse, it seems more like when you're attacking America specifically. Al, I don't know if this maps to your experience, but in what I'm kind of hearing in the milieu of things is that the attack is really on America needs to be less American and be more accepting of people from all other nations out throughout the world. And I don't really get that same message about Britain. And now I know Britain has basically fallen, but I don't get that same message about them. That's what I was trying to make the point of, is I don't really hear that complaint about Italy, about Spain, about France, about white nations, quote unquote.
Well, they're all far more gone than the United States is as well. So
that's true. It's true.
Yeah, if they can divide us ethnically, it's easier for them to end our way of life and our culture. And they frown upon our history if they know any of our history. They frown on the idea that white Europeans actually settled this nation. So it's easy to divide and conquer and attack us when they use words like Nazi or racist or that sort of thing, because it demonizes that person.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, those people that are actually in charge of the Western nations that are allowing these things to happen, I don't think they really believe it. Like, I don't think they believe that, communism is a good thing, but they use communism to get all their lemmings in line and get what they want ultimately.
Yeah, and it's the tactic to silence you, right? So it's
Exactly.
to make white people look bad or to feel bad because of the past injustices. I don't fall into that narrative because it is history.
Sure.
And there's a period of time where everybody did something bad to somebody else. It's how nations were conquered. It's how tribes were conquered. It's how countries were formed, et cetera, et cetera.
If you applied the same logic to Europe, you'd have to be tracing it back generation to generation of who owns what land really, and you'd have constant fighting over that. And it's just not a tentative even idea.
Right.
Tenable idea.
But I mean,
No, exactly.
But we just got to look at it history, right? I mean, if you look at it, whites. I mean, if you look at again, just of history was the Hellenization done by Alexander the Great in that area where he just spread Greek culture everywhere.
Yep.
Right. The Romans had their time.
Yep.
The Persians had the time. The Chinese had their time. Right. The Egyptians had their time. Even the American or the native Indians had their time. I mean, heck, in my Peruvian culture, Indians were, conquering other Indian tribes. That's just the way. That's just human history. It's not white history.
Right. Yep. And that's what the Indians were doing it as well. Like, they weren't all like some peaceful democratic alliance. Like, the Indian tribes were fighting against each other. And I'm like 1/8 American Indian. So I understand history. And there's also a couple years ago, there was this study done about, there's this idea that the American Indians came from Europe when it was the Barren Strait would become frozen, and they migrated from like Russia into North America. But there were people here prior to the American Indians coming into North America. And those people, they believe, were more like Mexican Indians, and the Native Americans, so-called Native Americans, just wiped out all that whole people group. So but nobody talk about this sort of stuff.
This dovetails interestingly with a video I just watched from Matt Walsh. I don't know if everybody likes Matt Walsh, but he was pointing out that, and I had never thought about the confrontations between, quote unquote, confrontation, right? In my exposure to American history in school and in just from culture around me, I was taught to view it in terms of it was a conflict, not a conflict to begin with. Everybody meant well. And then it turned into a bad thing where the Indians got smashed. And Matt Walsh pointed out that the Indians that were here, the American Indians, they lived a tribal lifestyle where they did war with each other, where the law was war. If you could take it, it was yours.
Yeah.
And that's that's what established the United States. It became a war between the settlers who were trying to spread and find places to live, and the tribes that didn't want them to and wanted to have the lands to themselves. Now, it's probably a gross oversimplification, but the general idea was just shifted my mindset because I have had trouble thinking of it. Oh man, we're on stolen land, you know, and it's like, no, that's another deftly crafted lie that we are not on stolen land. It is by the principles that all societies and civilizations have ever come into being over.
And some of the land was purchased. So the Dutch,
Exactly.
like the Pilgrims came, they actually got along great with the Native Americans. It was just the later generations that had issues. So people need to learn history.
Absolutely. And even in, so I went to Peru. I've been to Peru like 10 times. And the last time I went was in 2016. I actually was fortunate enough to go to Machu Picchu, which is amazing. I love learning about my own roots, my own background. And I asked a bunch of questions to the guide. But one of the things that I found interesting was how the Inca Empire became to be. And it didn't do it through peace and love and tolerance.
What? Are you kidding?
Oh, we lose them at the most important moments.
Oh my God! Yeah, I know. What a cliffhanger. So, yeah, okay. So as we're waiting for Carlos, so
so the important thing is to understand. We need to understand history. We especially need to understand our own history, and we should be thankful for the men and women that came here from Europe to settle this nation. It wasn't easy for them. It was quite terrible. So we should thank them, and we should remember the men and women who served in for our nation in uniform and what they did for us. But these Marxist feminists, and you know, they don't care about history. They don't care about America. They don't care about, you know, the God of the Bible. They don't care about the men and women who serve in our armed forces. Also, I wanted to mention something because Mike pointed out, like when he was in college, you were saying that you came across teachers that had a very liberal mindset, and they were trying to push this theology upon their students. The thing is, and I don't mean any offense at all, Mike, but you know, you and I are kind of older, so we kind of know better, right? Yeah. Because we weren't raised like that exactly. But the kids nowadays that are coming into high school and college, they don't have teachers that are promoting a more realistic, accurate, conservative view of things. And these young kids have never been exposed to that. So none of them are going to come into a classroom and one, question the instructor, because that's what I found personally. And they're not going to come into class thinking like, well, maybe the teacher's wrong. And when I was teaching, like all that, I was teaching college, and they were all like crazy Marxist feminist academics. And they were all, and you know, they were putting down this policy of using pronouns and, you know, being tolerant of other things, but they weren't tolerant of me. And I taught there for 10 years. And so I was scolded for being a Christian. I had students that were confused about their gender. It was absolutely insane. And all these young kids, they think that socialism is a good thing. They feel entitled, and they can choose whatever gender or name that they prefer to use. But it's unrealistic, it's ungodly, and it's quite spiritually and psychologically sick.
Yep. No, I agree with them.
Yeah, so we're all
definitely next week. I'll make something more Christmassy. So
I like what that comment was about the Christmas elf. I could see this being a Christmas elf, a warrior Christmas elf.
You're a Christmas elf. It's like taking inspiration from Rob Liefeld. I'll need to add about 300 pouches onto this.
Yes.
Hey man, I use pouches.
Everybody uses pouches.
Well, they used to. It was a big thing.
It was, and a lot of cross hatching. Lots of cross hatching.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, tons of cross hatching. Okay, yeah, Carlos, you were saying.
Yeah, no.
And then Frontier buggered you up again.
Yeah. With the whole thing about Peru, I was asking a whole bunch of questions of how they became an empire, and it was essentially a racketeering job. Right after they initiated some war and conquered a few tribes, then they started going out to other tribes and be like, "Hey, if you pay us, we'll protect you from the bad tribes, and then you can join us," and so on and so forth. So that's how they expanded. As far north as modern day Colombia, all the way as far south as modern day Bolivia. They were pretty extensive, and it wasn't through peace, smoking the peace pipe.
Wow.
Yeah, it's straight up mafia tactics, gang tactics.
It was. It was.
If
Like
you
I said,
only
that's just
pay
human
us-
history.
If you pay us, 20 fruits a day and maybe some potatoes, we'll keep the bad guys away from you. So, because doing this kind of work is it's a hard job. You know what I'm saying? So, and if you do that, we'll get along copacetically. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty good. So
That's racist. How dare you?
I know, but
as a friend of as somebody who has a friend that's an Italian, I'm offended.
Oh, okay. I'm glad. So, the other one
Pouches
that's
are
offended
racist.
because apparently, pouches are racist. So there you go. Okay, Gab, thank you. And Canadian Spider-Man, yeah, he's also been in Peru. So, it's an amazing place. So, yeah, some very interesting.
Food is amazing.
Oh, yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah,
I've never been to Peru, Carlos, but I have had Peruvian food, quote unquote, at least here in America, and yeah, some of that stuff's really good.
Out of all the Latin countries, one of the most unique palates, to be quite frank. And I'm not just saying that because I'm part Peruvian.
No, you plug away, dude. So, Pop Culture Republic, how's it going, dude? Nice to see you, fellow Albertan and fellow believer in freedom. So there you go. Nice to see you, Mechanic. Great that you can join us, my man. It's this bizarre mindset that just seems to be going around that, only the white men are the conquerors. Yeah. And the only ones that did bad things are the white men. So, but it's like, no, for Pete's sake. What was it? I read this post on X. That some yes, I'm going to say it. Some black guy posted on X, in retort to a comment that somebody made that apparently, that white people weren't the only ones that did the enslaving. It was pretty much. No, I know, right? Shocker. That apparently every culture on the face of the planet enslaved another people at one point or another.
That's correct.
I know.
Historical fact.
Shocker.
We read about it in our Bible. Well, how long were the Jews enslaved for in Egypt? 400 years.
300 years.
400 years.
They were already practicing slavery on the continent of Africa before the white man ever had the massive power that it had.
Yeah.
That's just fact. That's a fact.
It is. So, I don't know. Maybe it was the Jewish people that actually, invented slavery. Because, hey, if anything, we're supposed to hate Jewish people now. Yeah. Or so the media is telling me, yeah.
Unbelievable. I think here's what I'm going to close off because I gotta run and take care of some stuff. But here's what I want to close off. Good and bad is in everywhere, in every corner of the earth, every group, every nationality. It has literally nothing to do with skin color and it has everything to do with the content that's inside your heart. Are you a good person or are you a bad person? That's all it boils down to.
There you go.
And the actions of the individual is what determine that, not their skin color.
And then I have to say, building on that collectively is why the United States is so different than other countries because of the Constitution that the founders put together to enshrine the fact that there is evil in government because of the human heart, and it will tend to degrade. And that's why all the rights that are not explicitly given to a government are supposed to naturally just be the people's. So it's the content of your character, and then it's also how you choose to let your government rule you or not.
And that's an interesting when it comes to evil from a Christian perspective. I think we as a collective group, we miss out on acknowledging that there are evil people on this planet. We kind of don't. I've been a Christian now for 16 years, and I think there's a large part, not everybody, but I think there's a large portion of people that seem to ignore that there are evil. And we kind of take this look like everybody can be saved. No, everybody can't be saved. We got to stop having that mentality because there are evil people that, again, they're wolves in sheep's clothing, and they do some pretty evil stuff, and they make it seem like we're the ones doing it.
Yeah. And growing up as a Protestant Christian, Carlos, you and I have talked about my background. So I do have theology, some theology understanding of Christianity and things like that. I would like to still believe that some people who are quote unquote evil could turn themselves around, right? But it's not our individual jobs to put that above the safety and well-being of the people that we love and the other good people in the world that we want to safeguard. So it can't be trying to save somebody that you don't know if can be saved or not.
Well, our job is to share the gospel as Christians. We can't save anyone. So
right.
God
Correct.
does save you.
And here's the reality is, though, what I mean by what I'm saying is that we'll look at somebody who, like, let's say, I don't know, pedophilia, let's say. I'm sorry. I got nothing for you, man. I'm not trying to do anything for you. I don't want you anywhere near my kids. I don't want you anywhere near my house. I don't want you anywhere near my community. You see what I'm saying? It's to that extent. I'm not talking about a difference of opinion. That doesn't make somebody evil. I'm not talking about an adulterous mistake. It doesn't make sense. I'm talking about some evil, wicked stuff where you got like maybe cartel members. They'll chop up people, to extort them or torture them. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about some real evil, nasty, like terrorists. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because even Pharaoh's heart was hardened at one point.
Well, Pharaoh's heart was hardened a bit, and then God knew that he wasn't going to repent, so God really hardened Pharaoh's heart. But yeah, what Carlos was saying, I'm all okay with public lynchings. I'm totally fine with that.
Well, I mean, if you break the law,
take these people out of society.
You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. So
yeah, I think when it comes to pedophilia, I think a pay-per-view event would be in order, right?
I agree.
It would be a good dissuader of
that's the point.
Well, what the liberal left has said over time, and I don't know how true this is or if this is just a talking point, but was that studies have shown that it does, those kind of death penalty and things like that actually do not reduce the rates of crime.
Well, let's try it.
Let's do a pilot program.
I'm with you in the idea that you take that person out of society and they don't do it again. You don't let somebody be paroled. You don't let somebody come out for good behavior. Exactly. and perhaps I haven't gone that far to actually say that I 100% agree with like a death penalty for all this stuff, but there is a very practical problem that solves, and that keeps that person from ever doing it again.
The problem is that we have limits, and then the repetitive rate of those types of people committing that same crime is extremely high. So to save this one individual, prevent him from dying, you are literally costing the innocence, the life of hundreds of people, because they will go out and they'll repeat offending, right? So I'd rather cut one evil person and save a whole bunch of people from
that's a very good point. Yeah.
Well, also because I live in the socialist state of New York, so
forgive him too. So
no, pray for me. Pray that I get out of here.
Yeah.
New York City, I can carry my firearm in New York City. I used to live in New York City, and criminals, they carry firearms left and right because they feel there's no consequence. And they also feel like whoever they're going to attack, rob, hit behind the head or whatever, there's not going to be any consequence to their actions, nor is anyone going to fight back. And yes, when they take away your guns, that eliminates any sort of rebellion towards, the people in charge doing what they want to do.
Yeah. And I mean, not to be conspiratorial, but if thinking about this from in terms of like a story, it seems like a very easy way for the government or whoever wants to take control of everybody's lives to then come in and say, look, we took the guns away from the law-abiding people. They're the people that we would have had to worry about. Now the criminals, because they are criminals, we have every justification to come down on them, and they know that. So they're going to fall in line, or they're going to go to jail or die.
Yep.
Right. And that's
here's the problem. Here's the problem. How do you prevent the government from working with these criminals? Because right now Maduro is working with the criminal element that has guns to keep the people in line from revolting and rising up against him.
Well, 1 second here. I just have to say this because Canadian Spider-Man here. I saw Lake Titicaca in Peru. Go ahead and say it, Mike. I will say Lake Titicaca. Titicaca. You saw Lake Titicaca. There we go. I said it as romantically and as Espanolish as possible, if that's even a word, which it is now because I said it. So there we go.
Nice.
Titicaca. Yeah, and you're right, Winrave. It's the Batman Joker problem paradox. Exactly.
Yes.
In a sense that how do you, yeah, and I always thought that was kind of a dumb thing. And I'm not saying Winrave what you're saying is dumb. I'm not saying that, but it's like if I end the Joker, then the amount of monsters that are in the world stays the same. It's like, no,
There's one less monster.
there's one less monster. It's math.
Yeah.
If you're removing one monster, you're not becoming the monster. You're the monster that's devouring or getting rid of the other monster. It's like the food chain.
Yep.
Big fish eats little fish. That, the little fish probably previously ate a smaller fish. That's the thing. No, it drops by one. I'm sorry. So,
Well, also,
but I get what you're saying.
well, here's a couple things.
So.
One is, we're talking. Well, all right, let me get it. So, Todd
And that's why I root for the Punisher, says Vince.
Yeah. So when Todd McFarlane was starting to work on Spawn at Image Comics in 1991, 1992, yeah, he didn't like that whole Joker idea. So that's why he did that Billy Kincaid story where Spawn just took care of that character, and as far as I knew for a while, that you never saw that character again. But as far as DC Entertainment goes, if they have Batman killed the Joker, they might lose copyright of that character, because if they don't keep using that character, then they'll lose copyright.
Not only that, but it is kind of a Christ devil kind of dynamic, right? If you got rid of the devil, then what would the story be?
Right?
It's so recognizable now as Batman versus Joker. It's that they can never do each other in.
No, you're right.
I was just watching. So Darwin Cook did a graphic novel called New Frontier for DC Comics, and I haven't read it, but I just watched a video about Darwin Cook by Matt with 4 T's. And even though I don't like the animated adaptations of some of these books, I did watch the New Frontier animated cartoon, which I've never saw before. Never read the book. And you had heroes killing monsters and some people in that, and there was no hesitation to that. When Batman first came out, he carried guns on his hips and he was shooting criminals. So
okay, so Carlos, you definitely have to get going, or you?
Yeah. I gotta take care of some stuff. My wife works today, so
okay.
Thank you guys.
So
for
go ahead
having me.
and plug your channels there, dude.
Yeah. So my main channel is Prime Animations. That's what I would like to really promote out there, right? Check out my channel. Check out the animation that I do, that my team and I do. It's really team centered. And just follow us and like us and support us in every which way, because the left has tried to destroy us, but we're still moving on.
Yep. There you go. So there's the links in the chat. So Patriots of the American Republic.
There's some really interesting
and
there's really interesting things on the behind the scenes that you guys might want to check out on Carlos's journey creating Prime Animations. Actually, unwittingly employing somebody who turned out to be a white nationalist. That turned the whole thing on its head, and it's just ridiculous. It's the kind of stuff that you'd see in a documentary film, honestly.
Yeah, pretty much.
Nazi American contradictory.
Yeah.
think I understood most of what he said.
Yes.
Yeah, Carlos, you were glitching out.
Basically, the gist of it is that there was one dude that essentially he came out as in a particular video he kind of came out as a neo-Nazi. So and he kind of found this out like kind of after the his movie kind of came out.
Yeah,
and,
definitely after all of the recordings had been done for this character, his characters. Like he was a major part of the action crew.
Yeah. And dude is 100% a douchebag. I'm not even going to bother giving his name because
no,
not even a point.
Yeah.
No. And I don't want anybody harassing this guy, because it's not really worth the time. So, but no, Carlos, is definitely on to better things, especially working on the new continuation of what he wants to work on right now. So if you want to go ahead to Prime Animations, check it out. If you're a huge Transformers fan, he's doing the whole continuation of
Transformers Prime. Yeah,
that's right. So and if you're looking for patriotic content to view, then check out the other one, Patriots of the American Republic. So because I believe he tries to put out a show every week, I believe on Tuesdays, if I'm not mistaken, something like that. So so go ahead and do that. So I hope it comes on again. So that's what I'd like. So go ahead and do that. Let's see. Canadian Spider-Man says the Old Testament said you had to kill your neighbor if you caught him working on a Sunday. Women who were pregnant out of wedlock were buried to the neck and stoned to death. Was that evil? Sounds it. Well, there were some expressed laws that you did have to adhere by. Let's just say it was more of a deterrent than that were kind of like put into place. So and because of with everything that went on with the Israelite people, especially going through the desert, 40 years and whatnot, and seeing amazing things. See, that's the thing, why they were in the desert for 40 years. It's because you had the older people coming out of Egypt that still had Egypt in them, right?
Right. So,
and it had to, and the old guard had to be kind of, let's say, washed away for a newer, more what's the word I'm looking for a new generation, basically, to turn over, that actually had seen miracles in the desert while they were wandering around for 40 years. Because you can't, you couldn't go into the promised land, until this old mentality was kind of like done away with, right? And for a more learned, more prepared people to come in. So I mean, they do seem rather harsh, but
well, let me see if I can if I can tackle this.
Okay, go ahead.
One thing is, I am okay with not drinking blood. I am okay with not eating bats. So those laws I'm totally fine with. The Israelites, they saw the angel of death passing over their homes and not killing their firstborn. They saw God parting the Red Sea so that they could cross. And then when they had to go around a mountain for 40 years, then they start complaining. Moses goes up on a mountain, talks to God, comes back with a couple of tablets, and they're worshiping a golden calf. So they just didn't get it, And you're right. That generation was not allowed to see the promised land. And Moses was not allowed to see the promised land. It eventually became people that were under the age of 20 that were allowed to go into the promised land. Now, I'm not saying, we all make mistakes. We all sin and we all fall short of God's glory.
Yeah, we all.
Right. So that's why we're in need of a savior. But, some people, and, I'm sure I was like this when I was younger. You just don't get it. And God's got to smack you around a little bit.
Yeah. And I'm not saying you personally don't get it. I'm not saying that whatsoever. It's kind of like this, right? It's like, when you're and like your parents, generally kind of said, these are the rules of the house, kind of thing, right? And if you don't follow the rules of the house, well, then hey, if you were really young, you might get a spanking or something like that, kind of thing. And this is basically in the same context, except it's like you're with adults. So, of course, certain punishments would have to be, well, or at least sound pretty damn harsh, because you gotta, like kids, keeping them in line, so to speak, don't break the rules or you're gonna get a spanking or something like that. It's essentially kind of like the same metric, right? Same thing. And hey, Real Weight Nation Gaming, how's it going, dude? Nice to see you, my man. Great that you can join us. And exactly, Baal, exactly, worshiping Baal in the desert. Oh man. But yeah, precisely, Spidey. Bring back spanking kids. Hashtag bring back spanking kids.
Yeah, if you spare the rod, you spoil the child.
Right. Which is pretty much dealing with now in society. Hooray.
Well, not all of us are God's children, so.
That's right.
Right.
Some are more God's children than others. Oh my God. I can't believe I just said that.
I don't even know what that.
No, actually, let's just say that, okay, I'm going to say it this way. Those that profess to be ain't really.
Oh, all right. So here's my take on this, and I actually would like to hear other Mike's take on this as well.
Okay.
So there are three types of people in the world. There are believers, non-believers, and make-believers. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. But yeah,
Okay.
Other Mike, I don't know what else to call you. What's your take on these things?
Me?
Yes, sir.
As an agnostic, I see that there are people who believe, there are people who don't believe, and there are people who see enough evidence to say that I think there has to be a God, because despite, in my personal point of view, is that despite the evil in the world, there's still something good about life that I want to cling to. There's value in it. So I believe that that's enough evidence for my own belief in a God, not to prove that there is a God to somebody who doesn't see it that way.
I hear you.
So let's see. So Punisher good, and Batman bad. So one has a better ideology than the other. There we go. Let's see.
Which one has the better ideology? Just wonder.
I'm thinking Punisher. So yeah. Oh, I thought assholes, pussies, and dicks were three groups of people. Well, yeah, no, they're all grouped into one.
That's got to be one group. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely one group. So, and Woodbrave, watch enough sports, and you'll more than think that there is some higher being in existence. Oh man!
I mean,
no. God isn't for one sports team and not the other. They all pray the same thing before the game starts. So,
well, aren't some of the plays pretty miraculous, though?
Oh well, yeah, I suppose when you put it that way, yeah. Man, I can laugh at that. Jeez, your team sucks and ours doesn't. Da 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 da. I'm reminded of that one Weird Al tune. Man, it was kind of funny when it came out. So about sports teams. The generic sports team song. I'm trying to remember what it was called, but right now, whatever.
Yeah. I love this term because I'm not a sports fan. I didn't grow up with sports really. So I love the term sports ball. Yeah, I like sports ball.
Sports ball. I love that. Talk about being totally 100%. Let's see. One Rave says, yeah, what? Yeah, okay. Higher being Existence, Wheel Raid Nation Gaming. Yeah, I'm realizing I'm not gonna hit 2K goal, but I'll survive. It takes time, man. Hey, it takes time to, hey, like they say, the more content you put out, you'll start to attract more people. Hey, dude, let me put it to you this way. I've been hovering around the 1,300 mark for, I don't know, like for a little over a month now. I get over 1,300, then, or I'm just hovering around 1,300, then I'll drop down a couple of subscribers, then I go back up, then I go back down. So don't worry don't fret, okay?
Mike, yeah. Don't fret at all, because you're just some content away probably from, if you've already got a run of people that are watching your channel. I've been on YouTube for, I don't know, 6 years or something like that. I only have 1,100 viewers.
Oh, you made it over yeah, that's right. You made it over 1,000. Yeah. Congrats, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm not putting out enough content probably to really justify my numbers going up that much. But get some people watching and then keep putting out your content.
Yeah. And while we're on that subject, that's right. Because thank you to Vince for reminding me that this is the place where I have to kind of plug myself and about what's going on this channel. So if you happen to be watching on Rumble, on X, and all the way here on the YouTubes, then yeah, please like and share. And well, you guys are commenting in the live chat right now, so that's kind of redundant. But if you happen to be watching this on the rewind, then yeah, comment away and subscribe and hit that notification bell, because I don't know what the fudge is going on with YouTube, but let's put it this way. Yeah, my numbers are going up and down. It's really nuts. So if you want to subscribe, it would just greatly help me out, and I'd appreciate it, and spread it around so we can bring more joy to the masses out there. The insanity that is this channel. So, and Real Wade, LOL, I have 5.2K videos coming. Yeah, I know you got a ton of stuff out there. So, you know what? Sometimes it could be just one viral video away from making your channel explode. Just, I don't know. My advice is just keep doing what you're doing, or you know what? Experiment. Try something new. Try something different. That's what I plan on doing on this channel. That's what a lot of people try to do on their channel. Try to, maybe it's a matter of reinventing yourself, so to speak. But don't give up hope. Just keep on trying. That's all you got to do. So, and Wimbrave, I like how my Dodgers, but that ball wedge has some divine intervention of some sort. Okay. And Vince, yes, okay, and save. That's right, Vince. I can't forget to save. So because if I don't save and I end up losing everything, then yeah, then this comic Relief Crusader is going to be slightly ornery. Just ever so slightly. And save this as a JPEG as well. I really don't have to save it as JPEG just yet. So let's have a look and see how this is going so far. Just to get a little bit of a perspective. So so far so good. I haven't added shading and I just want to concentrate on the line work. So far so good. Yeah, so basically it's inking a rough idea that I do on the first page. Al, Yeah. So that's what I wanted to touch on. If you guys have followed the Facebook page, I kind of reposted something that Al is doing something with his Dare Duck idea, or along those lines.
Yeah, I'm doing some coloring right now, actually.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. Yeah. So, as far as every couple of years I would contact newspaper syndicates, the companies that distribute. Sorry, I'm just coloring some stuff. Comic strips to newspapers. So I don't know if anyone actually even reads newspapers anymore. But it seems like that whole business. It seems like right, Mike. Do you read comic strips at all, or comics, or?
Well,
other.
I have been. That Mike. Right.
Yeah.
No, I used to love comic strips in the paper, but I don't pick up paper at all, and rarely is there something in a comic book that I really want to read.
Well, I think so the comic strip is dying. Syndicates are dying. So every couple of years, I'll contact the syndicate to see if they're interested in doing like either a Sunday comic or a daily comic based on my Sword of Eden graphic novel series. And they're really not. So I've been talking to two different distributors, syndicates. I'm sorry, two different syndicates. So one is of the mind that syndicates have no money and they don't want to do anything new. And I think that's actually very true. The other syndicate who I've been talking to said that, they weren't interested in doing a strip based on the Sword of Eden graphic novel series, but to contact them in 6 months and, pitch something new. So I created a character called Dare Duck who appears in Volume 2 of the Sword of Eden graphic novel series, the Sword of Eden Shinobi, and he shows up like in the last part of the graphic novel for like 5 or 6 pages. And I actually fell in love with this character. I sort of had the idea for the character back, I think maybe as far as high school, but it seems like a character I'm very fond of. So I started thinking about the origin of Dare Duck. Like, how did he become who he is? He has a strong connection to the original Daredevil, the Golden Age Daredevil that came out in 1940. So I came up with an idea for an origin story for Dare Duck, but I'm just so busy with the Eden graphic novel series, I really don't have time to do anything new. And I really have I shouldn't say this, but I really have no real interest in doing a Sunday comic strip. So, but I thought, well, maybe if I can get a Sunday comic strip about Dare Duck sold to a syndicate, maybe that might be something cool to work on. So what I decided to do is do a couple of Sundays telling the origin of Dare Duck, which I'm working on now, and then send those to not only the two syndicates who I've been talking to over the last couple of years, but also to other syndicates. I don't have a whole lot of hope for it because, as they actually tell me themselves that, it's just a really bleak time for comic strips right now. But I figured, well, it can't hurt, So that's what I'm doing. So I drew up 2 Sundays for Dare Duck, and I'm doing the coloring now, and hopefully I'll finish the coloring and the lettering in a couple of days and just send them off and see what they have to say, if anything. And then I'll probably share the 2 strips on social media, Facebook, Instagram as well.
Hey, Al, I'm a fan of on Instagram. There's Katana Comics. I don't know if you've ever bumped into them, but it's a cute little strip from a female creator who does short little like 4-panel like little strips in her Instagram about her relationship with her boyfriend, fiance, I guess now husband. And have you ever? Do you know how does she make that work? How does she get money out of that? Do you even know the model behind that?
I'm not quite sure what she's doing. I'm going to see if I can find her on Instagram. See, that was the problem early on with web comics.
Yes.
Because they couldn't find a way to sort of monetize their web comics. So Scott McCloud came out with, I think I found it. This idea of
It's katana with a C and not a K. It's not like the sword.
Oh, all right. Well, forget it then. I'm looking at the wrong person. So
Katana Comics. Yeah.
Okay. So Scott McCloud came up with this idea to do payments where people would just do donations for webcomic creators. But when they figured out a way to monetize and pay for and then download digital comics, that became a thing. And then that's when Marvel and DC came on board. And that's when Comixology started. So when they had that way of selling their comics digitally online, that became a big thing. Although I don't think it's really a big thing anymore. But if somebody's just doing a web comic, how can they make money doing that? I suppose Patreon might be a good way to do that.
Yeah, I haven't actually even looked into her account to see, if she does ask for Patreon or whatever. I just take the free stuff, and she's always posting stuff up anyway. And I'm not looking at it for daily updates. I'm just looking at it when it shows up in my feed. So,
is that any good?
I think it's nicely done. It's cute. It's got its own style. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna search her out at some point. Oh yeah, I think I got it. Katana Comics, Katana She Her. She's got a book out called Still Smitten. Is that the same person?
That sounds right. That sounds like her vein. Yeah.
Yeah. So all right. So she looks like she's putting out a book, and it's available for pre-order now. So yeah, that's how she can make money doing that. It looks like she has a print or another. Oh, she has some sort of card for $9. So yeah,
I did buy. I know that she was selling stuff, but I didn't know you can sell stuff and still not make a living.
True.
So yeah, I bought a print of hers, but I don't even know. Maybe she's not making a living at it. Maybe this is just the side gig.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, if you sell directly to your audience, yeah, you make more of a profit per unit that you sell. So a distributor is not taking a cut. A retailer is not taking a cut. And I'm not saying anything bad about retailers because I think we actually should support comic book shops. But yeah, I guess Patreon. I mean, because I don't, because the Sort of Eating graphic novel series is a printed graphic novel series. So. I sell those and I make money doing that. I shouldn't say this, but I sold a lot of artwork this past summer and fall. So I sold like 300 pages of artwork. So I
think that's really cool that you actually do that. I bought some original artwork for some Transformer toys, third-party toys. They're not official like Hasbro stuff, but I bought them from the actual artist over in Italy. And that's just like really cool to have as part of a collection.
Well, yeah. See, there you go. And I'm all for that. And I think that's great. So that's a good way to supplement your income. I don't know how many young cartoonists nowadays actually have original artwork as opposed to doing other work digitally or not.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I still like drawing pen and ink on paper. So that's what I do. And then I scan in the artwork and then I do all my lettering and my coloring in Photoshop. But yeah, you have to do everything. You have to have an online store. You have to be on Amazon. You should be on eBay. You have to be on social media. You have to be able to sell directly to your readers, be open to sell directly to stores and distributors. I have 2 different distributors as well. So you have to do everything to make a living. But yeah, selling artwork and also finding out, because I have sold some artwork on eBay over the years, but I found when I contact comic book shops directly, they're the people that are more willing to pay the price that I'm asking and actually have the money to pay for because on eBay I found that there's just a lot of cheapskates on eBay and they want to haggle and that sort of thing.
Oh god, yeah.
So
Canadian Spider-Man is now sub to you, and Vince wants to know, does Dare Duck know Quack Fu?
Well, he does have a fighting style, and very much like the original Daredevil, he likes to throw razor sharp steel boomerangs into the noggins of his enemy.
There we go.
I don't know how that'll fly on a Sunday comic strip, so we'll see.
Cool Revolver, Canadian Spider-Man. Yes. So far so good. I'm trying to get more used to. Well, I definitely gotta work my way to drawing weapons better. So that's currently what I'm kind of trying to do right now. I got an interesting book from Japan that finally arrived, so I'm rather glad that I got it now. So to kind of help along in the process of drawing firearms, and I know that I could just as easily, how should I put it, like look online or just take a picture of a gun or a weapon or something like that. But I don't know. I'm in the process of just buying a lot of art books lately.
Oh, so what have you been getting?
I've been getting books from Japan. Like I'm enjoying this. I just got my third book actually a couple of days ago. Let me have a look here. Let me see if I can put it on camera. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put it on camera. Let me turn on this visage that I have, and let's see. Okay. So I just got this yesterday. So in this, because in Japan you gotta read everything like from
backwards,
right to left or left to right. So it's got, wait a minute here. So it's got dozens of how to be able to hold a firearm properly. And I'm only doing this with one hand, so it's kind of hard to like flatten out the entire pages. Stuff like that. I kind of like how in Japan they get a little bit more technical, and you know what? Because I can only show so much of that because YouTube has the thing about showing firearms on YouTube. This one, I figured I'm going to get
Thankfully, it was just photos of illustrations of firearms.
Oh, so that's
well, yeah.
Hopefully,
so that should be okay. This one is more on sword work, because there is swords and stuff like that I do kind of want to bring into the element of this manga that I'm planning on doing. So, there's a little bookmark in there. I forgot about that. So it's a lot of really interesting stuff in this one. So obviously this is like, sword play, and which I like. And then this is it's just a bunch of fighting fighting poses and stuff like that, like how to draw. They get really into the nuts and bolts, like like if you're doing feet, hand, stuff like this.
But you can't read Japanese though.
No, but I can follow pictures and.
Okay.
Yeah, I just looked at the funny pictures. So some of them are
Google. The Google Translate thing is really cool, like for actually translating images. So if you ever wanted to know what they were actually saying, you get a close translation. Hopefully, you just take a picture of it and upload it to Google.
Oh, that's cool.
It is pretty cool. There is there is a website that if you happen to make pictures of the pages, then apparently you can upload them as JPEGs or PDF or maybe as a PDF. I'm not exactly sure, but or PNGs or something like that. And if it's like Japanese, then apparently the program can retranslate it all into English. And if you want to save it, the English translation, then you can save that JPEG or that picture as that, right?
Cool.
But that'd be an awful lot of pages to like take pictures of and translate.
Yeah, unless you could do it all as one large PDF, right?
Yeah, right. So Yeah, I mean that'd be great. So unless somewhere floating on the interwebs is a PDF of, one of these entire books. So, the new Turbo Ginsu. Yeah, exactly right. And yeah, it is pretty cool. So, and it's because I mean I've already got my How to Draw the Marvel Way book, and I've had that forever.
So did I.
What?
I got mine when I was 12, I think. I was very thankful at the time when I was a 12-year-old that I got it.
Me too. And then somewhere along the way I lost it, and then I got it again a couple of years ago, two or 3 years ago. I got it again.
Well, just remember it's How to Draw Comics the Marvel way.
Yeah, I know.
Which, by the way, they don't even do that anymore.
Come on.
I mean, get a Marvel comic and they don't even follow their own book anymore. So.
No, they don't.
That style, I had that book back in the day too. That style was like so classic. What, 60s, 70s?
Yep. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
John Buscema drew it. It's based on Jack Kirby's art style.
Yeah. So I mean, he was like, I'm gonna say at least for me, he was like pretty much second to Jack.
Oh, John Buscema?
Yeah, John Buscema.
John Buscema, he didn't really like superheroes. He wanted to do Conan, so he did a lot of Conan stuff. So like very, a lot of people like him. Very talented guy.
Yeah.
I learned some film stuff before I actually studied video and film. I learned some basic video and film stuff from that book because of the talks about the perspectives. It's very basic information, but this is the worm's eye view, this is the bird's eye view. Yeah. All that kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
my for all. Yeah, exactly, Spidey. Let's see. Vince Womack, I got myself a magazine from Posting References. Okay. Really? Really? Oh my god. Knees look hard to draw, right? Here's the thing. Knees really aren't all that hard. There are different ways of doing it, and that's the fun part about doing this. There's a lot of other techniques out there of of how to draw certain appendages, like for example knees, or elbows, or just finding ways around certain ways to draw it. So the more time you spend on it, that's the only thing I can say. The more time you spend on it, then eventually you'll crack the code, because I know everybody has their own way of doing it their own way and stuff like that. So but if you find your own way and it looks right, then great, you crack the code in my eyes. DJ Van Nice, yeah. Picture pages, come and get your picture pages. Come and get your crayon or a pencil.
What was up with Liefeld's duck feet? Didn't he always have duck feet in his? They're always just like these flaps.
Yeah, right. They're just flat feet,
I mean, I thought they were cool back in the day because McFarlane, kind of created that look with his Spider-Man, but it seems like Liefeld always had his legs crossed over and his feet always like laid down and flat, like they were like little flippers.
Yeah, Rob Liefeld got a lot of grief over the years that he avoids and probably can't draw feet. So
no, he can't. So, oh my god,
I don't know. I was watching that Darwin Cook video that Matt did the other day. Matt with these. And he made some really interesting points. I never knew Darwin Cook. I was familiar with Darwin Cook's artwork, but I didn't really know about him. And he seemed to be like a very man with very strong principles, and he was never going to compromise about things. And his view on comics was that comic books by the 1990s became, actually maybe even the 80s, became superhero comic books anyway, became something that perverted middle-aged men would like to read. And I was like, well, that's really interesting. And Matt was showing a lot of Darwin Cook's storytelling from a book that Cook did called Batman Ego. which had more.
Oh, I remember that.
I never read it, but Matt was like showing these pages, and it had a more traditional comic book storytelling with like 9 to 8 panel grids, and it was really sort of anti-Image at a time when Image was really, really popular. Image Comics, I was a huge fan of Image Comics, but they drew things differently. A lot of cross-hatching, a lot of splash pages, a lot of large panels. But Darwin Cook was doing something different with Batman Ego. And he had a really hard time getting DC Comics to pick up, publish, purchase Batman Ego. But when they did, it was just beautiful artwork. And I was just realizing the storytelling differences between those two ways of drawing comics. And it was interesting stuff, like, because more along the lines with like Steve Ditko when he was working on Spider-Man, for example, 9-panel grid, very simple storytelling, beautiful stuff, or doing something more exaggerated, like, maybe Todd McFarlane's Spawn where it's more graphic looking and cooler looking, but the storytelling might not be there. So I was wondering,
as a junior high kid, I don't think I had the ability. I was learning about storytelling. So, Marvel was the thing Image was the thing at the time, but that didn't mean because we knew what story really was supposed to be.
But it was just cool looking stuff, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Oh God,
So,
it was all Flash.
I'm sorry, Mike, I don't know what to call you. I'm just going to call you Other Mike.
Yeah, you can call me. That's
well, because you said you were in film, so I was wondering if you ever read, and if it had an influence on you, Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns.
Oh yes, that was a big thing in junior high for me. That's when Batman came out. Was when I was 12 or 13 in theaters, and so yes, I got into the Dark Knight and the Dark Knight Returns. I got into Year One. I actually bought the leather-bound version of that whole collection.
Oh, cool!
Back in the day.
Give it to me.
Really?
You're gonna hate this. I literally cut it up for an art project.
Oh my God, you know!
Get him off the show.
Okay. No. You didn't.
Did you buy another copy?
No, I never went back. I had it a number of years before I did anything, before I actually ruined it. But yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
But yes, I read Year One. I really like Mazzucchelli's style.
Beautiful.
I actually I was very fortunate. I can't take credit for my good tastes because I grew up with in high school. I had a friend when I was going to youth group who was really big into comics. His name's Jesse Ham. As far as I know, he still does comics up in the Pacific Northwest, like in a graphic design company or something.
Oh, really?
But yeah, he studied, and he's a Christian artist. But he went deep. He went into Scott McCloud. Like that's where I picked up Understanding Comics by Scott McCloud. That's where he introduced me to studying. I mean, I knew that if you were going to be serious about art, you should study the classics, right? But he was into it. Like, was it John Singer Sargent was one of his favorites? Yeah. So I got introduced to some good art and good artists, and thankfully during the 90s too, you did have the underground independent movement that was kind of the antithesis of Image. So you kind of had two flavors going on there. One that was more scrappy and like still you could have really good talent, and that's where you came up with your comics, right, Mike? Was back in the 90s or so.
Well, that was it. Because when I and a bunch of friends of myself back in the 90s, I mean, we were all inspired by Image. It's like, wow, these guys are making a breakaway from Marvel. They're starting their own thing, and
that was the coolest aspect of it. Yeah,
it was. Yeah. There was a bunch of guys that weren't working for Marvel anymore or DC or whatever, and then it inspired like a whole bunch of other artists to just leave, and it's like, yeah, I'm going to tell my own story. I mean, you had oh man, you had everybody from Marvel and DC just leaving, and I mean, there are so many like Dave Stroman. I mean, because he used to do X Factor for a while, with the way he drew things, and then Mark Teixeira that did Union, which was on Jim Lee's side of the studio. I mean, Rob Liefeld was just attracting like a whole bunch of like new people that nobody knew of, really. Eric Larson was bringing in people like Megaton Man, and his independent comic and stuff like that. Daniel Berry Sports Highlights, how's it going? I'm going to slip that in and say hello. Jack Lumen also dropping in as well. How's it going, my man? Nice to see you, dudes. Great that you can join us. And who else? My God, there was like so many people attracted, but it attracted like people like us because we wanted to draw and doodle and put out our own stories and stuff like that, and that's why it was so much fun. And because of that, it really opened our eyes to a lot of the independent market, because we suddenly sort of all of a sudden became aware. It's like, oh wow, there's Dark Horse Comics, and because when Image finally came out, I'd never heard of Dark Horse Comics. I never knew they existed or anything like that.
I didn't know they existed until after I knew about Image as well. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you had Valiant that finally came out. Then you had a lot of others. And yeah, DJ Play Nice, I'm glad you mentioned this, because Evan Dorkin, with Milk and Cheese. Yeah.
Too much coffee, man. Yeah. Much coffee.
Too much coffee, man. Jim makes a man mean. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's the angry man's drink. Remember that, DJ Play Nice? I remember that. And Evan Dorkin. So, I know.
I just know him. So anyway,
really?
I started working in comics around that time, like in 1994, and I love the Image stuff. Like I grew up a huge Marvel fan. I love the Image stuff. I can't read Spawn anymore. I think I kind of grew out of it. Same thing with Wildcats, but I still love things like the Max and Trencher. And it was a very exciting time. It was the beginning of the speculator market, and a lot of people were making a lot of money. Scott McCloud's Understanding Comics is fantastic, like what Mike was saying. Reinventing Comics, I think, is great. Making Comics is really good. I got to know Scott a bit, and we talked a few times. And around 2005, he and I and a bunch of other comic book creators were getting together, and I was trying to reestablish discussion in regards to comic book creators' rights, because I liked what the Image guys did. I liked that they left Marvel to do their own creator-owned work. I don't like the fact that some of them went back. But I like Scott. We don't see the world the same way. And I met Scott once, and he seems like a nice guy. When he was doing Making Comics, he asked a bunch of us what kind of tools we use when we make comics and graphic novels. So he thanked a lot of us in the book for supplying that information. Scott's brilliant. I think he's working on a new book along the same lines as, Understanding Comics. Before that, he did a graphic novel called Sculptor, or The Sculptor. But we need more people to talk about this sort of stuff. So Understanding, I still reread that. Like, I would give out handouts to my students when I'm just talking about how to draw comics and graphic novels.
I think it's just a great art, and if you're interested in any visual medium, you probably will walk away with something greater understanding about this, because just to have it's like, I think we all experience what he talks about, like about going from the most basic happy face to then differentiating to more realism, and what that actually does to your like perception of the character and stuff. So if anybody's interested in like how that communicates, it's just like a really cool breakdown of the code of visual language, if I could say that.
Yes. That's absolutely 100% true. The weird thing is, like, when I went to college, those books came out. Well, I graduated in '89. So all my college buddies, they were either like doing graphic design work, or they were doing, animation, or working in comics a little bit. And I made copies of a bunch of the pages of Understanding Comics that I really liked. So I made a bunch of copies, and I gave it to my college buddies who are actually working in art now, and none of them were interested.
Really?
It's really weird. And I love them, don't get me wrong, but the whole, and they went to art school. So if you have an interest in creating art, I don't care what kind of art it is. Understanding Comics, like, I love discussion on how one makes their work. And Understanding Comics, it's still a fantastic book.
Yeah.
It is.
Definitely.
Well, that's what I was gonna.
I'm
That's
definitely
why I was asking Mike about his experience. Working in film and whether The Dark Knight Returns had an impact or not. Because Frank Miller just changed comic book storytelling, not just redefining the archetype for superheroes with The Dark Knight Returns, but the way he did storytelling and laid out pages, and the way he put panels together to tell a story. That was not done like that. It was very cinematic. He was getting rid of certain tropes that is special to comics. Like he wouldn't use captions. Like he would use caption boxes to show what a character was thinking, but he was never using caption boxes that said, "Meanwhile in Gotham City."
That's a good point. I hadn't thought about that. Huh?
Yeah, yeah. And his Dark Knight Returns was also a grid. I don't remember the exact size, but same thing with Watchmen. So that stuff was 1986. That was a huge time for comics, and that's when I was still in college, and that stuff just blew everything up, and it was great.
Yeah, I came into it a few years later, 89, 90, when the Batman movie came out. I was in junior high at the time, so you're a little bit older than me. But,
how dare you?
But that was definitely big on the shelves. If everybody was into the Batman craze, right? So that's why they had the leather bound version of that thing with the year 1 and year 2, and not year 2, year 1 and Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah, it was great stuff. I have the artisan edition of the David Mazzucchelli and Frank Miller Born Again artwork. Which I think is still fantastic. Have you ever read that?
I have not.
Oh,
I'm gonna write it down.
Oh yeah, so Frank Miller left Marvel. He went over to DC. He did Ronin. He did Dark Knight Returns. He went back and he wrote some more Daredevil issues, and they were drawn by David Mazzucchelli. And this was before Batman Year 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's probably one of my favorite Daredevil stories. So yeah, that's really wonderful stuff. And then Mazzucchelli did some other weird stuff, which I lost interest in, and his art style became really cartoony, and I really did like that too.
Yeah, I thought he exemplified the underground style. Like I thought he was basically doing not underground, but independent comic kind of style, ink work especially.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
That stuff that he did with Dark Knight Year 1 and Born Again. Beautiful artwork, just beautiful stuff.
I more recently picked up. There's some anthologies. Creepy Presents. I was never into that as a kid, but I'm into Twilight Zone, and so I like that kind of stuff. And so I looked into this for something to read, and I found Creepy Presents Ditko, Steve Ditko, and then who was the other artist? I got 2 of the books, but the Ditko one, I definitely, both of them I like. They're really good anthologies of their work in the creepy comics.
Steve
nice.
Ditko, he's on my Mount Rushmore in regards to comic book creators.
Okay.
So we owe a lot to Steve Ditko. Like all that, if you like Spider-Man and the traditional characters that from the Spider-Man comics, you need to thank Steve Ditko for that.
Yep, that was my gateway into superheroes was Superman and the Hulk, because of the movie, I think, and the TV show of the Hulk, and then later on, I was able to ride my bike to 7-Eleven and pick up a comic book from there for 75 cents, and nice. I got into Spider-Man.
Oh, what's Spider-Man?
Back in the day, I think it was just the Amazing Spider-Man, probably.
Oh, okay.
Okay. McFarlane's. Or Eric Larson's at the time?
I didn't know the artist at the time, because at the time I started reading the Spider-Man books, I was probably only 8 or 9, maybe 10.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I didn't really know to be looking for artists. I was just looking for a good Spider-Man story.
Right.
So what are you reading now?
I'm not really into comic books. I tried to get into the Rippaverse stuff, and I've got. My life is busy enough, apparently, that I don't have a whole lot of time to think about comics. And I've also kind of lost faith in storytelling, if I could be honest.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Like all storytelling, or just like comics?
Kind of all storytelling. It's very hard for me to find something that I find something that I really want to watch on YouTube or Netflix. I have all of them. I have Disney, I have Netflix, I have Prime, but it's and maybe that's just what everybody does is they just find out the one or two things they like per platform and they stick with those. So yeah, it's gotten, I think what's really soured me is all the political stuff that's and the socio-political stuff that's gotten into our storytelling.
Yep.
I don't mind. I didn't mind in the past where somebody has something they want to say with their art, and they have a point that they want to make. There's a moral to the story. I mean, to me, growing up, that was the whole point of storytelling, was that you were trying to extol a virtue or encourage or, those kind of things. And then you get to the storytelling of 5 years ago, and it was like, we're going to tell you what you should think. And if you don't think this way, you're bad,
Right.
And I don't know where the fine line is between preaching and just having a valid point,
Well, I think the problem became with all the woke, crazy SJW stuff that was going on in comics. Yeah, they don't really, well, these new batch of creators and editors at Marvel and DC last, I don't know, since 9-10 years. Yeah, they don't care about their audience anymore. And I think that goes the same way in regards to Hollywood. They don't care about the original source material. They actually don't care about these characters, and they don't even know anything about comics. They're more inclined to just, indoctrinate people in a very woke Marxist feminist ideology. So yeah, I can't read anything new anymore. I don't watch television. I don't have cable or anything like that. A lot of the stuff I do read tends just to be nonfiction. If it's prose, it's just nonfiction.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Steve Ditko. If you're a fan of Steve Ditko, I think 2 or 3 years ago, there was a biography that came out that actually was approved by the Ditko family called Ditko Shrugged. And it's a biography on Steve Ditko. It's also a bit of a history on Marvel Comics as well. And yeah, I can't recommend Ditko Shrugged more. I just loved it. And it was weird because there's not many photographs of Steve Ditko out there.
Yeah.
So there's some family photos in there of Ditko, especially when he was in the army. I thought that was really cool. And Ditko's nephew, Mark Ditko, is carrying on his uncle's legacy. So that's fantastic. Yeah, if you look up Mark Ditko, Mark Zen Ditko on Facebook, yeah, Mark's a great guy.
How do you spell the Zen? Is it Z-E-N?
Yes. So Mark Zen Ditko, or maybe just Mark Ditko. But yeah, he is Zen.
Cool.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of stuff I like, but yeah, usually in these talks I start mentioning things that I really don't like and some of the stuff that I do.
One of the things I like about the creepy anthologies too is that it does have that kind of Twilight Zone vibe. And if you haven't watched Twilight Zone, for the original Twilight Zone, for a long time, I'd recommend going back to it because it has such great stories, and they are more. A lot of them are more heavy than you might remember. It used to. Yeah, I used to think of it just like, oh, that was a fun sci-fi show that did some wacky things. You go back and watch some of that stuff as an adult, and you're like, holy cow! I mean, this was dark,
Yeah, some of them were.
Yeah,
it's rather amazing. I love watching the old Twilight Zone stuff.
Some of it is so beautifully filmed too, because of just the way they had to do it back in the day. It just looks amazing.
Yeah. Well, because when I look at some of the stuff, because like most of us, growing up in the, especially during the 80s and the 90s, especially in the 90s when they brought back, the Twilight Zone, right? And we thought it was because I had no idea it was an old 60s show.
Okay.
I had no idea. And so, when I started watching, it's like, it's not bad. It's not, the stories are, some of the stories were kind of okay. Some of the stories were just kind of downright boring. But I mean, they were. I mean, totally 100% overacted some of them. And it's and I know some of them obviously were filmed in Vancouver and BC because BC was the big hot spot because X-Files.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But you look at I don't even know what season I'm into on my Roku because they have Twilight Zone, the original Twilight Zone, on there, and I haven't watched it for a bit, but watching what I have watched, it's like these are way more fun to watch.
Yeah.
Because you can tell it was like these. How should I put it? For lack of a better description, like these blooming ideas and thoughts of because this is like the beginning of the space race on top of that too, right?
Good point.
And on top of that, even in astronomy, there you can kind of tell they're still having a grasp of how far the universe actually is, or how far galaxies actually are, or star systems and stuff like that. And you can tell there isn't a big giant solid grasp of how truly awesomely humongous the universe actually is as a whole.
I think
right?
you mean huge.
Yeah.
I think you mean
but
huge.
I mean huge. Totally huge. How big? You just wanted me to say huge. I know you did. That's why I love you so much, Mikey. But you could tell that these were just like entirely new concepts that they were just trying to write in, and it makes it so much more fun to watch these than like the 90s one or even what was it, the latest one by what was it, I forget his name, but anyway, DJ Play Nice, you got to get going. Not a problem, dude. All good. Thanks for dropping by, and stay safe the rest of the week, man. So we'll see you soon. But yeah, I enjoyed way more. So, oh yes, that's right, Vince. Yeah, especially the episodes with William
Yes,
Shatner.
yeah.
God, I love those ones. I love those ones. The gremlin on the plane one,
And then the one where he's stuck in the town.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. Yeah. Or the other one where he just comes back from space or something like that, and he's constantly feeling cold, and he's like turning up the heat.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, remember that one?
No.
No, you don't remember that? Yeah, he's like constantly feeling cold all the time, and he has to turn up the heat, and he ends up going to this what was it, this lab or something like that, like and he has to stay in this chamber like where it's like super mega hot that would like kill any normal human being, but it's fun. It's just fun, innocent sci-fi that I love.
I identify with like two of the things you said earlier. You said they were like ideas that bloom in your mind. They didn't get down into like the specifics, like you must believe this world, because they just kind of presented these ideas and then went, okay, now your mind can build on those, And then the innocent part too. That's Al, that's one of the things that I miss about a lot of storytelling is this idea that in order to be taken seriously, I have to have a lot of swearing. I have to have sex in my show or my movie, and it's like, why do you really need those things? You can still look at Star Wars. Okay, Star Wars had one swear word in it. I think in the second movie, Han Solo says, "I'll see you in hell." In the original Star Wars, there's no swearing at all, none. You didn't need it, and you didn't need something super graphic to show that Darth Vader was an evil presence. You didn't need him ripping somebody's head off. Yes, he did choke somebody. That was horrific enough, but it seems like it's gone too far, and it needs to come back.
Well, I think there's a lot to be said about how morality has left entertainment in our culture. And when I'm sorry I keep saying this, but when I was teaching, and usually when we talk about stories, and I was interested in the kind of things that my students were either watching or reading. But one of the things is that we would get on the topic about morality in comics, and I posed that question to my students, and I said, what, in regards to entertainment, what has happened to, do we have any morals in our entertainment anymore? And one student said, no. He said, there is no morality in entertainment anymore. And it was kind of sad because he said it in such a way that was like just sort of matter of fact. I shouldn't say it is, Yeah. It's weird. All right, for example, I think things like I mean, there's been some really terrible stuff out there. There was like a vampire TV series called True Blood, which because I like the vampire genre, but I
do too. Yeah,
I could not watch True Blood. It was so vile, and I was like, "There's no way I could watch this."
Yeah.
So, what has happened to heroes in our entertainment? And because I am sick and tired of like the anti-hero stuff, but it's weird because like I miss like the Steve Ditko Spider-Man. I'll base this on some of the stuff we talked about, and I also like the Dark Knight Returns. But Steve Ditko, for example, like he didn't like the more anti-hero, more dark kind of superhero stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, but I think now with entertainment, it's gotten so bad that I can't watch anything.
Yeah.
And I think that has a lot to say about a person's character if they watch something like what was that? Oh, that fantasy thing that came out some years ago. But
Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I never watched it, but I heard that was quite terrible.
Yeah, and I guess some people maybe have a higher tolerance for just that kind of stuff, and maybe they're a little bit less affected by visual stimulus or something. But I watched one episode of that, and that was enough for me. I was just like, I'm done. And it wasn't even just because of how vile one of the things was in there, but it was also because it was so different as far as like I liked Sean Bean was the character in the episode. He gets killed off in that episode. I didn't know that was a thing with Game of Thrones, that they were just you never knew who was gonna live and die. And so I was all excited about seeing Sean Bean in like this fantasy story, and they kill him off right then and there. And I was like, and then on top of that, the vile stuff.
It's I don't even want to say it's an acquired taste because it's not even that. But I mean, dang.
But people find that to be entertainment, and that makes me really sad.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to see, because all right, here I go on my soapbox, but in regards to comics and superheroes, like I don't want to see a gay Superman. I don't want to see a gay North Star. I don't want to see a gay Hal or Green Lantern character, or I don't want to see She-Hulk turned into like a big, muscular-looking Hulk character. Like I don't want to see any of this crap. And they've changed. These characters certainly are not characters that I knew when I was a kid, but I just don't like it. It's just like, so that's why I want to create entertainment that is sort of more. I don't want to use the word wholesome, but has very strong Christian themes, that it's just good versus evil, and it's fun entertainment. Like we're missing that from superhero comic books, and that's what I want to bring back. And because there's not a whole lot out there, and it makes me sad because, and we also need comic books for children. Like there was a time when there's a lot of comics geared towards a younger audience, but now we have none. So we need to create superhero comics, other comic books that are geared towards a younger audience, but they shouldn't be the kind of graphic novels that somebody like Scholastic puts out, which is very woke and crazy.
Yeah, no, I gotta agree with you on that.
Yeah, see, I don't necessarily have a problem with a character being gay, but the retconning of a character, it's like, why are you trying to take a character that's already established in your audience's mind and now say this is a different person, because it's a totally different person. It's not the same person.
No, it isn't.
Well, their argument is that they're just promoting diversity.
Yes, and they're promoting diversity by using their highest capital asset, because that's the only thing that's going to make the money doing it.
Sure, and they don't sell. Whatever you might think, the audience that reads mainstream superhero comics, they're men, teenage 20-year-old, 30-year-old men that read that stuff, and they like more traditional superhero stories, and that's why Marvel and DC do not sell their comics very well, and that's why also talking to retailers, there are people that are that want the more traditional superhero, Spider-Man, Batman stuff, Superman stuff, and they're just going in and just buying old back issues of those titles.
Mm-hmm. I could understand that.
Yeah. No, because I think we were talking about this kind of like last week. I mean, really, in all honesty, I mean, how many times have they rebooted, let's say Iron Man or Fantastic Four, or or over at DC, they got to come out with some other new crazy concept like, Absolute Batman and absolute Wonder Woman, and and
I'm sorry, I didn't even know the titles, but those sound ridiculous.
Oh, it does sound Batman. Like in this, the Batman looks so thick. He looks like a freaking brick wall. Like, I mean, my God. But what was it? I think it was like a day or two ago. I saw their what Joker is supposed to look like in Absolute Batman, and like he's got a forked tail and everything like that. Like he literally looks like the devil, like with the pitchfork and the horns and all that kind of stuff. Like the fudge. Like I know Joker's supposed to be evil and everybody. And yes, Canadian Spider-Man, I totally 100% agree with you. Everybody wants Spider-Man. Nobody wants Miles Morales. Everybody wants Spider-Man. So, but I mean, it's like I said before, it's this weird liberal malady of taking everything that exists, right? It's the weird liberal mentality is that everything is flawed. And therefore, because we've seen it in numerous types of entertainment, it doesn't matter if it's comic books or movies or TV shows or music or whatever, any kind of form of entertainment. The thing is that everything is flawed and it must be torn down and rebuilt in our image. In our image. That's what it is. So whenever they're talking about, especially, and this is what you got to watch out for, like with politicians and influencers, so to speak, or anybody, whenever they were saying we, like addressing the nation or anything like that, what they actually mean is our group. They don't mean you as a collective nation or anything like that. It's like, no, we as in us higher up people that look down upon you poor little troglodytes that we don't give two craps about.
Yeah, it really is an elitism that they're not even aware that they engender. They just have this idea that I know better and I must. This is like the twisted shepherd mentality. I must force my views onto others to save them.
Exactly. And this is the thing that we're writing because of, like what Al was saying, because we need to bring back obviously good comics to read for kids. Like back when we were kids, obviously, it was actually way more wholesome than it is now, but they do this because this is why we see all this deconstructivism in characters, in movies and stuff. Well, we really need to get down to the nuts and bolts of, this particular character and what makes him tick. It's like, no, what it actually is code for is we need to tear everything down about this character and fill him back up with the garbage that we want to put in order to make this character right.
Yeah.
Because I mean, how many times have we seen that this revisionism of even history going on of like let's say Columbus, for example, oh no, he was a genocidal maniac and stuff like that. It's like, no, that kind of stuff was written by a guy all the way back in Spain that didn't like Columbus and had a beef to pick with him. And therefore he wrote a book basically, bashing him. And for some odd reason, later on in history, fast forward till now, this is what they latch on to. Mm-hmm. They want to latch on to everything negative.
Because it fits their narrative. And unfortunately,
because they can control it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And because it's dramatic, like I don't know about you guys, but being younger, I still find myself to be quite a dramatic person when it comes to things. But
no.
But when you're younger, we all, I think, are filled with this kind of desire to, I don't know, maybe like convince ourselves that we can change the world, and so we gravitate toward these ideas. Like there's that saying that if you're not a rebel by 20, you've got no heart. If you're not an establishment, by 30, you have no brain. And I think that's just largely true. Like as far as like when you're younger, you're learning to think about the world. You're trying to figure out what ideas stick to you, and then it's very easy just to let your emotions guide because you say, "Oh, this feels right," even though you don't understand the nuances of how history works, how governments work, how a society works.
Exactly. That's pretty much it. Let us fill you with our vast knowledge because it's quite possibly too hard for you to understand. Because we know that you come from a system that has oppressed you your whole entire life, and therefore we must fill your vessel with our vast superior knowledge in order to save you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because you don't know that you will end up oppressing other people with your ignorance.
Yes, exactly that, right? So we must teach you the folly of your ways.
And it's really out of the goodness
and
of our hearts doing this.
That's right.
And
yes.
And yeah, of course we are the most moral, and therefore we have to guide the others.
That's right. So because even though
by taking away their guns,
yes, precisely it. Yeah, by taking away their guns, because we're so enlightened. Because after several thousand years of history, all of a sudden we know what the problem is, and the problem is independent thought, independent questioning of certain ideas that certain people bring to the table. But no, we're not trying to control you. We're trying to enlighten you. Won't you just let us enlighten you?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And this, folks, is why communism sucks ass.
Yeah.
So
I'm not going to say
and
that.
Aren't you glad that we've enlightened you?
Yeah. What was that? Sorry, Michael.
And aren't folks out there in the chat that we've enlightened
you? Yeah. Don't take anything that we're saying for face value. Make sure you look at it for yourself.
That's right. Exactly. So, Mike, did you think it'd be like,
why don't you just call me Knute? I should have said that. Call me Knute.
Well, I could. Yeah. But then it sounds like, you're the little girl from Aliens.
Well, that's true. It's true.
Knute.
She turned me into a newt.
Yeah.
I got better.
So, yeah. So, did you have any idea that it'd be a show like this? So,
I didn't know what to expect really. So, no, this is a lot of fun. This is and I got to meet Al and hear some fun from the chats, and
exactly.
Somebody put in a cool meme about how we should be more like Vader. Who was that?
Oh yes, the COVID story.
Vince, yeah, I just popped it up on my screen. That's funny. Pre-corona force choke 6.
I love it. Yes. Brave and Sunny Megatron, how's it going, my man? Another fellow Albertan, nice to see you here. Yes, and if you want to see that Vader story, this is the link that you have to go to. And if you happen to be on Rumble or on X, then again, come on over to the YouTube side of things and subscribe away. And then this link can be yours to click on right now. So, only on this channel can you click on this link. So, actually, because now I'm curious, I'm going to click on the link too. So, Vince, thank you very much for sharing this. You dirty bastard! Curiosity has gotten the better of me, and I had to click on it. So, yeah, there we go. Okay, you know what? What the hell? I'm gonna share this. Share it with the world. There we go. Let's share it with the world. And I'm about to say hi to you. One sec. There you go. Vader's. Oh my god, I love this. Oh, jeez. That's right. Won't everybody be like Vader? Even Vader practices social distancing.
Right.
Pre-corona, forced choke. 6 foot rule, forced choke. Work from home, forced choke. Oh god, I love it. I love it. I love it. Man. And Cole Hauser, how's it going, man? Nice to see you here. Great that you can partake in the wackiness that is this channel on this huge circle episode that we're doing and talking and chatting away that you can make it here. And Canadian Spider-Man, love it, guys. That's right. Alberta. Suck in Quebec.
I thought you guys all loved each other up there. I thought it was a land of peace.
Quebec. Yeah, no. That's just exactly. Yeah, we're just a bunch of false hippies that like to feel like that we're all nice and lovey-dovey and all that kind of stuff. So, Canada has this thing about, how should I put it? It is like, don't get us wrong, you know, we are a nice place, you know, but underneath that Canadian niceness is kind of like a polite, how should I put it? Canadian Spider-Man, you can probably help me out on this. It's more like a nice kind of kind of like almost like a false niceness to a lot of people out there. It's
fake.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially
when it comes to outsiders.
Oh, well, we don't want you.
Something like that. No, okay. But Alberta's different because, you know, we just, like I said before,
welcome aboard.
like the, well, then there you go. See, we're like the Texas of Canada. So,
excellent.
Yeah. So, and we're okay with that because that's why this province isn't going to give up our guns whatsoever. So, and that's the way we like it. Yeah. Other than that, let's see what is going on here. Let me check this out and zoom out a little bit. So far, this is kind of going in the direction that I wanted to go.
I don't see enough pouches. Not enough pouches.
Yeah, I know. I need about a bazillion pouches. So, and don't forget the cross hatching.
Yes.
Yeah, can't forget the cross hatching. So,
there you go.
Yeah. What's that, Al?
Some cross hatching is good.
Yeah, I gotta get you some more cross hatching. That's for sure. So just practice away. Everything will be fine.
They're happy cross hatches. They're happy cross hatches. Yeah.
Well, it's a good way to show where your light source is.
Yeah.
And shadow.
Actually, yeah, Mike, seeing how you were mentioning some of the stuff that you've been reading in the past, I mean, how about this? What was like the last good comic or movie or both that you've seen?
Wow. This is gonna. I think this is gonna expose my cynicism.
Oh, that's okay. We do nothing but that here. So
No, we don't.
no.
Last good book or movie that I've seen. Wow, it's kind of hard as far as the movies are concerned. Yeah, I don't know. I've been rewatching older things, trying to see if things from the '80s were better than some of the things that I didn't necessarily watch or only watched once. Like I watched Spies Like Us more recently.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen that in forever.
Yeah, it's got some naughty parts. It's not it's definitely an immature adult males movie.
Oh yeah. Totally.
But yeah.
I'm trying to remember who that stars again.
Oh, it's Dan Aykroyd and
Dan Aykroyd
and Chris
Eddie Murphy. No,
Chevy Chase.
Chevy Chase. That's right.
Yeah.
Wow, it's been forever since I've seen that.
Yeah. As far as movies go, I can't really think of a movie I enjoyed recently. I have to say that dialogue of the war. Am I still on with you guys or no?
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. My computer's telling me I lost connection. So this latest Superman, just believe in this Superman like I believe Superman growing up. They did, try to load some of the modern mentality into his character, and overall it didn't affect it too much, but I just couldn't get on board with it as like, this is not my Superman,
Yeah.
But it was a well done movie. It was entertaining.
When it came to the part where Jor-El was in the recorded messages, for Clark.
Yeah.
You gotta subdue and subjugate these people and blah blah blah. It's like, what? That's got nothing to do with like the original comic whatsoever. Like, you gotta be kidding me.
Yep.
Oh no. And then James Gunn just tries to pass it off. No, that was a mistake. That shouldn't have been in there. It's like, it doesn't matter. First of all, it was in there.
That's not a mistake. That's a huge plot point.
Well, exactly right. And the fact that it was made in the first place shows your full-on intent.
Exactly.
This is not, like, give me a break. That you hoser.
Yeah.
So, Megatron Draws says Primitive War was a good B movie. The T-Rexes in that film have a better understanding of family values than most liberals. Well, yeah, I probably agree with that. So I gotta check that out. I know that Gary over at Pop Culture Minefield, apparently he saw this, and I mean, he was going on about the military tactics because like most of Gary is like ex-military medic in the army and stuff like that, and he was going on about it. It's like, I just want to watch it for the cheap ass dinosaur effects, and eating people. That's all I want to watch it for. So I definitely still want to check that out. And Tank Ferret Presents. I don't think I've ever seen you here before. So how's it going, man? I like that name. Dang, I really like that name. Oi to all of you magnificent bastards and bassettes. Thank you very much. We like to be very magnificent bastards here on this channel. So greetings to you, and nice that you discovered this channel. So I just hope you like and subscribe. And Cole Hauser, I only saw 2 movies this year in theaters: Revenge of the Sith and The Prosecutor. was hoping to see MK2. Oh yeah, that's right, but that's been delayed till next year. I know, man, right? Mortal Kombat 2, a lot of people are saying so far, pretty good things about that. So the first one wasn't too bad. I didn't mind that whatsoever. And Megatron, Stunning and Brave Megatron. They do the Mama and the Papa Rex genuinely care about each other and their babies. Aww. So they're not the heartless, flesh-ripping reptiles.
Cold-blooded.
Exactly.
Until they start eating off your face, then that's the problem.
Well, yeah, that's different, right?
People are stupid. Sorry.
And with this, they also finally gave us Feathered Raptors, something the Jurassic Park films did only did once. Oh, jeez. See, okay, you know what movie I definitely want to see, and it's really super cheesy, and I heard it's like so fantastically bad. Is and I know that Appion has mentioned it a couple of times when he used to be on this channel. And Appion, if you happen to come across this, I miss you, dude. I wish you would come back to YouTube and your two guys talking, or or the God, and I can't think of it off the top of my head what you're doing right now on your other channel with Padawannabe. He's mentioned it a few times. Velocipaster.
Really?
Yeah, really. Basically this pastor that I don't know how. Yeah, that by some freak accident becomes a velociraptor. It's just sounds so horribly bad. I gotta see it. I don't know why. And I don't want to waste my time watching stupid, retarded movies like that, but dang, I
don't know.
I need to see how bad this is. So Take Fur presents I was once a normal ferret thrown into a particle accelerator by scientists, then bitten by a radioactive tank. Now I'm your friendly neighborhood force multiplier. I love it. See, it works better when you say it like that. So I usually work while working, or lurk while working. Oh my God. And yes, buddy, awesome too, man. I do. We miss Appion. No, totally 100%. It's really horrible that his entire channel got ripped down by YouTube. So screw you, YouTube. Let's see. And when you get to the end of the film, you'll realize the Rexes are completely justified in their little rampage at the end. Oh my God, really?
So wait a minute. Are you saying that this is code for BLM riots? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it must be. Totally 100%. Yeah.
And or socialist uprisings. Yes, you're all justified in the end.
Yeah, but what about if they're eating you and your family?
Exactly.
Come on. People are stupid. Why do I have to keep saying that?
But T-Rex lives matter too.
Okay.
No, they don't.
No, not really. Oh, jeez. I want to. I definitely want to check this out. I know I want to check this out. I've seen little parts here and there, but yeah. Now I definitely want to. So.
Well, normally I don't watch film,
right.
But I did watch a new movie called Hunting Season. It's Mel Gibson's new film.
Oh yeah, how was that?
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Actually, I enjoyed it a lot. It was an action film. Sorry, I can't seem to color and talk at the same time. It was an action film, but it really had to do about family and faith. And
right.
No woke stuff at all. I mean, there's some blood. There's a lot of gunplay. So the action stuff is fine. I don't think there's any cussing at all. But it's just like a dad trying to take care of his daughter, and they get involved with a bunch of bad guys that want them dead. And he goes to town. He just takes out the bad guy. Well, I don't want to spoil anything. Shoots bad guys, and there's some dysfunction going on, which but it seemed like a as far as morality goes, like a 1980s kind of film.
Okay.
With a good guy being a good guy and a bad guy being a bad guy.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's what it was. The good guy really doesn't want to get too involved, but then he's forced to.
What a concept.
Yeah. So I enjoyed it. So I think it's probably one of the first new movies that I watched that I like. But normally I don't watch anything. But I figure with Mel Gibson, I probably can't go wrong because he seems to be like a straight shooter and a stand-up kind of fella. I don't think he wrote it. I don't think he directed it. I think he just starred in it. But yeah, hunting season. I would give that a shot.
All right.
No pun intended, but yeah.
Did you hear about there's him and a bunch of other celebrities are, I guess, creating a conservative studio within Hollywood?
Yeah, wasn't that with? I don't want to. What was that guy's name? Zach something.
Zachary Levi. Yeah, Zachary Levi. He wants to make his own.
Zachary Levi. Oh yeah, he played Shazam.
Yeah. And
but so we are talking about the same thing, I think, right?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah,
I hope so. Like,
and I know Marky Mark.
Yeah, Marky Mark
right,
too.
yeah,
Mark
yeah.
Lorber.
Yeah. They definitely want to make their own studio happen, and it looks like they might want to be taking it to Texas. Because
that'd be smart.
Yeah, because a lot of people want to get out of Hollywood. They just totally want to leave the whole Hollywood scene, right? And I don't blame them. It's the same reason why Netflix is also leaving California and wanting to relocate their studio in New Jersey. It was like one of the news that I was covering a few weeks ago, where they are buying a piece of property. It was like an old military base, abandoned military base, and they bought it. And so the governor of New Jersey is actually quite happy about that. And the reason is because California, Hollywood. So
yeah, so that's one of the reasons why Mel Gibson is shooting Resurrection of the Christ in Italy.
Because it's cheaper.
Yeah, because he said there's no way this movie could get done if it was filmed in LA. Hollywood.
Yeah, no, there's no way.
So, yeah, he was just talking about that. I think last week I was watching an interview.
Just because of the politics, or because of the cost as well?
Politics, all the different restrictions and that sort of thing in regards to like trying to make a film in Hollywood of all places. Yeah, it's very difficult.
Yeah. Let's see. Megatron says no. They kill Soviets for killing one of their babies. Oh, okay, that's what it was. Okay, and Primitive War gives you more Rex action than all the 3 Jurassic World films combined. Well, then it's worth it. Totally 100% worth it. So I'll definitely have to check that out then.
Yeah, but honestly, there's not a whole lot out there that interests me at all. So
yeah, that's true. So
I did find,
but yeah, Tank Ferret, thanks for being here. Really appreciate you. I hope you subscribe and stick around and come on back because we have fun here. So anyway, yeah, go ahead.
I did find a show on Netflix that I actually do like. It's called The Uncanny Counter, and it's a Korean action series that I think is based on a comic book. And it's got swearing, it's got violence, not too much in the way of sex, but there's some inferences. But overall, I think it's a fun story. It's basically it's a team of what they call them Reapers, but really they're exorcists. But they're not exorcists from a Christian perspective. They're exorcists that work on behalf of a kind of middle tier heaven called Young, YUNG. But it's a fun show, and it is a show that questions the good guy versus bad guy thing, and it really makes the bad guys bad. And so it's fun because it's more black and white, and it's more really about like the good guys winning.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, I like that. It's I don't want to say it's pretty bad when Korea is actually outshining North American Hollywood productions, but in this
Well-
case, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, I don't see South Korea or Japan putting up with this crazy stuff, that we put up here.
No, and they don't.
Okay.
They totally don't. So, which is great for us. And I mean, I know a lot of people out there will say that there's really nothing on Netflix, or it's all really, honestly, it just depends on where you're looking. So, because there is actually some pretty good stuff on Netflix. I know a lot of it is crap, but there is a lot of other good stuff that's on there too. Cole Hauser says, yeah, just finished Terminal List Dark Wolf. Amazing.
What is that?
Yeah, okay. Let me ask this, Cole Hauser,
All right.
because you've seen that because that's with Chris Pratt.
It is.
Yeah, it
List
came out
Dark
I believe it was last year. I think it was last year. And I got done season 2. I got done season 1. So I heard season 2 was out. I totally forgot about it. Does it still have Chris Pratt in it?
I don't think
he actually. Sorry, go ahead, Al.
Well, I think the spinoff, he makes a guest appearance, but I don't think it's about him.
Mm.
Well, I did see the first season of it, which I
Okay.
was kind of. Did you see it, Mike?
I have not. No.
Other Mike?
Oh yeah, I did.
Oh, okay, all right.
Call me Knute. Call me Knute.
All right, Knute. All right, sorry. So real Mike, I did see the Terminal List, and I kind of liked it, but it seemed like each episode had a certain formula. Oh, this guy's on the list. Got to go kill him. Oh, that guy's on the list. Got to go kill him.
Yeah.
And it's just like it had a lot of elements that I really like in a movie. It's like military stuff. It's got some action stuff. It's got some family stuff, but it just seemed kind of predictable. And I did watch the whole thing, but yeah, I just eventually lost interest. I'm not saying it was bad. It's just I think I was probably expecting a little bit more. What do you think?
No, I get that. It does have a. Well, I don't want to say it has a happy ending because, a lot of people end up dead, obviously. Oh, yes, he is. Okay, so we still ended. Okay, because at the end of season 1, you're kind of like left. Because he's sailing away to, what was it, Africa? I think it's Africa or something like that. So you're kind of like left to wondering, does he survive? And then when I heard there was a season 2, it's like, well, okay, I guess obviously he survives. So does he get better? It's kind of like the question now, I guess, at this point. So, yeah, I definitely got to check that out. So thank you for reminding me, Cole Hauser.
Are they referring to the new spin-off series and not just season 2 of Terminal List?
No, I'm pretty sure it's a continuation.
Oh, all right. So he says, yeah, I just finished
Oh,
Dark Wolf.
yeah.
So I think that's just
So, yeah, it sounds like a spin-off, but I think it's a continuation.
I think it's a prequel. But I could be wrong. I didn't watch it. So.
Yeah, whatever. I found it better than Reacher. Woo, that's
Ooh.
saying something.
Really?
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. I really liked Reacher. Yes, Reacher has been awesome.
Is that a series or is that a movie?
I have not.
The series, Alan Ritchson.
Yeah.
And it's very violent. It's definitely. I can't say that it has much of a Christian ethos because this character is he's the angel of death.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jack Reacher. The novels, the Jack Reacher novels.
is he really supposed to be the angel of death?
No, he's not. But I mean,
Oh.
that's what he sees his job as.
Oh, all right, gotcha.
Yeah.
That could be a good story. Because I remember Mike Mignola was
Yeah.
talking about when they were trying to do Hellboy 2 with what's his name? Guillermo del Toro.
Guillermo
Yeah.
del
The
Toro.
original idea was that whoever in the story they tried to bring back the Angel of Death, but then the studio and Del Toro told Mike that they were going to do something called the Golden Army, which is eventually what they ended up doing. Although I like that movie.
So Dark Wolf is a prequel.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. There we go. Yeah, Brave and Stunning Megatron says, I actually really enjoyed the new Fantastic Four movie. I'm just annoyed that it is now sharing the same continuity as the new MCU. I personally think they should have ended the MCU with the Kang Dynasty. Yeah, right. Ugh.
You know what?
Yeah.
I've been against watching that new movie because of Pedro Pascal. Honestly,
I know.
I've never been somebody who can completely separate the actor from the role necessarily. So if you're somebody I don't like in real life, I'm probably not going to enjoy watching your movie unless I don't know anything about you. You know? And Pedro Pascal is such an annoying, I think, fake person.
Say it.
Just that.
Say it.
He just, and it is sad because I actually really didn't enjoy him before I knew anything about him. I enjoyed him as the Mandalorian. You didn't see his face. It could have been anybody else as far as I'm concerned. But he apparently is a good actor. And I'm just so averse to spending my money now on things that I'm going to feel offended by. I'm going to feel like I'm being targeted somehow, or I'm being told that my money's going towards some woke agenda, and I'm sorry. I maybe I'll give the Fantastic Four a try based on that recommendation, because it looked like a very cool movie. It looked like it was very visually awesome. But you just start digging into like, okay, well, what message are they going to be trying to tell me this time?
Well, I can tell you this because I've seen it, and actually, while I was doing 21 video transfers, you have a lot of copious time on your hands, and so I'm like, okay, well then, while I'm encoding these, I might as well just watch a movie on my computer at the same time, right?
Right.
To Disney, I do not own Disney Plus. I have not subscribed to Disney Plus. I will say, yes, I sailed the high seas, as it were, and I pirated this movie. Yes, there you go. I admitted it. Okay. Because I'm like you, I'm not paying for this slop. I'm not. It's just not happening. So I watched it, and okay, because more than likely Al is not going to be watching this movie whatsoever.
Nope, go ahead.
No. So I'm not really going to be spoiling anything for Al whatsoever. They got the character of Galactus wrong. 100%.
You mean he's not a cloud? He's not a space cloud?
No, he's not a space cloud.
Oh.
I know, right? Shocker.
I didn't even know that about Galactus, so I probably wouldn't even have known the difference.
No, that was one of the Fantastic Four movies where they introduced the Silver Surfer. They had. I didn't see it, but that's what I heard. They made Galactus
the Fox one.
Yeah.
Oh God, I hated that.
Yeah, thank you, Jack Kirby.
Yeah, right. But here's the thing. In the Fantastic Four. Yeah, totally 100% retards. This pretty much borders on that. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. because I think the same thing. Here's the thing. Okay, so Galactus, great size, phenomenal size. They actually kind of kept his the way his helmet is shaped. They kind of kept the original shape of the helmet, which is great, which is phenomenal. Loved it, right? They got that right. I'm okay with that, because when it comes to accuracy, sure, I'm a stickler for it. I'll admit it. However, so and Slayer Lord J, how's it going, dude? Nice to see you, my man. And let's see, and I'll give this to you. Tank Fair presents. FF was good except for Pascal and his damn mustache. Yes, agreed. It's his damn mustache. So anyway, so Silver comes along, because obviously it's an alternate universe, and so it's Shala Bal that's actually the Silver Surfer, not Norrin Rad, and so I can pass that off. I can give that a pass. I honestly can, right? But I'm hoping for Norrin Rad, the Silver Surfer, right? You know, I mean, I was totally impressed with Lawrence Fishburne as Norrin Rad in the the early Fox movies. That was great, and the voice fit perfectly. Loved it. Not a problem with it whatsoever. So you got the Silver Surfer. I come heralding, Galactus. He's gonna eat your planet. Blah 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 blah. So Fantastic Four go off into space. They somehow, across interstellar space, going faster than the speed of light, be able to find Galactus's ship, which is basically parked at this planet, which is now being in the process of being devoured. So they managed to they try to sneak onto Galactus's ship, but of course, Galactus knows and sees all. So at least that aspect they got right as well. And Tractor Beam pulls us in, blah blah blah. They go meet Galactus, blah blah blah. Huge, phenomenal, sitting in his chair. Great. It's like he does look very imposing. It's great, not a problem. But the problem is that Sue is pregnant with Franklin. Okay, and because Sue is pregnant with Franklin, the whole story becomes that Galactus knows that Sue is pregnant, but to end his hunger, he wants Franklin to basically, essentially kind of take over being Galactus. So Galactus doesn't have to suffer through, his hunger pangs anymore. And I'm like, what? No, that doesn't work whatsoever. I mean, I know that ages ago, when John Byrne was at Marvel, and Al, he was doing the last Galactus story.
Great stuff.
Phenomenal story. Oh God, I wish he would finish it. Because that's an awesome storyline, dude. Because at the end he had one of two endings planned out. One of them was going to be like he goes back in time, like right at the cusp at the end of the universe, and he either takes Dr. Doom or Franklin Richards to take over being the next Galactus in the next universe that is to come, right? So, but the whole thing is like, and especially if you've ever read the Trial of Galactus, which I imagine Al probably has, and more than likely, and more than likely, I'm assuming probably maybe Mike has.
Sorry.
If Galactus ceases to be, the universe ceases to be. That's the whole thing, especially in the Marvel universe.
Well, there was an alternate universe thing with the Squadron Supreme, and that one guy killed Galactus. So I was
something like that, yeah.
I was a huge fan of John Byrne's X-Men and Avengers and everything that Byrne touched in the 1980s. I loved Byrne's work. He was a huge influence on me as a reader, as an artist. I hated his inking on Fantastic Four, but it was great stories. Yep. The Trial of Reed Richards, was that what you? No, it was Trial of Galactus. You're right. Yeah, where they put Galactus. No, they put Reed. I'm sorry, they put Reed Richards on trial.
Reed Richards on trial. Yeah, the Shi'ar Empire put Reed Richards on trial for what he did for Galactus.
I hated that ending
for eating the Skrull throne world.
Yeah. So Galactus. So they had a chance. The Fantastic Four and the Avengers had a chance to kill or let Galactus die the last time he comes to Earth, but Reed Richards decides to save Galactus's life. And then Franklin Ray becomes the new Herald of Galactus. So then the Shi'ar, they put Reed Richards on trial, and the outcome was that all the different alien races believe that Galactus should survive and be alive because he's some sort of natural force and he needs to do what he wants to do. And that I thought was very stupid.
It's not bad. It's like he's the pendulum between like eternity and death, and the continuation of the universe, or the ultimate ending of the universe, right? So I thought it was because Galactus knows of of all the concepts that exist within the universe, but none of them really touch him, because that's why in a weird kind of way, Galactus is extremely very neutral, and Galactus does what Galactus needs to do in order to survive. So in a weird
that
kind
part
of way,
I agree with.
kind of get
Yeah,
that.
He does do what he needs to do to survive. I get that, but all the alien worlds thinking that it's okay for him to be around. I don't. If he's eating your home world, yeah, I don't think I would agree with that.
Yeah, no, exactly. So it's like, well, screw that. No,
seemed a little forced. I understand Galactus's view on things.
Yeah,
he needs to do what he has to survive. It's not about good or evil or anything like that. He has to sustain himself by eating the life force of any planet that has life force in it. I get that.
yeah.
Mike, did you or Knute, did you read any of this stuff?
I did not.
Oh, okay.
But I just thought it was just bizarre that, it's not about. Well, I mean, he he's going to eat the Earth anyway, right? But it's like basically a deal that's kind of struck. It's like, give me the baby, and I promise I won't eat your world.
That's so stupid. That is.
I know it's. Yes.
Why do you gotta get me so mad there, Mike?
Because I love you.
Well, I'd rather have you hate me. No, so that is really, really dumb. Disney is dumb. Marvel is dumb. Yeah, don't watch any of these dumb movies. If you want a good Galactus story, read Jack Kirby's Galactus trilogy and the Fantastic Four, or John Byrne's run on Fantastic Four. Byrne's run when Galactus shows up. Yeah, it's such a great story. It's great stuff.
Oh, I love it. Actually, I just read that the other day. So
it's so good. Like all the stuff with Franklin Ray. I mean, that was Byrne's idea in the beginning, that she was going to end up being a herald of Galactus.
Oh, and, 100%.
Oh yeah. So it was good stuff. Although
I'm amazed that the editors didn't want to stop him. But then again,
no, they
when you're John Byrne at the time, John Byrne's going to do what John Byrne's going to do.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah. So
if I'm following correctly here, the plot line, would there have been any some way for then Franklin to, once he takes Galactus's place, then he just eats Earth anyway, because that's what he has to do?
No, he gets to die. Galactus gets to die if Franklin would have taken over. Yeah, because at long last, the hunger that gnaws on me for billions of years can finally be ended.
But if Franklin's taking his place, doesn't Franklin have to do the same thing that Galactus did?
Well, yeah, exactly, right? So,
but he doesn't have to do it anymore, I guess.
Oh, okay. So it's not for the betterment of the rest of the galaxy. It's just because he's tired and he wants to be done.
He's selfish. How dare you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right.
So
Megatron says Galactus should have selected Lizzo as his new heir. If there's one human I could believe having the capacity to eat a whole planet, is Lizzo. Yes, I agree. And Canadian Spider-Man, and Galactus can have a Rosemary Barton for dessert. Exactly. So there you go. And Tank for yes, I totally agree with this. Says John Krasinski would have been the far superior Reed Richards. Yes. And yes. In Multiverse of Madness, yes, he was the dude, and I thought this is the perfect casting for Reed Richards, and that would have been great. But no, we ended up with Pedro Pascal's mustache. Damn it. God. And I'll call him Pedro Pascal's mustache, not Pedro Pascal, because from what this is what I was told by Rancor Steve, because his brother, as most of you know, fiddles around in that industry, and what was going on during that movie. And apparently, from what Steve had told me, is that the crew, or the people on set, were trying to get Pedro Pascal to shave his mustache, but apparently he would not. And apparently something weird about it being in his contract that he doesn't have to.
Oh, right.
Yeah. because how dare you shame my mustache?
It's his brand. It sounds like that's what he's protecting. That's what he's hanging his hat on his mustache.
Exactly right. It's like, you guys really got to stop it. Like, as much as they want Pedro Pascal to become a thing, he's not going to be a thing. I'm sorry. He's just not. He's had some good roles, but I mean, other than that, it's like you said earlier, Mike. I mean, he's good in Mandalorian. Don't get me wrong. He was okay in that. And I have no problem watching him in that. But I mean, everything else, no, forget it. Just forget it. He was funny in that Nicolas Cage movie. That kind of was funny. I don't know if you've actually seen that.
I did see that. Unfortunately, it was naughtier than I wanted it to be. I thought it was going to be a little bit more goofy.
Yeah, right. I mean, he was funny. He was funny in that, but yeah,
he seems to do a good job acting, and there is something about the camera that they say the camera likes certain people, right? And and he does look good on camera, and apparently he was really good in Game of Thrones. I wouldn't know because I didn't watch it, but
oh yeah, he was on that, wasn't he?
Apparently,
don't know.
Yeah, huh? Go figure. Yeah, but yeah, him and his damn mustache. Yeah. Apparently, it's in the contract. He didn't have to shave it. So, go figure.
Yeah.
Yeah. What can I say?
Actually, there was one movie that I watched on Netflix with my girlfriend that was really, really touching. Actually, it was with Chris Pratt, and it was called The Electric State.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, that was
Yeah, I've seen that.
That I felt like was a more solid kind of like that took me back to kind of like the storytelling and the good versus evil, idea that was more present in like the 1980s, like young adult teen kind of movies,
right.
Like the never ending story and stuff like that. So a little bit more on a fable side and not hopeless, it wasn't super dark and like apocalyptic that everything's just going to end. It actually had characters that cared for each other and good one out ultimately.
I didn't mind that movie. I didn't like it. I know, like, people like Critical Drinker and stuff like that. It's like, oh no, it's just I don't know. He didn't come out and say like it was bad, but you know what? I don't care. I didn't mind it whatsoever. I thought it was a pretty half decent movie.
Yeah.
So and sure, Millie Bobby Brown, whatever. I know they're trying to make her a thing too, but
and she is a decent she's a good actress. She is. She's been in other things. I haven't watched myself much, but I did watch her in. There was that. It was a Sherlock Holmes movie.
Oh, Enola Holmes.
Enola Holmes, yes.
Yeah.
And she's good in it. I mean, she does a good job on camera, and it's about the story to me. So if you can carry the acting role and it's a good story, then who cares? Just
exactly.
Don't be Pedro Pascal's mustache.
If she starts growing one, wow. Dang. No, you're right. Personally, I don't know. I don't have a problem with her acting or anything like that. It all has to do with the writing. That's all that it is. It's just the writing of certain movies that are just, it's either good or it's just complete and utter dog crap. And I'll say it like that because
and ultimately is it nihilistic, in its attitude, or is it optimistic?
Right. Exactly. I just happen to like the fact that we get a Mr. Peanut president.
Yeah.
So I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah.
But no, it was a pretty decent movie. I liked it. I didn't mind it.
It wasn't the best thing, but I'm honest. I've lowered my expectations as I've gotten, I guess older and I've seen more movies, and I'm not as wowed by movies now that I've learned more about the real world.
Yeah. Slightly older and embittered.
Well, just more eyes have been peeled open,
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Peterson says, yeah, I like Pratt is taking cues from Charlie Kirk when it comes on camera. Yeah, exactly. Totally leaving them out, right? They don't need to be on camera. And Vince Womack, thank you. I will save. Thank you for the reminder. Let's see. Braven setting Megatron. When I think of Reed, I almost see him as more of a fit and subdued version of Bill Nye. Like if I was to draw Reed, that's probably who I think of physically. And that makes sense. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I said so. He's not big and buff and muscling like that. No, he's an egghead. That's what Reed Richards is. He's an egghead. So yeah, he's not going to be, muscular like say Captain America or anything like that. Yeah, he's going to be, thin, maybe a little gangly, so to speak. So
mentally, I go back to Fantastic Four from the '80s. Who was that? Maybe I'm mispronouncing it right, but John Buscema. Yeah, in his style, where he was like a athlete. They all were all drawn like they were athletes. They weren't buff. They weren't like huge muscle-bound athletes, but they were more like runners or track stars or swimmers. That's the way I always saw Reed Richards. He was always like a classic handsome guy too, But he was like almost like the spitting image of a scientist in the 50s, if you will.
Exactly. That's the way I trim. Mr. Peterson says, yeah, Millie is a good actress, but from all accounts, she is a little bit cray offset. Well, she's falling into the whole Hollywood crowd, right? So, and depending on your mental fortitude, so to speak, kind of depends on, which way you're going to be, which camp you're going to be falling into. So, and Vince, yeah, that's the one with Henry Cavill as possible Sherlock. Yes, the Enola Holmes. So
that was a good movie. I didn't see the second one, but that first one was good.
Yeah. Let's see, and Stunning and Brave Megatron. Not that I would have cast Bill Nye, but someone with his similar physical traits. Yeah, no, I totally get you, dude. Like, I think he would have been more lankier, fit build, and more narrow shaped skull. Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. So, and so we got the mustache. So because we got to make him popular somehow, some way. And John, yeah, he always has kids face away from the camera until they reach 16. Yes. And Bill Nye can suck my no zone. Oh my god.
Oh my.
Because Bill Nye, that's another
story.
Can of worms to open up. Oh yeah. Because he falls into the anybody can be a woman kind of camp. Yeah, don't know what a woman is kind of thing, blah blah
something
blah.
About like he wasn't actually even a scientist to begin with. He was some guy that they
just an engineer. Yeah. Dolph Lundgren has more degrees than Bill Nye, the science guy, who's it's
right. I've heard about Dolph Lundgren. He's got like a master's in chemistry or something.
Yeah, chemistry, chemical engineering, and I think astronomy even. Like a bunch of other stuff. He has like a bunch of PhDs, while Bill Nye is just basically a glorified engineer. So that's pretty much it. So yes, just like Andrew Garfield Spider-Man, lean and athletic. Exactly. Yeah. So that's more of the build right there. So oh really, I didn't know this. Yeah, so the second Enola was pretty good as a follow-up, and there is a third in the works. Okay. Interesting. I like that. So, yeah. So let me see here.
Okay, this is, I know, everybody's favorite place to get news, but from NPR.org about Dolph Lundgren. Back in 2014, they say before he was Ivan, He-Man, or even an Expendable, Dolph Lundgren was just another 6'5" Swedish male model with a black belt in karate and a degree in chemical engineering. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That
guy had it all going for him.
Dang, dude.
He had it all going.
I would like to see him take on Jean-Claude Van Damme. That'd be awesome.
There you go.
Jean-Claude Van Damme is not a martial artist. He's just an actor, and he liked to dance a lot. So.
You shut your hole. He's a martial artist. Don't you dare.
He is not. Don't get me started.
Oh, man. But can he take on you know who? The only man in history that can take on anything and live. You know who I'm talking about. Chuck Norris.
No, Chuck Norris is a force unto himself. So he's getting older now. Chuck
he
Norris.
is.
Yeah.
I know. Man.
He's like, isn't he like 91 or 90?
Oh my gosh, is he really that old now?
Is he that old? All right, you're gonna have to check that out.
I'm definitely gonna have to check that out.
Maybe he's not that old. Maybe he's like 80.
Where's my phone? Let's ask Siri. Hey Siri, how old is Chuck Norris?
Chuck Norris is 85 years old.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Wow, 85?
Yeah. Wow.
What do we got here? Oh. Sorry, Mike, another question with the performances ones, where you split them up into school term folders. Just curious. Right. How's Wednesday night? I should pop right. Okay. Transfer the money tomorrow or Tuesday. Okay, whatever. I'm going to have to answer that question later.
That sounds like an important one.
It sort of kind of does. It's the person that I did a whole bunch of video transfers for. So
what do you
no,
how are you
actually,
transferring
no,
those?
no.
Or if you don't mind sharing the secret sauce.
I don't mind sharing the secret sauce. So ages ago I got a little USB device that I can just basically, plug into the computer. And, you just get some old audio video cables, the yellow, red, and white ones.
Okay, yeah.
So, and plug it into the computer. It comes with a little program. And so while you're hitting play on, on a VCR, on a, a video camera or, whatever, it just records it in the RAW as MPEG video. And then once it's done, I'll just convert it to an MP4 format. So,
and that's all driven by what's on the USB. Like there's a little program on there and everything.
Well, I mean the program is kind of like separate.
Oh, okay.
So
but you store it on the USB.
Yeah, but I store it like on my hard drive, and then after I convert it from an MPEG file to MP4, which is obviously it keeps the video quality, but it shrinks it down considerably.
Yeah. Okay.
Then I'll put them all on a stick. So that's what I'll do.
Cool.
Okay, let's see. So did I were you able to split them into the school term folders? Okay. Everything is labeled as per on the video cassette, so they are all on the USB memory stick individually as per your wishes. Yeah, whatever. Okay. That sort of kind of makes sense.
How How's Al's coloring coming along? How much more coloring do you have to do, Al?
Well, I just started today working on coloring these two strips.
Oh yeah.
So it's time consuming.
So wait, so you draw analog, but do you color digitally?
Yes, I'm doing that right now in Photoshop.
Okay.
So I like Photoshop. I know some people who are part of this discussion do not really like Photoshop too much, but yeah, Photoshop is my friend.
You know what? Here's an interesting question. Okay, no, sorry. Finish because I've got a question.
Well, I was just gonna. One other thing I was going to mention is that yeah, so I do all my coloring and my lettering in Photoshop. So especially the lettering, like when I was going to school, like it was all hand lettering. So
yeah,
if you made a mistake, yeah, you had to take out the razor blade or whiteout and just and always fixing that stuff by hand is terrible. But yeah, Photoshop makes everything easy.
So if you remember, like a few years back, or not a few years back, I think it was like last year when the news kind of came out that Photoshop doesn't matter what you were going to do, anything that you did on Photoshop or Illustrator or anything else was basically the property of Adobe. So has that made you slightly worried about doing all your stuff on Photoshop?
Well, one, I don't know if that's true. Is that actually true? Like,
yeah, because it's in their terms and services.
I never signed anything, and also I don't think they can access.
Well, and that's what a lot of people were saying. So,
but also, like, I don't think they can access my material. Like, it's not up on the cloud or anything.
Yeah, but apparently, what was it? The thing that automatically is installed anyway, with any Adobe software in turn, a Creative Cloud. I think it's Cloud or something like that. It all gets automatically uploaded anyway. And Tank Ferret, dude, yeah, gotta bounce. Dadland calls, share, like, and subscribe, and stay magnificent, everyone. Thank you, dude. I really appreciate you being here, and welcome to the channel. That's right, Tank Ferret. I love that name. So, Tank Ferret. Yeah, great that you're here, and hopefully you subscribe, and if you also share the channel away. I really appreciate it, man. Honestly do. And wow, still one away from 1300 again. So I've been bouncing around 1300. It's I get the whole pins and needles. I just want to finally just stay up and above 1300. For the love of God, please somebody subscribe. That didn't make desperate now, did it? No, anyway, there's a good alternative. I mean, don't get me wrong, I use Photoshop too, but a lot of graphic designers at the time when that news came out, a lot of people were switching over to I think it was GIMP instead of using Photoshop, which essentially does the same thing that Photoshop does, and it's free software on top of that too. So let me double check.
Well, I like Photoshop. I'm not concerned about that.
Yeah, it was definitely GIMP.
I haven't heard anything that stated where they were trying to get control of somebody's IP, so I'm not concerned.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing a video about this because I use the Adobe Creative Cloud as well, and not that this is proof positive, but we use the Creative Cloud at my job,
Right.
and we never received any notice or concern that and it's a corporate license that we use for Adobe Cloud,
Right.
and it never came down to us that like, oh, we're abandoning this because now Adobe owns everything that you do. So I don't think it's really that true. And Google AI overview, not that you can trust that 100% either, but it says you retain ownership of the content, but grant Adobe a broad, non-exclusive license to use it to operate services like sharing, displaying, creating backups. And crucially, they clarify they don't train generative AI on your personal content unless you're using Adobe stock or explicitly opt into it. So it sounds like it was something they probably necessarily had to put in, saying, hey, if we're going to enable these services for people and we're going to put their stuff into our system or whatever, that, you know, there's going to be some use that we need to have of your stuff.
Yeah. See, because that kind of stuff just makes me extremely leery when I start hearing this kind of stuff, you know, because you spend forever, you know, working on the stuff that you create, especially in these programs that we've gotten so used to using.
Yeah, just look up Adobe Terms of Use creators' rights, and I came up on their AI overview of it, and they specifically say no marketing use. Adobe won't use your content to market itself or sell it to others.
Yeah, so
Right.
I'm not concerned. I mean, I remember, so I'm not concerned at all. I don't think anything bad's going to happen. All my stuff is copyrighted anyway. So I'm not worried about any of that.
Yeah, there we go then. Then we shall not worry.
Well, I remember hearing stuff like about Facebook too, is, you know, which I think was also, you know, urban myth where whatever you post on Facebook, Facebook owns it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I don't think any of that's true.
I think as a user, you probably have to grant them a certain right to push your content where it needs to go and that kind of stuff. So in that regard, they have a little bit of use of your material, but it would be a class action lawsuit of huge proportions if it came out that Facebook or Adobe was utilizing somebody's stuff and making money off of it.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, they kind of already do anyway. So because every little link that you hit, you know, like on Facebook or, you know, whatever, it all goes into an algorithm, and that algorithm, you know, of what it is that you're looking at online ends up going to places that end up, you know, showing you ads for,
you
know, stuff.
Yeah.
So,
I don't doubt that, you know, they're trying to watch you when they can, or if they're tracking you. See, that's one of the reasons why I don't own a cell phone.
It's Big Brother.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. So I don't trust anybody. But yeah, I have no interest in getting a cell phone. I feel pretty safe in regards to posting stuff on social media, so I'm not too worried.
No. Unless, of course, you get a call by the RCMP about, you know, posts on X, like what happened to me, and
well, that only happens in Canada. So
that only happens in Canada.
Those crazy Canadians.
Oh, but isn't it also happening in the UK where it's like, oh, you're not allowed to say that?
Oh yeah, they'll come and arrest you.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
unbelievable. Hey, another country that has clamped down on gun ownership. And then I saw something more recently, and I don't know, I didn't verify it myself, but talking about that they were proposing even clamping down on knife ownership.
Yes, exactly.
In the UK?
In the UK.
Yeah.
Well, what are the immigrants going to
yeah.
use when they want to chop your head off?
Nah, I don't know.
Pet knife? I don't know.
Well, yeah, I'm certain that they're not going to follow any sort of law. So.
Yeah.
No. Because some citizens are more equal than others.
Well, you mean citizens, or are they citizens?
Yeah, well, according to the government, they are. Yeah.
Such a crazy. It's insane. I know a guy who likes, like, every 6 months or so, he likes to spend a couple of weeks in Europe, and it's just like, it's absolutely insane. Like he'll go to like Paris. He was in Amsterdam. It's just, you couldn't pay me to go to Paris or France. Normandy might be nice, but short of that, I have no interest in going.
Yeah, no, neither do I at this point. Just
crazy.
No.
I mean,
it is rather.
Hate Americans. It's like, I mean, they might like Canadians a little bit better, but
probably not by much.
I am glad to hear that that Japan has their new prime minister, that lady. They're calling her the Iron Lady or something like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's been something that I've struggled with, the idea of like, okay, how far do we let multiculturalism go? Like, and is it a good thing or a bad thing? apparently the Japanese government made a declaration that there was pressure to provide land for Muslim only burials, and in their parliament, some lawmakers stood up and said, no, if you need that, you need to go back to your homeland where there's land for you to bury your people like that.
Excellent.
And it's not a matter of disrespect, in my opinion, to that culture or that religion. It's saying, look, your ways, you've decided to come here, and your ways are not compatible with the culture we have here.
Exactly.
So, that is, I mean, historically, that is why you had different nations and why you kept different nations and different ethnicities and nationalities, because you shared a culture in common, And I hope to goodness that we can get back to that point where we do say, look, a common culture is not a racist thing. A common culture is a base of similarities that we all have agreed to are some good traits to hold.
Yep.
I agree. But
in this case, you can actually say that some countries are better than others.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the insistence that cultures are all equal. And, if that's really true, then you can't object to anything that you find morally reprehensible that another culture does if you're a liberal, and you can't hold both ideas in mind at the same time and say there is a standard and yet there isn't.
Correct.
Exactly.
Hey, Mike or Knute, I'm sorry. Yeah, stop making sense. So there's that. Also, I don't think the Japanese put up with a lot, but they put up with enough that actually it is a problem with all the illegal aliens going into Japan.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that they had a problem with illegal aliens. Huh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because their last liberal government, they were letting them in like crazy, like gangbusters, and
just like ours, just like America.
Exactly, and just like here in Canada too, it's the exact same thing. And what ended up happening is that a lot of these quote unquote, displaced refugees that needed so much help were ending up harassing the populace, and to the point of causing fights and graping young girls and stuff like that, and a lot of people were just sick and tired of it.
I mean, you should be. That's nothing that any nation, any group, any community should put up with. It just blows my mind that like you're a guest in somebody else's country. You should be acting like a guest.
It's my country now.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, it's insane.
Exactly.
Because I was watching some videos of some neighborhoods in Japan, and there's like no Japanese in the videos. They're all like all these illegal aliens.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Gap. Because Gap says, but aren't there some cultures that are just not compatible? End of sentence. Well, see, because here's the thing. Because over 10 years ago, Japan said, because when they first said no to bringing in people from certain Asian nations, they were saying, they are not compatible with the Japanese way of life. And because now that they've had their little run-in with that extreme liberal government, or their liberal form of government at that time, they definitely found out. And because like we mentioned on the news, especially like last year, with Pop Culture Republic, Appion, and whatnot, when we were talking about what was going on in Japan, about how this communist feminist group in Japan were trying to petition the UN to to stop making women in manga and anime less sexy, because they found it sexist, and they were trying to find out from people by hanging out in front of in front of stores and convenience stores and taking polls and stuff like that to find out like what are you watching, what are you reading, and stuff like that, and really like bothering people. And they've had enough. They don't put up with this kind of intrusion. Japanese people do not like to feel intruded upon. They primarily just like to keep to themselves. And, I mean, they'll interact socially, when it's a bunch of close friends and stuff like that. But other than that, it's like, no, don't get in my face. Like, I don't like that. So, and they found out.
Yeah.
And that's why they voted for this new Iron
Why
Lady.
are they reaching to the UN? If your country is turning a cultural corner and that's no longer acceptable, like, I'm not saying one way or another how I feel about the sexiness of manga or not. There's a lot of reprehensible stuff, I believe, in Japanese literature and in manga. But create that change within your own nation. What is this reaching out to the UN? That's oh my gosh, that's the mentality that is just wants to give power away. Wants to give your right to yourself and your own destiny away.
It was ridiculous. It was like totally ridiculous. Trying to find out. Essentially, just leftism is a disease.
It's a trap. It's a trap. It's it's a whatever you want to call it.
It's a full-on trap. It's a trap.
It's a trap. Yeah.
But it's like first of all, it's none of your business. It's none of your business what I want to look at, what I want to what I want to read, what I want to look at, partake in, or anything like that. It's none of your business. It's this weird. I have to know, what you're doing and everything like that. It's just bizarre. It's just really bizarre.
Well, it's all about control. That's what they really want.
Yeah. Well, yeah, right.
And it's the control because they think they know better.
Well, exactly, because they're the enlightened ones.
Yes.
Yeah. So take the COVID shot, eat some crickets, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Wear your mask.
Yeah, right.
I live in the socialist state of New York, but I still see people with their masks on, and it's
really.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was at a ShopRite the other day, and a young lady was helping me purchase something because the machine was acting all kind of funky. Yeah, and she was wearing a mask. So.
I live in the People's Republic of California, so I understand your viewpoint, Al.
Thank you.
Because yes, we still have people over here, and granted, maybe masks are used for. This is what I tell myself when I see somebody with a mask. I'm like, maybe they have a lot of allergies, and this they found out actually does help them because we had to go through COVID. But I still see people in their cars with masks on, and I'm just going like, why, really?
Yep.
Yeah.
What's going on?
That part I don't get. Yeah. I really honestly don't. Like, you're in your car.
Well, they're not.
You don't need to.
They're not thinking for themselves.
No.
They're doing whatever CNN is telling you.
Well, yeah, that's true.
And it does happen at the corporate level, because I just had to go to the hospital today to visit the pharmacy, and they have a mask policy during the fall, apparently.
Oh, really?
And so I had to wear a mask going into the pharmacy.
What if you didn't, though?
I'm sure they would tell me I had to.
And then what?
I don't know. I haven't tested it.
Oh.
I just want to get in and get out and get on with my life.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Don't blame you.
But that's because I'm pretty sure that's because the hospital group is obeying what the county is saying, and they don't want to be in trouble with the county. Not necessarily that they believe it, but that's how stupid our policies can be and how controlling, even though it's not law. We have not been told that out in public we have to wear masks, but in that hospital we have to.
So what's going on with New California? Is anything going to happen with that?
New California? I haven't even heard about it. Is it the same as old California? Because I don't want that.
No. There are parts of California that want to secede.
Yeah, it hasn't been
really
big news as far as I know.
This.
Yeah.
There's been talk about like the state of Jefferson. I don't know if you had heard of that, Al.
No.
But that was a secession group. Unfortunately, it sounds like it might have been more white supremacy based. So definitely not in favor of that. But I haven't heard anything really about secession too much, except people have floated the idea. I've seen videos on YouTube going like, should there be a northern California and a Southern California state? I don't see how that's going to happen with how liberal the state is in our politics right now. I just don't see how they'd get the kind of support they'd need to become a separate state.
There's also a lot of talk about, well, there's some talk, I guess, that Mel Gibson might want to run for governor.
Oh, I have not heard that. No.
Oh.
I'm not the most informed person, though, so I'll just say that. I'm not the most informed person.
I did actually hear that. So that Mel Gibson wants to.
Now, did he say he wanted to do it, or is just other people are trying to encourage him to do that? I don't know.
I don't know. That's a good question.
I hope our state can pull things around. I mean, we just had that election in November about Prop 50, which was should we allow the legislature to draw our districts, for voting, and California had already spoken years ago, and we voted on a thing saying we want an independent group to do that, so that ostensibly the legislators and such in office would not be gerrymandering the districts.
Right.
So I voted no against that because I was like, yeah, we've already got a system that was put in place, and it was, from what I understand, put in place for the exact same reasons by I think liberal California government at the time. So it's like, why did we even have that in the first place? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention at that time. But it went the opposite direction that it should have. We shouldn't have redistricted because it's just letting the people in power make the lines of our districts. So if we're up against that kind of thing, Al, I don't know. Hopefully Mel Gibson will run and we can get him in as a Republican governor. Yeah.
Yeah, I would think that would be fine, but I think the first thing many states need to do, or they should do, is fix their voter rolls.
Yes.
The Trump administration told certain states to comply and give them all the information in regards to their voter rolls. And 18 states, not surprisingly, decided that they weren't going to do that.
Yeah.
And why would they not want to do that? That doesn't seem very nice.
No, it doesn't sound. It's not. It's not American on the face of it, because you're not. You're saying that you want to protect people who shouldn't be on the voter rolls is essentially what you're saying.
Correct.
So why would you be for that? Except for the fact that there's the Trump derangement syndrome thing, and that's what they're betting on, is they want people just to be like, well, I think Trump's bad for the country and he's anti-American himself, so therefore I'm going to be for everything that's against Trump.
Well, there's that, but also, yeah, if they actually fix the voter rolls and we had fair and legal elections, the Democrats will never be in the White House ever again.
Well, let's hope those 18 states capitulate.
They should comply. Yes, that's true. So I think
that's why we need Alberta. Because we are primarily a very conservative province. So, for like pretty much over 100 years. Except for one small little stint, but we got over that really quickly. So
I heard there's a bunch of provinces that are feeling anti-BC right now.
Yeah, it's sort of kind of like that. What was it? It was well, first of all, it seems like now Saskatchewan, our next door neighbor, is totally 100% with us about the whole separation kind of thing, which is great because they bring a lot to the table as well.
Is that the oil state?
Well, no, actually that's us.
That's you. Okay.
Yeah, but Saskatchewan, they got like the largest potash.
Yes, that's what I was hearing. Potash,
world.
okay,
And lithium.
and lithium. Oh wow.
Yeah, a lot of lithium. British Columbia, however, it is it's definitely going conservative, but of course, you know, like with most states, most of the liberal voters are, you know, in the big metropolitan areas. The thing that we're kind of facing now, because, you know, being landlocked and all that kind of stuff, is you know, getting our product to the rest of the world. And British Columbia, they don't like us, and they constantly keep on trying to block us trying to get our product to sea. So apparently Carney was saying something like, you know, hey, no, you got to let them build their pipeline to the ocean, so you're going to play nice. But a lot of British Columbians don't like that. And some of the First Nation people are, you know, trying to get in a little bit of a huff, and it's like, well, you know, they're not going to be going over our land, so forget that noise. No, it's not going to happen. So it's like, well, then we'll just go around your land. How about that? So, you know,
yeah.
I don't know. It's really wacky. Province politics. It's a crazy thing. So, but yeah, we'll just see what happens. And yeah, other than that, we just want to get out of here. That's basically it. We've had our fun time.
Yeah.
And now it's time to pick up our and. Dude, finally, our techno sapien geek, otherwise known as AKA Tom, finally back. He's finally Tom.
Who?
Thomas?
We like Tom.
I know,
Where's
right?
Tom? Is he going to
Tom
join
is
us?
in the chat.
Well, tell him to
he
get
can
in.
join us maybe if he wants to. Yeah, Tom, you've been told by Al, get your ass in here. So
Yeah,
I'm
sorry, Mike. It's, I realize this is not my show. So please forgive me.
That's okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. Our New Brunswick needs to shake our stupid libs heads idiots. LOL, you know well how bad some are here. Oh God, yeah, dude. 100%, man. 100%. I get you. If you want a link, I'm gonna. You know what? I don't care what you're gonna say. I'm gonna send you a link anyways. So there. That's the democracy that lives on this channel. You're going to get a link and you're going to like it, young man. You're going to get a link. I'm going to link your ass so hard. You're going to just on this channel right now. And not in that particular context. I'm just so excited. John, what was it you were saying about B in the chat there? I'm just trying to do some things at once. Something about BC doing fishing, blah, blah, blah. And hold on here, Tom. I know you're in here somewheres. In my Facebook Messenger chats. Trying to find Tom. There we are. There you are, Mr. Tom. As he clicks the paste. Screw it. There we go. Paste. Do it. Do it now. There. Tom, you have a link.
So, Knute, where do you get your news from?
Where do I get my news from? I get my news from.
No, Fox is the devil.
I get my news from. Honestly, I get my news from YouTube. From various people I watch. I watch some in my rotation. RJ Talks, Officer Tatum. I watch Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire clips and stuff like that. And to be fair, I I look at the news and what I learn from various channels to see, does this fit with the trend that I've been feeling, I've been seeing across information. I have not gone in specifically to verify all the data that I listen to. And I want to just be clear about that, because getting the truth out of all this stuff is a heavy duty lift, or it can be. And I understand why people don't want to do it. And I don't do it myself unless the urge is big enough. So I'm careful about what I read, and I try to find out what the bias is, even if it's on a channel that I generally speaking, agree with the philosophy of. A lot of it comes down to philosophy for me. If the person on the channel seems to share my philosophy about human nature and about the nature of what liberty is, then I'm apt to listen to them, because I think ultimately that drives the decisions of the kind of information that they'll give me and the kind of point of view they have. But a lot of different YouTube channels, and I generally look at the news on those channels as I am aware of things that are happening. I don't necessarily know the details for fact, but I think it makes me aware. And but if I really want to be able to say I know this for fact, I need to go do the research myself. It's what I did when October 7th happened. And Israel was attacked, and it really bothered me, the idea that there was a grand push to support. And I might get in trouble with some of your viewers, Mike, even because this is such a bad topic. But it was horrific what Palestine did to Israel, and I know from my own personal experience with a friend who converted to Islam. We're not friends anymore, not because of that, but just we grew apart. Right. And I asked him about the whole point of does Islam really preach a one world theology of the world coming under one Islamic rule? And he said yes.
It's a caliphate. That's what they call it.
Yeah.
So they're waiting for the Mahdi to show up. That is the Antichrist. That is their Messiah. So they're waiting for him to show up to unite the Muslim world and turn everybody into Muslim. So that's their goal. I agree with you about Gaza and all that sort of stuff.
If I could get to the point I was trying to make there, I actually researched myself because I wanted to make sure that I was representing things correctly. And I knew that Hamas was the organization behind that because I watched the news and I listened to it. And then I went and looked up what was referenced in an article about the charter of Hamas. And I forget where the website was, but I looked up the charter, which was posted somewhere because somebody wanted people to know, this is the actual charter of Hamas. Read that charter, and then read that there was a revised charter which softened some of the language, but their bent was already proven in their first charter that they want to destroy the country of Israel. They want it not to exist.
Yep. Right.
And when people said, how can you say that about Palestine? I said, have you read the charter? I have.
Yeah. Yep. So that's what Islam is not a religion of peace. They want you to submit or get your head chopped off. They want a worldwide caliphate, and that's what they're expecting to happen. But also as a Christian, like Gaza is mentioned several times in the Bible. In Zephaniah, chapter 2 tells us that Gaza will be deserted. So there will be a point where there's no one going to be living there. That doesn't. But I just want to make this last point. That does not mean that I trust the Mossad. I don't trust them. I trust the Mossad as much as I trust the CIA. So
right.
And I'm just going to say that between the two in that conflict, yes, I am more apt to. I do side with Israel because they were attacked, and it's just so ridiculous how this keeps happening to them, and then the cry seems to be the same from the other side at whichever point. And I don't necessarily trust all the government organizations either implicitly, but between the two, I see Israel as they're the ones who got the brunt of it, and Palestine should be held accountable.
Yeah, I agree with you, but there's a part of me that hates this idea, although I actually think it's true, that Mossad, the IDF, actually saw this coming and they didn't do anything about it. Because there were some troops that were saying that they were told to stand down. So I would not be surprised if the Mossad was working with Hezbollah Hamas. Sorry, Hezbollah's in Lebanon. With Hamas to bring about the events of October 7th. Like I think the CIA and the Bush II White House was working with Al Qaeda to bring about the events of 9/11.
Yeah, and I don't know anything. I don't know enough about that to really make a comment. But
well, for years I didn't believe it. Like, I mean, because I was living in Jersey City at the time. So yeah, I saw all that happen, 9/11. So it took me decades to actually come to the conclusion that there's some stuff going on here that they're not completely honest about.
No, not really. And John, totally 100% heard the news about what's going on in Australia. First day of Hanukkah and what happened over there. It's I
didn't hear about this yet.
It's nuts, man. Bendy Beach in Australia, and Muslim terrorists basically shot up 11 or plus students on a bus on the first day of Hanukkah. And Tom, how's it going, dude?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I can totally hear you.
Okay, good.
Tom is back.
I haven't used this in a while. Hi guys. Hi Al. Hi. It's I'm getting better. I got to get away on Friday. I went to the film party up in Fredericton for a night at I'm with the New Brunswick Film Co-op, and it was nice. They had a party. My friend invited me up, got me a drive up there. It was nice. I mean, it was a quiet little thing. We watched some like 6 independent films, and then just had free food, stuff at the end of the event. And then I helped clean up. I know the person that runs it. I stayed to help clean up, and then she had a guest house for me. The place I stayed previously last year, and I just met my friend, an old buddy of mine, for coffee the next day, and then went back home. So,
nice
to meet you, Tom.
Same here. And hi, Al.
Tom, yes, we've missed you, so I'm glad you were able to join us.
I missed you guys too, actually, and just times a bit. Mike, he knows what's going on. I've just been going through a bit, but the eyes are getting better slowly. I'm getting my mental health back. Actually, Fredericton always rejuvenates me. Part of me always says I should move up there. It's such a creative city. It's more thing. But going back to what you say, New Brunswick is so left-leaning sometimes, and I used to be, but I just can't. You figure common sense, it's lacking in some of the elderly, I should say. It's really bad. People don't see what's going on.
Well, they are
seriously though. You should. No. I know. Put them all in a home and don't allow them to vote anymore.
Right.
It's a sad time
in New Brunswick, at least.
Yes, which drives me nuts. Oh, I swear we're backwardsville.
I'm speaking from personal experience. My parents. It's interesting when you kind of do get red pilled, to use that term. And I've always been conservative, generally speaking, in my life. And my parents were too, but I think they also didn't necessarily stop to really think about things for themselves, because in the past, you supposedly didn't really have to, right? You could trust the media, you could trust ABC News, you could, trust the government. And so I think they grew up in an era where they were taught that they could do that. And I think it's hard for people to make that shift once you have the wool, the scales pulled from your eyes, and you go, oh, okay, now I don't know exactly what to believe or where I could get my information from, because it's all so scary now, And so some people, I think, just haven't unburied their heads from the sand yet.
Well, here, I'll speak on, at least for Canadian side, a lot of people believed in CBC for years. And I used to like CBC Radio. It was actually a really good channel. But then a certain leftist party bought them out completely. And I'm not right, I'm not left, I'm more centrist. There's views on opinions and things. I just, I like to, I use common sense. That's what I use, common sense. But CBC was our big source for media for the longest time, news and everything. I wouldn't trust them as far as I can throw them nowadays. They're just so bad. It's just, they're owned by the Liberal government now. And it's just, I don't trust. It's funny enough. And I've noticed this, being a YouTuber and a person that does online for the last 12 years, it's funny. I had more news from TikTok that was more realistic than actual news channels. Like during our trucker convoy that happened, I was getting more realistic news from TikTok than I was from news sources. I'm like, what is going on?
Like, can you explain that? Because seeing it from afar, I didn't believe the nonsense that was coming out of the mainstream media about it, but it did make me raise an eyebrow and go like, oh, how much of this is actually true? And, is there some negative stuff happening with this convoy?
Well, yeah, like, he was born in Fredericton. That's cool, Vince. Yeah, Fredericton's a good city. But like, I knew some people that actually lived in Ottawa at the time, and they were personally telling me, yeah, this was going on. And then hearing people on TikTok, they're saying, no, the truckers weren't beeping past a certain hour. They were actually cleaning up after themselves. They were feeding the homeless. They're actually giving to the homeless. That bunch of racist rhetoric, that was a bunch of BS. That was people from the outside. Probably, what do you call those people? Those group of people that make these rallies look bad. You know what I'm talking about. I can't think of the group's name again.
Antifa.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was probably them coming in, making them look. No, they were actually cleaning up those statues, getting rid of that racist rhetoric, because there was not racism there. It was just people. They were feeding homeless. They were just fighting against what they believed in. And no, the truckers are doing good. And this came from people that were living in Ottawa. And then yet CBC kept on saying, oh, no, it's this and that. And they were making stuff up there. And it was almost proven. It's ridiculous. And it's like, it was scary. It's just, I don't trust them. And it's sad because I used to love CBC, like CBC Radio. I had Brave New Ways, one of my favorite radio channels and radio shows. And then CBC used to have great television back in the 70s and 80s. Yeah, I'm old. But, but yeah, I don't trust them anymore. Like, they used to be good network, but ever since they sold out to government, I just, I don't.
Yeah, because we all know that fascists bring their own bouncy castles to events like this and stuff like that. Yeah, because nothing says oppressing an entire country than bouncy castles. So, if you're gonna oppress the people, do it in style. At least do it like you're having fun. Exactly. So, oh man, yeah, I've been missing you, man. I've been really hoping and praying that you've been doing really well and all that kind of stuff too.
Well, I've been wanting to talk about some other things. I'm like, I gotta get on your other show because let me see, Laura Croft. The whole media is breaking down on that. I'm like, she looks hot again, even though I thought the previous one was kind of hot, but now she's extra hot with her boobs back, and now the whole internet's like, oh, that's bad. Like, shut up. No, it's.
Are you talking about a movie that's coming out or the new?
No, the new games. The new games.
Oh,
They're re-releasing. They're going to do it after the original game again, and she looks more like the old Lara Croft with her boobs back and the old uniform. And it's like, oh, that's right. But she looks hot in this one, and the whole internet. A lot of the girls are like, oh, they're using AI to make her look hot again. That's wrong. Like, what?
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, the internet's on a blaze right now on it. So
ever since what was it, Enos? I think it was Enos, like way back in the day when they originally owned it. Ever since they sold it, it's just been complete and utter garbage.
I didn't mind.
It's like,
hey, I'll be honest. Well, the last 3 Tomb Raider games are fun games. They are great games, and Laura's not a bad looking girl in it. She has smaller, frontals, but I mean, they were fun games. They're really good games, but she looks more like original Lara Croft, and the world is all these feminists are like, oh no, that's it. Get over it. It's what she was created as. That's
love to have you back, man.
Oh, so much has happened. So much.
Oh man. Yeah, no, I mean, other than that, let's see.
So
yeah, communism is a hellhole.
Yep.
Okay.
Galactus is great only in the comic books.
Right.
Islam is evil.
Yep.
And they're always lying to us.
Yes.
So
I'd like to say this just to it's one of those uncomfortable arguments to have, Al. but I think the thing we have to be careful about with saying that one religion is evil or not is that not all people who are quote unquote of that religion of Islam are Muslims are hardcore Muslims, so they're not necessarily the ones who want to have the world burn and be resurrected under a theology or a theocracy. And that's a difficult thing to kind of say and to have people understand. And I'm not saying that that I believe that Islam is good in and of itself, but it's all about the kind of importance the person's going to put on the text that they say drives their religion.
Right. So Muhammad wrote, "When you meet the infidel, kill the infidel." In America, American-born Muslims, they actually don't read the Quran or the Hadiths, so they just believe whatever the imams tell them. But also under Islam, it's not good to lie unless you're talking to a non-Muslim, so then you can lie all you want. Mm-hmm. But if you study Islam and you read the Quran and the Hadiths, they have a clear message, which is to take over. Okay. I believe that with their Mahdi, when he shows up, the Antichrist, he's going to unite the Muslim world. So if there are some Muslims that are kind of on the fringe, either, they're going to comply and they're going to think it's a good idea, or they're no longer going to be Muslim. So, and we're also talking about a religion, so we're not talking about like an ethnicity or a race of people.
Right, or any individuals, specific individuals. Yeah.
Right.
No, if you don't mind if I give my 2 cents on this. Now, I know we're not going to talk about the foreign religion, but if we do about that, Canada has that problem too. But now if we're talking about the Muslim religion, my opinion on this is if you're not one that's, for the extremism, then you should be fighting against it, though. You'd be talking bad about it. But even the quiet ones that aren't, they're not talking about it, bad about it, though. They should no, we're not with the extremists. They're not standing against it, though, too. That's why they're just as bad as the one extremists, because you're not fighting against it. To me, if you're not willing to at least fight against those that are making your religion look bad and talking with the Quran and the evils that it's an evil book, then to me, you're just complacent and you should be fighting against that. That's like the Christians saying years ago, we were having, you have dark hair, you're a witch. No, eventually the religion said, no, we're against that. Let's fight against that. And we change. It's time for, I've met some good Muslims that they don't believe in but they're not speaking out. If they need to speak out against this BS that's going on.
And here's from my understanding of Islam, Al, it sounds like you're a bigger student of the books and the readings. I have not read the Quran myself, except for to look up a verse or two. But from what I understand of the religion, they it's a very controlling religion, psychologically, because when you are born a Muslim.
Yeah, everybody's born Muslim. Yep.
Yeah, even me and you, we were born Muslim, and it's only because we either don't know or we've rejected Allah that we are not Muslim anymore, and therefore that is why we are worthy of being killed.
Right.
So like the liberals, we need to be enlightened.
Well, or your head chopped off. So yes.
Right. Yeah. But, exactly.
Yeah. There's a great book called Islam Reviewed by a fellow by the name of M. Ali.
Okay.
It's a nice little trade, little paperback. You can find it on Amazon. So Islam Reviewed. Yeah, I would check that out. The guy is a former Muslim, then became a Christian, and he writes about what Islam is all about, the history of Muhammad, and how it differs from Christianity.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I haven't made it through this one book, but it was called "Why I'm Not a Muslim" by Ibn Farad, I think. But he grew up in the Islamic world and learned about the Quran and all that stuff, but ended up not being a believer. And so he talks about how all the evils, or not the evils, but why he's not a Muslim himself, even though he grew up as an Arab.
What is what's the author's name?
I think it's Ibn Farad, IBN. It's probably better just to look it up. Why I'm Not a Muslim.
Okay, yeah, I'll look into that. Cool.
Yeah, I noticed there's authors that write books like that, and I'm quite. Why do they leave the religion? Because it's not good. It's scary. At least the way it's portrayed. It's very controlling. It's scary. And they want, if you're an infidel, if you don't follow in line, I'm like, no, and that's not the way religion should be.
It doesn't allow for your individual, autonomy.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, Saddam Rushdie was onto something.
And I'm not talking about the race side of it. I've met many Indians that are amazing people.
We're not talking about race at all.
No, not at all. It's the practice of the religion itself, and it's scary.
No, I only bring up Arab because it's largely historically an Arab religion.
Yeah.
And exactly. That's the orientation of that author. Sorry, It's Ibn Warraq, Warraq, Warraq. And he made the point. Yes, I am Arab by birth, and I don't believe in Islam.
Yeah.
All right, got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Cool.
Can we talk about Mike's artwork?
No.
Is it review time?
I'm liking how this is done. This is kind of cool to stand out with the background you're putting in.
I'm gonna try something that on since like the 90s. First of all, Mr. Peterson says Laura's hot again because Sweeney. I
yeah.
I 100% agree. Let's see. Invincible Mike. Okay, controversial opinion. I didn't mind the figure of the last Laura. I prefer.
Okay, Vince, I'm 100%.
And for the amount of exercise Laura gets, her fat bags would be drained.
Yeah, no, I'm going to say this right now. I'm with Vince on this. I like them smaller too, and I actually thought the last Laura looked more like an athletic woman who would do the things here. Like I thought, and she was hot. So the one, and even the actress who played her in the video game. The last 3 games are great games. If you haven't played them, that was a really good take. It's not about her thing. It's just now they're saying her face looks very seductive, blah 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 blah, and stuff. I'm like, no, it's just Laura. Laura's a beautiful English woman who is a Tomb Raider. That's what she is, and it's like. Get over it, people.
And Gap, I do got to agree with you on that. Yeah, they could be lying to you, Tom, because you're an infidel to them. It's like the Borg. It's a collective. It's a collective.
Yeah.
You will assimilate, and we are the Borg. Resistance is futile. Exactly, because they got a thing. I believe it's pronounced the Kia. That it's permissible to lie in Islam if it advances the cause of Islam.
And look at
so and if you're an infidel, it's okay to lie to you. So it's like if you have a religion that is encouraging you to do naughty things, then no, is that a virtue that you actually want to be following? Probably not. No. If a teaching is telling you it's okay to lie, no, I'm sorry. No. It's never okay to lie. God almighty. But yes, if you want to, you can go ahead and talk about my art. So
if you have to lie about something, then there's something wrong.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, what are you trying to cover up? Well, I don't think I'd like to.
I like what you're doing here. I like the sword. I someday want to collect swords. By the way, I like the sword.
You don't have any weapons there? Well, you live in Canada, so.
Actually, we have blades. You can get blades, but I've always wanted to collect. I've wanted to collect swords all my life. I love swords. I've always been a sword, like the classical, the bastard swords, the double great swords, the Japanese swords. The way I actually got documentary of how. It was an art form to learn to be. I wanted to be a blacksmith. I did blacksmithing up in King's Landing, not the Game of Thrones King's Landing. We have a museum, a living acting museum where you actually act out and stuff. And it's King's Landing here. And I was a blacksmith. I actually did. But the Japanese, how they would make samurai swords, they'd fold it thousands of.
Yep.
And it takes 7 years to train to be a blacksmith to make those swords. It's an art form. It's beautiful. It's such a cool art form. And those swords are amazing.
I have a couple. I have a katana and a short sword.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, but just don't tell the governor of New York. So.
Oh, right. Yeah.
But it's great that, Tom is talking about, Islam and getting swords and stuff. Tom, I think you're a lot more conservative than you really think.
Trust me, I do have my opinions on the other side as well. I'll always be centrist because I'm open to discussion. You know what I mean? I'm open to discussion and what have you. So, but trust me, a lot of people would say you're more conservative, especially the way the world is now, because the extremist leftists just scare me. They're nuts. But
so, Tom, try this on. I am probably I'm more right than you are, but I'm also independent. I didn't feel comfortable signing on to either party in America here. But ask yourself this when you have a discussion with somebody or you're trying on an idea for yourself that you think is too conservative or too liberal. Ask, what is the ultimate, if I push this idea to its ultimate outcome and I made it to the extreme, what would be the outcome that I would arrive at? Would I be more free or less free? And I think that's a very powerful question to ask when you're talking about anybody's rights or anybody's ideas about what a right should be, or what right you should give up, or how much money you should be paying the government. I think it's a very, that's the only hope I really have for bridging the gap, is like trying to help people see where their philosophy leads.
Yeah, no.
It is a pretty good question.
No, it is. It is. See, like I said, my opinions on certain other things are more me and Jason. We agree on a lot of things more, even though he's more right now and stuff. But well, you know my takes, Mike. You know my takes on certain things and stuff. And it's like I said, I just want a better world and common sense to come back. That's something that's lacking in everywhere. Common sense. You know, what happened to it? Why don't people do? And I actually had this conversation recently with somebody. Like, common sense literally is not common anymore. It's just gone out the window. Nope. I don't get it. Like, it hurts my head. Our world is full of...
I often wonder that. It's like, when did all of a sudden everybody become a blatant flaming retard?
Exactly.
I'm gonna put it as brutal as humanly possible.
Nope.
When did everybody all of a sudden become absolute idiots?
Yeah.
I'm not being facetious here or anything like that, but I mean, like the other day I was oh God, what was I trying to do? I was driving and it was actually like last week on the way home, and you're in traffic, you're going down the highway, and all of a sudden this car, without even looking, because you're supposed to do the head check and everything like that, it just literally almost smashes right into the right of my vehicle where I'm driving in that particular lane. Not even a head check or anything like that. And he's like, kind of like looking at me like, what happened here? It's like, or just stupid things like that. It's like you're listening to, for example, like on in Calgary. And it's like another pedestrian was hit, after trying to cross the road. It's like, why aren't you looking before you cross the street? I mean, this should be like instinctual at this point.
Yeah.
Why? But the only thing I can just come up with is like all of a sudden, I don't know, like maybe some super villain somewhere that we're totally not aware of, all of a sudden just use some sort of retardo ray on the entire earth, and only some of us are immune to it. Like, honestly, I'm just
no. I don't think the other of us are immune to it. I think we were already at that level. It just dropped everybody else, and we were immune because we were already there.
That's what it was. Yes.
Oh no! I have a theory. I think some time shift happened, or some shift, and some of us were sent to an alternate universe. We didn't realize it. It's like a mirror of ours, except Idiocracy existed. Like if you ever seen the movie Idiocracy, it's actually a documentary now, and it's like some of us who are from the normal world were shifted over there, and we're like, why is everybody so dumb now? But it's just, what's going on?
Right, but I'm not wrong. You became flaming retard.
You're not.
Like, why? No.
And as for the driving thing, and I'm sorry, this is not gonna. People's like, this is gonna be racist. No, I told you about that woman I follow. She drives her motorbike around the world, right? Itchy Boots. Every time she's through like the Saudi Arabia, Indian countries, they don't have laws over there for their driving. They just drive. There's no lights. Some cities have lights, but they'll drive in front of each other. And I've seen. That's why everybody talks about the truckers. They have very little laws in their driving rules over there. That's why when they come over here, they can't drive and they don't follow traffic rules because they don't have traffic laws a lot of times over there. And I'm not even blaming them. It's just
India apparently is like that too. Where
oh my god, if
people won't even stop to help somebody who was hit in an accident. Apparently,
no. And it's like, what is going on? Like, I was hit. Me and a friend 2 years ago, we were driving at the bottom of the street here, going to her place. And this guy just came right through the lights and slammed right on my side of the car. And it's funny, him and his friends from India, all of a sudden he was alone, but a bunch of them seemed to congregate and appear out of nowhere. It's like, oh, don't report his insurance. He doesn't have insurance. It's like, no, but nothing happened. He got away with it, but yeah, it just rammed right into us. Didn't even stop. It's like, oh, yeah. And you notice all these truckers that are getting in accidents. I wonder why. Like,
no, I can't imagine why.
Yeah.
Mike, are you going for like a Eastman and Laird kind of the duotone kind of look?
You know what? I don't know. I'm just trying something. There was a piece of artwork that I did. Let me I can bring it up. That I did ages ago, like way back in the 90s. Let's see if I can bring it up here. Way back.
Good old days.
Yeah, the good old days before the world crushed me like an egg. Yeah, I know.
By the way, just on a heads up, the new Predator film is actually really good. I think me and you talked about that. Yes,
actually, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it was really good. I enjoyed it. And then I took myself to a double bill. I haven't gone to the theater in a while, and I said I had like a free thing. I seen that, and I seen the second Sisu. And if anybody hasn't seen that, he's like an ex-Finnish soldier who takes out the first movie. He takes out the Germans. Second one, it's more Russians. Whoa, the second one's just as good as the first movie. This guy's just a pure badass, and it's the same people that did the John Wick series.
Oh, is it?
Some of the they actually worked on it, and it's just so good. This guy's just a pure.
Al, I'm sorry. When we were asking about movies, I can't believe I didn't even think of John Wick. I watched John Wick 4. I've seen I think 3 out of the 4 films now, and I like John Wick 4. I like that series. I like how it's true to itself. And I guess so that's not really I don't really have a problem with the morality of it because I know the morality of what we're going into, but it's bad guys against bad guys, and ultimately what's going to happen with this dude, he's a boogeyman, and so I don't know how you feel about the protagonist being a scumbag. But
right.
I do like it when the story is just obvious about what it's about, and you're not trying to manipulate me, and I can just go into it going, yeah, that's what it's about, and I'm cool with that. And John Wick series, the ones that I've seen have been so awesome.
Well, I have a couple of questions for Knute and as for Tom. Knute,
okay.
So you saw the 4th episode of John Wick, but you only saw 3 of the movies?
Yeah, I think I missed. I might have missed number 3.
Okay. I like the only thing that sort of, well, let's see. I did like the first John Wick film. I think the language, the cussing and stuff that really, bothers me a bit. But the first movie, that is like that's a man's movie. Like, you got a guy, he just his wife, bad guys take his car and kill his dog. So that's like then that's like the first 10 minutes of the movie, really, and then he just like goes after everybody else. So that's great. Excuse me.
I love it.
By the fourth film, it looked like a video game because there were shots like a bird's eye view, and he's going through like an abandoned church, and it looks like a video game that you're playing. That was it gets a little bit too much.
Did you see that on like streaming, or did you see that at the theater?
Streaming.
Okay. I didn't notice that as much as you did, maybe because maybe my bar was just kind of low already. But it did seem more artificial than the first one. The first one was definitely, it seemed more cinematic as far as it looked like real sets and real scenes and stuff. So I will give you that. Yes, there was a lot more artifice to John Wick 4, but I also don't mind from an aesthetic perspective. I don't mind some artifice because it actually helps me get into the world a little bit more. It lowers the bar to my believability. I don't know. It's like watching a Tim Burton movie back in the day. It's like, oh, that's a 3D, that's a model, not a real neighborhood. But somehow that makes it more of a fairy tale than if it was a real neighborhood.
And
I want to get my take on this, John.
Okay.
But Al, for you were saying first, yeah.
Oh no, I just wanted to ask Tom because the new Predator movie, isn't it? Like, I don't want to sound well. I don't care. The lead character is female and she's got like a half robot. I heard it was kind of woke, but are you saying it's not?
No, it's not. And actually, the lead character, the lead predator, is actually male. He's like the younger brother of another predator, and he has a female helper. She's like a side character.
Right.
Yeah, she's a cyborg.
She's a Weyland Yutani.
Yeah.
Oh, she's a product of Weyland Yutani.
Yeah, which is from the Alien. Yeah, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
So this predator is a badass, but he actually talks. His language. So it's like, they're introducing the predator's language into it. I like that. And
it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really well done. Like, so nowadays, I find the word woke is thrown out there for everything, and it's like, not everything is woke. You can have a great female lead in a film and still be good. But yeah, I can see sometimes when it's forced down your throat, then it can be woke. No, there was nothing woke on this film. I didn't find it. I thought it was really well done.
Okay, so what I was trying to do on the page here is kind of like something I was doing like back in the mid 90s, like with this old comic that I was doing, because I kind of like the outline, like the silhouette outline of what I was trying to do like at nighttime, right? So I'm trying to do that with with the tones that I got sort of kind of going on right now. So that's kind of what I
definitely got that sense of silhouette. Yeah, I was talking more about like the texturing you were doing with that overlay, the gray overlay, like that dot pattern.
Yeah, the zippertone type of
zippertone. Is that what it's called? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. And trying to pay attention to the chat as well.
Well, I was just going to say,
you know what? Because
manga thing.
Go ahead.
Manga. Okay.
Yeah, probably. I had some. Tell me, I forget exactly who it was, but that Frank Miller did something like that, like back in the 90s. I think it was a Batman story of some sort. I'm trying to remember.
Elektra.
Let's see. Just going because I want to make it look like a Elektra. Okay, was it Elektra? All right. Let's see. Question for Tom. This is Mr. Peterson. So let's see. In the hold on, come on up. Okay, so is it more right, or has the left gone so far that what was once considered left is now center right?
Yeah, it's hard to explain, really. I mean,
there's
far left and there's far right too. Like, I don't agree everything with Matt Walsh says, but yet I like some of his stuff. But he can go a little bit too far right, like hating everybody in the LGBT community. And I don't say T because I'm tired of that BS. But I have friends that are in the community. Like, we don't hate on No, it's not a bad community. There's some good people that are actually leaning more right now. Like hating, like Matt Walsh, kind of like we all got it. No. To me, there's extreme on both sides. To me, let's get rid of the extremists and let's communicate and find a good solution for that. But my opinion on the T, that's gone too far. Some of it, like children are this. No, they're not. Leave kids alone. So, but anyway,
leave kids alone.
Cole Hauser, driving here in the GTA. So bad.
Grand Theft Auto?
Some guy trying to cut me off. I honked. Yeah, that is Toronto. Yeah. He gave me the figure, and we got a red light from the Middle East. He locked the door and the light. Oh my god! Really? He knew? Yeah, he better know.
Yeah.
Oh my god. No, you Batman! I give you finger. Oh shit! He's coming to get me. I better get out of here. Oh my god!
Oh, and I love the attitude that I'm going to give you the finger, even though I was the one who cut you off. I love that attitude. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know, right? Let's see. Sisu.
Oh, Vince has not watched the first one? Oh, you got to watch it. Oh, dude, it's a brilliant film.
You got to watch it. Exactly.
Good.
Exactly.
All right,
I actually rewatched
John,
the first
I agree
one
with
before
you.
going to see the second one.
Totally 100% agree with you, John. 2 is like World War II John Wick. Exactly.
Well, the
Instead
people
of a
that did
dog,
John
it
Wick
was-
actually worked on it.
100%.
So, well, no, there's a dog in it
Yep.
too. There actually is his dog.
Right.
He has a dog in it too. So, yeah.
Well, there
that's
we
going on
go.
my
Now
list.
we got somebody new here. Oh yeah, you definitely have to watch it. Somebody new here. So hi guys, and hello to you. Knockout 7-star scream. So nice to join us. Hit that subscribe button, my dear friend, and keep track of what is going on here on this channel. So yeah, nice to see you. Great that you can join in. And Wimblade says, yeah, makes me think of Masamune Shiro style. Thanks, dude. I really appreciate that. Is quite the compliment. Thank you very much. Because going back to and I want to also say hi to FKHC, otherwise known as Tim. Great to see you, my friend, and glad to us. But Windwave, yeah, going back to when we were talking about comics, and independent comics that we just kind of discovered, I suppose, when Image came out, because I was actually going to mention this.
Robot.
When we blah blah blah, words cannot form. We found out a lot of other independent comics and stuff. Like Dark Horse, that actually introduced me to manga, and that's actually how I discovered artists like Masamune Shiro and Appleseed and a lot of the other works that he did. Yeah, and I think as a Japanese comic artist, as that goes, he's a phenomenal artist, just phenomenal artist, especially when it comes to a lot of the painting that he does. Great stuff. So I'm sure that you probably have seen most of it, stuff like Intron Depot and a lot of the other stuff that he's in. But yeah, I suppose, yeah, you could totally 100% say he's an influence of sorts when it comes to manga. Yeah, just great artist, super phenomenal artist. So, and I mean, I got quite a few artists that I like anyway. And it's not just for a lot of North American influences or anything like that. It isn't, because I mean, like just a few weeks ago on this show, we were talking about other influences like Mobius, for example. Great artist, and that really turned me on to a lot of the other European artists, which, I mean, over the years I've seen, because when I was over in Germany ages ago, when I was like visiting relatives there, you discover a lot of different kinds of comics like Asterix, which I'd never seen in North America. It wasn't until I went to Germany that I actually kind of found this out of that, or Tintin. And again, it wasn't until I went to Europe that I kind of, found out about these other artists and stuff like that. So it was a moment of discovery, I suppose you could say, for me. So, but
hey,
if you
y'all,
got a cool hip style, I can deal with it.
I've got to jump, but thank you for the great discussions and good time and nice meeting Al and Tom and all you guys out there in the chat.
Take care. Nice
but yeah, see you in the funny papers, as they say.
Yeah, dude. No.
Yeah, thanks. And,
thanks for being on.
Again, I like to chat about stuff again. So.
Oh, cool. Sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike can contact me
and while
or
you're here,
whatever.
And while you're here, is there anything that you want to plug on your channel?
I have a YouTube channel. Check me out at MP Reviews. I do Transformers and Star Wars reviews. You can see a little Star Wars thing in the background there. And also check out Prime Animations. Carlos was on earlier. I am actually an editor on Galvatron's Revenge. We are currently working on assembling the Blu-ray release of that. So check his channel out on YouTube, Prime Animations.
Are you on Facebook?
I'm on Facebook as Michael Knute.
Okay. I'll look
Yes.
Awesome.
Here and let me okay. There we are. I got the links.
Thanks, Mike.
Multitasking.
Yes.
That's right.
One of your
like Arby's, I got the meats.
I think that's a great thing to sign off on now.
Yeah. You're smart.
Check out his mighty meats. So there you go. There's his links that you can go ahead and check him out there. And if you want to drop him a message, there it is right there on Facebook and on YouTube, and check out the channel. And Mike, yeah, dude, I really appreciate you being on, man. So
thanks for the invite. Really appreciate it. It was a great time.
Yeah, not a problem, dude.
All right, guys.
All right.
See you later.
Peace.
Bye.
Talk to you later, man. See ya.
Oh, you know what? I already sent him a Facebook.
And
request.
Oh, there you go. Perfect. Let's see. And Winrave says, just a note, CRC in your drawing, that as her uniform dressing is not skin tight, that some of the clothing at her waist should be covering the top or some of the top or portions of the belt. Yeah, no, I know. I kind of gleaned on that actually as I was drawing. I'm just I don't know, maybe it's just me subconsciously, because what I like to do is, like, you know, if I tuck in my shirt, you know, I don't like anything like hanging out, so to speak, or, you know, kind of like lipping over, if that's even a word. So maybe that's just my subconscious coming through or something like that. And yeah, it probably is. So I like everything nice and neatly tucked in or whatever. The other thing is, if that bit to the left of her eye is supposed to be her ear, and not an ornament of some kind, it should be lowered a bit. Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Actually, I agree with that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Let's see. And Joe Dog, what's up, dude? How's it going, my man? Nice to see ya. Great that you can join us today. And it was actually Prime Animations that sent me here. Oh, really?
Go.
Ah, nice. Yeah, dude. That's the thing. I got to get back to Carlos on that, because I think he was opening up submissions of sorts to do voices for the next film that he wants to do. So I think, because I wanted to do that. Yeah, and that ear is like totally way too high. Holy crap. Why did I draw that?
Yeah, I noticed that. It seems pretty high. It's like,
my God, what is wrong with me? I should not be doing this.
I just finished doing voices before I came to your oh, they're better. You already fixed it. Boom.
Yeah, there we go. So what about there? Okay,
actually,
great.
I just did voiceovers before I came over to back here. A buddy of mine's doing a webcomic, and I did some voiceovers for him. So that was kind of fun,
really?
doing some voice work again. It's like, yay.
Nice. That's pretty cool.
But yeah. If I may give my 2 cents on the John Wick thing, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Since it's been a while, you know, I know it was a while. I think they're brilliant films. And do you know that the way Keanu trained and the gunplay has changed the way filmmaking is done with guns. It really has influenced Hollywood. Like the way he held his gun seemed more realistic. And even some soldiers themselves said it seems really well done. And Keanu really, there's a documentary of him making that, because he was a big part of, you know, producing it and everything. And like he really went in depth of holding the gun, and the way it was filmed even has changed the way action films, with the pacing, the angles, everything about it. It has changed the way action films are done. And that's why when you look, Sisu was done by the people that did that, you know, within. So similar. And that's why it's very similar and so successful. And now his character is not a good guy, but the way I look at it, his character wanted to get out of that life. He wanted to fall in love, and, you know, and that it is a story of a guy who wants to just try to change his life, just live with this girl that he loved and his dog and stuff. But they bring him back into the life. He tried to escape, but they brought him back in. And then they killed his dog, which was given to him a symbol of his girlfriend's or his wife's love. That's what it's supposed to represent.
Yeah.
And that was like, boom. So, but yeah.
That was the last straw.
Yeah, exactly.
The last straw.
And Ballerina actually isn't bad. If anybody's seen the Ballerina one, that was well done. I liked that one. That's like a spin-off of that universe. And Keanu's actually in that. John Wick is in it. But that was really fun. That's a fun film, the Ballerina. So that was really well done.
I was actually going to check that out. Yeah, because I'm not going to lie. I like the John Wick movies. They are good. They are, for all intents and purposes,
it's an escape.
Fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I definitely want to check out Ballerina. So, but I haven't even had the time yet.
By the way, her right hand, go over to the hand we're open. Notice, did you purposely forget to do? Okay, you're gonna do it. Okay, that part was getting me. My OCD was like, you missed it. And now between her legs as well.
Oh yeah. Well, actually,
I have OCD. I know. It's like, wait,
because that's right. I gotta fill the rest of this out. Okay, cool. I know what I'm gonna do. And then go across here. See, I can draw all this in.
Yeah, the John Wick and Sisu and those films, as a person who loves film and as a filmmaker myself that wants to be someday, even though photography is my number one, film is my number two. And like I said, that's what I went for, the filmmakers party and stuff. It's fun to watch independent films, though, compared to Hollywood and stuff. Like, some of them are so bad, but some of them are fun. They're just people having fun doing indie films. And you can tell the acting is just so hilarious. And the ones we were watching, the indie stuff, it's like, it was just so bad, but fun, some of it.
There we go.
The only thing that I think, her trench coat behind her, the way it's hanging on her back, it seems like it's extending a little bit too much to our right. If we look at her waist area, where it looks like that's the end of it.
Oh yeah, because I was kind of thinking it was coming like down the back of her.
Yeah, it looks like
I see what you're saying.
Behind her leg, so I would drop the end of it at the same area. Maybe get rid of just those little bits there.
Yeah, I gotcha.
And also, is her cape like Batman's cape, or is that just?
Yeah, I was wondering that too. Yeah,
it's a little shredded.
Well, okay. Because what I would say is like the curves there that go on the inside, I would make every other curve go opposite.
Yeah. So So from here. Eliminate everything to the right of that. Yeah, okay, I gotcha.
Yeah. It looks like it looks like it was just pulled over behind her leg.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, also you had mentioned the Frank, or maybe it was Knute that mentioned. No, I think it was Mike. You mentioned the Zipatone or Duotone that Frank Miller used. So that was on. There was Marvel had published a comic magazine. I think it was in black and white only, called Bizarre Adventures. And Frank Miller, when he was working on Daredevil, he did an Elektra story done in black and white. And I think he used Duotone for that. I have to look at it again. I don't think it's Zipatone, but I think he used Duotone on that. So so that's what this sort of looks like, maybe.
Sort of, kind of. Wait a minute. I'm going to have to. Okay, wait. One sec. I'm gonna go back here. Okay. First of all.
Yeah, I would get rid of that one line. Yeah, and I think that should do it. Maybe just go straight up.
Yeah.
I don't know about the other side. I have to look at the back of her cape again by her waist. So that might be okay. I don't know. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah,
that's got to be true too.
Okay. Definitely not a bad cape.
Yeah, see how it was so pointy on all parts there?
Yeah, I'm.
See how
I was thinking about trying something.
Well, the easy way to fix that is like because you have the curves going up, so every other one I would have the curve going down, like looping it going down.
Oh, I see what you're. Okay, I see what you're getting at.
And maybe start with the outside one first, have that loop going down.
Right. So we'll do this, and then we'll.
Yeah, exactly. So I would do that like every other one.
Yeah. Yes. See, because what I wanted to do with these is kind of like make the back of this look, kind of shredded.
Oh.
But yeah, because I wanted to practice with the look of shredded fabric. So which is kind of like what
like it's been through a war or something, and it's just
So then those lines wouldn't be so smooth; they would be kind of jagged.
Yeah, jagged.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
what I was thinking too. Yeah.
So because that's a little bit of an aspect that I have to work on. So that's kind of what I wanted to.
That's exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Much
So
better. Yeah, I can see exactly where you're saying now. That is perfect. Then that's like much better.
It's what I do.
Exactly.
Telling people how to do their stuff.
What are you doing drawing like this? This is wrong. Let me hit you.
I was a lot.
Let me hit you with a ruler.
No.
Yeah,
okay. Since you said that, and did anybody ever go to catechism like Sunday school?
No, because I was never Catholic.
Well, I wasn't Catholic, but we had Sunday school when I was a kid at a Presbyterian church.
Yes.
The nuns would use rulers. When you mentioned that, I thought of the nuns. They actually would hit you with a ruler sometimes. Right on the knuckles. I'm not even joking.
Did you deserve it?
I did. I was bad.
All right. Well, yeah. Well, there you go. I don't know what to tell you, Tom.
I was a little troublemaker. I was always talking and wouldn't shut up. So.
Oh my God!
Did it help?
Actually, probably did. Yes.
There you go.
Oh, Father Riley was amazing. He was one of the fathers that would run through. He was an amazing man. So
I didn't know you were raised Catholic.
No, I was raised Catholic. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah. But yeah, then as soon as you mentioned the rulers, I just remembered that. I was like, oh wow, I remember that. That brought back memories.
Sorry.
Tom remembers the pain.
The pain.
The pain. Oh my gosh. There we go. Okay, let's use a smaller one so I can get into these little nooks and crannies here. Kind of thing. I'm going to do something probably with the ground, but no, I'm just kind of experimenting because I've always liked the way I did that kind of silhouette-y kind of thing back in the 90s when I was doing like this idea for that I had for a comic then, and I thought, you know what? Hey, that actually turned out pretty kick-ass. So I kind of like that.
Well, I mean, that's what this channel really is.
I kind of want to do that.
Is it not? It's your learning.
Exactly.
This is what you're learning. You're teaching yourself and learning, and then you have a person who's done it, like Al here, helping you and stuff, and you're learning from people that are good at what they do. So I mean, and you know, and hey, that's what this channel's about. So
it's because I'm a sadist, and and I deserve Al's correction.
Exactly,
and,
yes, you do.
And punishment. There we go.
Well, one, I won't use a ruler, and I'll just send you a bill.
There we go. Okay. Perfect. Let's see. What is the chat saying? Okay. Just gonna back up here a little bit. So yeah, Patriots of the American blah blah blah. Go. Yes. Fixed it. I did.
Actually,
and
does
Joe
look much
Doug.
better. Yeah, it does.
It does. It does.
Oh yeah, cool.
Let's see. And yeah, knockout. Yeah, no, it was late because I overslept after my friend's Instagram Bible study group had some drama about if it's okay for Christians to celebrate Christmas or not. I told them read Romans 14 and 15. There you go. And let's see. So good on you for doing that. And Vince, the way he ejected the mag out of his pistol is actually faster than normal. Oh, yeah, and John Wick, yeah. So some of the soldiers are doing that now, rotating the pistol.
Yeah, they are,
to
for real.
force the mag
Yeah.
out. Yeah. Let's see. John says, yeah, give him time, Tom. Have faith. He'll get there. Oh, let's see. You're going to say, right, Mike?
Good one, Vince. I always got to remind him. I forgot to say.
I can be so, and yes, so totally okay. Let's see, John. Yeah, then it should have been more jagged and lift curve, like the back capes. No, exactly. And like I said, I'm trying to kind of like figure all that out. Hence the rips I kind of added like on the stuff like that. So trying to figure it out is what I'm trying to do. And you got to go, dude. Not a problem. Thanks for being by. And yes, next week I will try to remember to do something Christmassy, and I'll definitely be on Tuesday, 100%. So yes.
Christmas.
Okay.
Is that a katana she's wearing?
Yes.
Yeah,
Hence the books that I showed
handles.
earlier. You know, guns and.
Oh, yeah. Take a look at the handles. The handles should be two-handed, so the handles should be longer.
Handles should be longer.
Yeah, it should actually. Yeah.
Like look how big her hand is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would look at some katana and then
I'm definitely
the length that handle longer. It's gonna go into the moon unless you move the moon, or if that's okay with you. Is that the moon? Is that?
It's supposed to be the moon.
Oh,
loosely drawing.
But yeah, definitely.
Wait,
definitely.
No, it's not a katana. It's a Rob Liefeld-esque type of sword.
Okay, well, just see. You know the problem I have, like when I draw,
has a nub.
When I'm drawing Crusader girl and her sword, I always have to make sure I keep in mind that she's a teenager, right? 16, 18 years old. So that sword should be a lot bigger for her than if a grown man was holding it.
Oops.
And trying to keep the sword consistent all the time, it's not easy.
No, it's not easy. It's not easy. So, and yet another reason.
Actually, yeah. Now that Al points it out, I see that his sword looks tiny. It looks more like a knife than. I
love the heavy black lines there, like underneath her chin and underneath that one strap that goes around her side there. The extra thick lines, that is fantastic. Those again, you use them black, it's gonna really improve your illustration. Adding shadows like that.
Nice.
That looks really good.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that compliment.
Oh, you're welcome. I'll just increase the bill.
There we go. Okay. You can't buy food with eternal gratitude. Monies are where it's at.
Yeah. Actually, I just sold my James Bond set, which was weird, but it's like I had to get rid of it. I'm making the monies. Being an artist always sucks being poor, so you have to have side hustles. So, and I've been selling my Blu-rays. So.
You know what? That's the one thing I'm gonna try to do less of. Have the poor mentality. You know what I'm talking about? It's like if I keep on thinking that I'm poor or don't have the money for XYZ, then I'm gonna stay in that mental state, and I don't want to be in that mental state. So I'm gonna try to not constantly think like that. That's what
Oh
I'm
no,
gonna do.
I don't want to think like that. I believe I'm meant to own a house. I'm gonna build my own house in the next few years. I really am. I'm gonna have it and I'll be able to look after mom and dad and stuff. But it's just sometimes you gotta eat, sometimes you got and I'm still planning on going to the UK, hopefully by March, to visit a friend that's very sick. And
That's right.
but sometimes you gotta sell stuff. Like I said, I had the James Bond box set. It's every film, except for the last two. And I end up buying the last one before the last one, not the one, the last one I'm never getting. That was garbage. So, but everything else before that, I always loved the Bond movies. But I'm like, I can get everything online now. So, I can sell some of the Blu-rays and make some money out of it. So it's like,
Yeah, true.
And as for the Marvel box, I had the first two phases, phase 1 and 2. I'm like, I can get rid of those. I'm trying to get rid of those too because I just don't care.
Oh, really?
It's, they're good films, but I got them, whatever.
Yeah, it's like at this point, it's like,
yeah, it is.
Yeah, right.
If I really want to watch something down the road again, there's always other ways to watch it. It's like, I can get rid of these. I don't care.
It's sad when it's coming down to that point now. It's like, I thought it was going to be cool. I thought it was going to be good.
I mean, the earlier stuff was good per se, but
right?
I take it or leave it, So
I know that's so sad now. Oh man,
yeah,
damn
it is.
you, Disney. Damn you.
but I've seen hopes. Like I said, I've seen some of the newer films we're seeing now. There's a lot less woke stuff going on. I think. And like I said, with the new Lara Croft and the new games, they're bringing her back as the way she used to be with her buxom self. And I agree with what Vince said. I mean, technically, she would look like the one that just passed. I think that would be more realistic, and she was still hot. But now the whole internet's going a blaze of, oh, why is she like that? Well, because that's what originally she was set for. Like, what do you get complaining about? And it seems like ugly characters are going away again. I'm like, yeah, sex sells, people. As much as we don't like it, some people might not like it. It sells.
Yeah.
People want attractive people.
Yeah.
Sydney Sweeney was an attractive woman, and she sold stuff, and that's the way it goes. People get over it. It's just, it's the way human nature is. It's not a bad thing, as long as it's not portraying, an attractive person is not a bad thing.
No, exactly. Right. There's nothing wrong with appreciating the human form.
No.
As it is. I mean, as long as you're not going to be creepy stalker dude and, doing things in the dark that you normally would not be speaking about on shows like this one or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, a 300-pound purple haired with hair everywhere is not going to sell, and people aren't going to want to see that. Just no.
Right. Exactly. Although they think it should.
And I'm a person that had weight issues. I'm nothing against people with weight. We shouldn't insult somebody because they have weight. No, I'm not one of those like, oh no, I'm not phobic or anything like that. I have had weight issues in my life, but it's not healthy lifestyle, and it's nothing to be praised. No, I'm sorry. No, it's not healthy. But you shouldn't insult people because of their looks. No, I think that's disgusting. That's the opposite of like, oh, they're this. No, but it's something that shouldn't be praised either. So, but yeah.
No, that's true.
No.
It's like even now, with working the job that I have been for the last almost 7 months.
Yeah.
I've lost a considerable amount of weight. And
do you feel better?
I'm happy with it. I feel great about it. And it's great. It's awesome. Because usually I would have, a little bit of a pain sometimes on my right knee, that would kind of cause me to, limp a little bit, so to speak.
Yeah.
Don't have that anymore. After I lost about 40, 50 pounds or something like that. Yeah, no, it is a lot. Yeah. Because when I started this job all the way back near the end of May, I'm not gonna lie, I was like about 320 pounds. No, I'm serious. What? Honest to God, I'm serious. I don't carry it as much in my face than I do the rest of me.
I mean, you're not short. If anybody knows, Mike's not a short guy though either. So
no, I'm 6'1". So
yeah,
you know, so I carry it. I don't want to say I carry it well, but you know, well, I mean, let's face it, nobody should be like, you know, that amount of poundage. Canadian Spider-Man, actually, you know, because you met me. I mean, aside from Tom, obviously, but you know, Canadian Spider-Man, I don't know if you're still in the chat listening, but you met me, so you know how tall I am because you know I took a picture with the both of us, which is actually great. But you know, yeah, 320 pounds. Was not happy with it, obviously. I definitely wanted to lose the weight, and you know, when the coof thing was happening, you know, I was starting to get up there, and I wanted to lose weight, and that's why I ended up getting a treadmill, which unfortunately I had to give away. But the thing is, doing this job, and on top of that, I was taking some or am taking some like vitamin supplements that will help me speed up my metabolism and burn the fat on top of that. And so what I've done at work is before I start work, I'll take 2 of those for the entire day. And then that's, you know, helping me stay, you know, active, well, not motivated, but, you know, it ups the metabolism, helps me, you know, move a little bit better and faster and quicker and stuff like that. And it is assisted in the weight loss. So there you go.
A good thing too, just a side note too, is that less sugary drinks is a good thing to cut out, and carbs, less carbs, and you'll find it even helps your energy even better. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the best thing to do is just drink water or
yes,
milk that's not that's organic.
Yep.
That's what I do, or I drink green tea. But yeah. I don't drink sweet drinks anymore. The worst thing you can drink is like soda.
Yeah.
So yeah, fast food. If you can stop eating fast food, that actually helps a lot too.
No, I just drink mostly water.
Water, green tea, carbonated water sometimes, you know. Now, I once in a while, once a month, I will have takeout. I'll have some Chinese or something once a month, but I try to limit it to like, you know, like meats and vegetables mostly.
Exactly. Same here. You know, I'll limit it to like maybe every 2 weeks or something like that. You know, like when I get paid, like I told my daughter, you know, it's burger day, right? So, you know, I'll get something about like maybe 5 Guys burgers and fries or something like that, right? And you know, or sometime depending you know, when I'll have a cup of coffee, you know, maybe sometimes 2, you know, but not often, right?
Well, coffee's coffee is healthy as long as depending on
sugars and stuff. Yeah. If you have black coffee, man, that's actually not bad for you. So yeah, but
yeah, they actually say that's better in weight loss.
So, yeah.
Windwave says, yeah, thank the Lord, attractiveness is coming back. I can't argue with you there, dude.
Nope.
Let's see. And Knockout Starscream, yeah, my friends been watching Chuck Missler, and she's on the autism spectrum like me. Nice. You know what? Because I have listened to a lot of Chuck Missler, dude. So you and I will get along just famously.
Who's Chuck Missler? I'm curious now.
Chuck Missler. Okay. What? Have you not been watching any of my videos? Oh my God. On Sunday, I'll have like Chuck Missler videos.
Yeah.
It's the like I've been putting on the learn the Bible in 24 hours kind of thing. It's interesting. It's like I say every once in a while, it's not the ordinary these and those and blah 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 boring church service kind of stuff. This is actually something you will learn something.
Oh no, okay, it's that guy. I thought
actual history and archaeology.
They said she is on the spectrum. That's
like, talking about a friend of his, I guess.
Oh, okay, okay. Because I'm a little bit on the spectrum too. So that's why that threw me off when you were saying that. Okay. Yeah.
Let's see. And Windwave says brown rice, mix of vegetables and chicken for my Chinese bowl. There you go. I really should be because my wife gets a lot of Edo Japan chicken ramen soup. I should I
I try to cut out
eat
noodles
some
though, because
bacon.
again, carbs. I try to get away from rice and noodles. If even though I love my rice and noodles sometimes, but you can like brown
There you
rice is healthier than the regular rice. So
And Vincent, cup I drink coffee by the pot. I know, dude. I know.
I occasionally get an iced
oh.
coffee, but I get no base. That means they take the sugar out of it, so it's just yeah.
Yeah.
Everything went quiet.
Fresh.
Yeah, I thought maybe I lost my internet again.
What happened?
Oh, you should have been here, Tom. Earlier on with Carlos was like every 2 minutes, like he's bumped off.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It
was
and then
insane.
and then we found out he actually had Frontier communications.
As
yeah,
well.
right.
Huh.
Yep.
Felt so bad for him. It's like, oh, dude, really, man, oh man.
See, as much as I hate the company that runs my internet, I have good internet. I make sure it's fiber ops. But being in film and also photography, I need to be able to have fast internet to send large files. Like I said, I sent those audio things. So luckily, it cost a lot of money, but having fiber ops is very important for working in film and YouTube and stuff like that, making sure I can upload. So. But that's what I'm saying. My internet never cuts out. But one thing about streaming, I noticed some people like you are on Wi-Fi. Are you not? Your laptop?
Yes, only because I can't access a direct plugin because because the landlord lives upstairs and that's where the modem be at, and so because of that.
So it's not your internet then?
No, it's free internet.
So that's why you're limited. Okay, that makes sense. That could that describes a roboting because Ethernet would probably help solve that issue a lot. But
100%.
Yeah. That makes sense then.
Yeah. So such is my lot in life right now, unfortunately. So can't do much about it. But still, though, I'm not going to argue it. Free internet.
Hey, you got a channel and you're successful. So there you go. So
exactly. Only partially successful. I don't know. I don't even really look at success. I don't even think of myself as successful. I
do. You've done quite well for yourself. So I'm proud of you, and you're growing and growing and better. And this hopefully will be your career someday because you're a talented artist, you're a talented man, and what you do on your channel, and hopefully you can make this will be your career someday. So
exactly. Then I will rule the world with an iron fist.
Mike, did you see that Darwin Cook video that I posted on the interwebs?
Oh yeah, I got to finish that. I got to finish that.
The only reason I brought it.
Yes.
Well, I was sorry. The only reason why I bring it up again is because I didn't know Darwin Cook. I didn't really know his personality, but they talk a lot about what kind of man he was. Yeah, he was very tenacious. And he was he wouldn't take no for an answer. So it got me to. It reminded me very much what it's like working in comics, or I imagine any sort of artistic field that's very competitive. Yeah, you know, people are going to tell you no, but you got to keep doing what you want to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and keep at it.
And you just to keep plugging away at it. You know, because I think like what I said like months ago is that I would rather find out now what I can do than have regrets at the end of life saying to myself, I wish I would have. Exactly.
Yeah. Yep.
Exactly.
I wish I could have, would have.
Exactly. Precisely. You know, you don't want to live that way. And Starscream dude, thanks, man. I appreciate that. So I'll recommend this channel to my friend. Recommend them to all of them.
All your friends. You have one friend?
Aw.
Yeah. You gotta have more than one friend. Come on, dude.
I hope so.
But no. Actually, let me jump on that quote there. I never gave up. You know me, I'm stubborn. I've been doing this photography thing for years. I find this
Right.
calendar has sold over 60. Now, that's more than I've sold yet. So I've actually got about 60 of them sold this year. That's the most I've done.
Oh, good.
This is the most successful
Yeah.
calendar I've ever done. And I'm proud of this. This is my best calendar too. So a lot of people are praising like, wow, you've finalized, you fine-tuned your black and white photography and how it's just how I edit it. Now I've developed my own vision. So it's like, but yeah, be persistent, stick with it, and things might change over time, but never giving up. That's what's important. You can't give up.
Oh my God.
Where did you get that
Okay.
calendar printed?
My print, I get them printed at a local print shop called Print 3 here in Brunswick Square. Good guy, Mike. Another Mike. He's the guy that works there. I get them printed there. So
Excellent.
Nice. Okay, I know Mr. Peterson has already left, but this is too funny not to share because my phone keeps on dinging and I didn't put it on silent. And right now I'm.
oh, that was you. I was like,
didn't
what's
put it on-
going on?
Yeah, no, that's totally my phone. Yeah, sorry, no, totally my phone, 100%. So, wondering what that dinging is? Yeah, just blame me. I'm the guilty one. I am the annoying guy that never turns off his phone in the movie theater. So there we go. He sent me...
do you seriously don't turn it off at the movie theater? Oh,
no, I turn it off at the movie theater.
That was you?
No, I totally do. Okay, no.
It drives me
he
nuts.
sent me- You know what?
Oh.
Yeah, stop doing that, Mike.
Yeah.
I had a woman
Yeah,
with
you
2
hold
kids.
her, eh?
One time, she's sitting there texting during a film. The only reason I didn't say anything is her kids
No.
were with her. Otherwise, I would have said, "Come on, can you please?" Like, it drives me nuts.
Oh, I would have. Okay.
Yeah.
So because usually FKHC 2005, otherwise Tim usually sends a meme. John, Mr. Peterson, he accented me this time. So I would be remiss in my duties to horrify people and whatnot if I did not share this. And this he put if liberals designed Lara Croft. So
Gosh. Oh no.
yeah,
I can only imagine.
and this is what he sent. Yeah. Oh, so can I. Waiting for it to come up green. Here we go.
Where's her
Yeah.
hair, though? Oh. What does that mean?
John, if you happen to be
She's
seeing
not-
this on the rewind, she needs more underarm hair. Different color
Yeah,
hair,
and
more
she's
like
not
maybe
ugly enough
green
in the
or
face.
fiery red.
Like, because she's
Yeah.
actually like, if she lost weight, you could tell she'd be attractive in the face. But yeah, they
True.
probably have a mole. And
True.
something. Yeah. So
Yeah.
and her hair's not
So-
purple or blue. So
However, you're on the right track
yes, you're getting there.
to uglifying her. So A for effort, because saying E for effort just sounds wrong. So
And yes, I say Merry Christmas. We had a discussion. I mean, why is it bad to say Merry Christmas to everybody now? I'm like,
It's not.
why?
Uh,
Exactly. I will always say Merry
because-
Christmas.
They're
no,
devils,
it's not
Tom.
because yeah, right. Exactly. Okay, and Knute says I will recommend it to all my friends. Talking about the one who watches Chuck Missler. Okay, and I actually chose Knockout Starscream as my handle because Transformers is my special interest, and they're tied for my favorite characters. Awesome, because you're talking about the guy that helps Keith out with the third-party company X Transbots. So there you go. You, my friend, have his jackpot, and
He knows
sort
his
of.
Transformers, this man. So
And Will Rave comic out of curiosity, any news on Abaddon picks or even Rodimus renders? Okay, you know what? All right, because I did post this actually at Masterpiece Addicts, so I would be also again remiss in my duties if I did not mention any Transformer news. Okay, so just to let you know, I might have mentioned this last week. I can't remember if I did. And yes, you know what, Starscream? I still say I'll always say Merry Christmas. So there you go. And Vince, I'm an atheist, but I wish people a Merry Christmas. Yeah, see, exactly, right? So, what's wrong with that, right? Anyway, okay. So I'm waiting for pictures from Keith on Galvatron. Galvatron will be a January release from what Keith told me. Okay. I have the receipts. He messages me and I told him, okay, hey, when is this? When's the pictures? So I'm waiting for the pictures. I'm going to ask him probably again today. Wait, where? Give me the pictures, man. So he told me literally it's going to be a January release. So Rodimus renders, don't count on Rodimus renders yet because I sent him the Pantone colors and reference pictures a few weeks ago. I think about 2, maybe even 3 weeks ago. So wait on that. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's right. Death Wish, one of the Stunticons, because as you know, they have to go by alternate names. It's not in redesign. Let's see. As for God Bomber, because, Super Genrai is out. And some people have been asking about God Bomber. I'm still waiting on an answer about God Bomber, which will combine with Super Genrai. So, and what was the other thing? Oh, yes. That's right. He sent me a Christmas present. Keith did over at X Transbots. Wait a minute here. I'm going to look at my UPS because he sent it, and it should have been here this past Friday. It should have been here Friday, and apparently it's been delayed. Last I looked, it was in Alaska, and for some odd reason now it's in Louisville, Kentucky.
Really?
It passed you.
Yeah, right? It went from China. It went all the way from China. From let's see, where in China? In Yuyao, China. And then it went to Narita, Japan, then flew all the way to Anchorage, Alaska, and for some odd reason it arrived at the facility yesterday at 11:21 p.m. in Louisville, Kentucky.
That's weird.
Why?
Yeah, why?
That is very weird. It's like Alaska. It's not that far from us. And then flew. I don't know. Let's say you fly over Canada because even though this package is going to Alberta, which is directly below us at this point, let's go all the way to Louisville, Kentucky and just drop off the package there. That makes no sense.
No.
That is absolutely retarded.
Is this FedEx? What is this?
This is UPS.
Oh.
Yeah. So way to make my brown pants even browner, UPS. Thank you. So, well, no, not really. So, and did you get the chance to see Megatron colored Digibash? Yes, I actually saw that. That actually looks pretty funky, dude. So that's very interesting. I cannot unsee that. Let me put it to you that way. So it's actually pretty cool. Are the Rodimus renders magenta or his TV red? Just try not to reference too much of the ACOM episodes, which were wrong too much of the time. Okay. Toon colors. They're going by toon colors. So everything I do whenever I release the Pantone colors for all of the figures, it's always toon colors. So just so you know. And and Kohlhauser, I got my God Bomber at TFCon. Are you talking about the Takara Tommy, or are you talking about the X Transbots one? Or sorry, KFC. It would be KFC release. That's right. And they were complaining about that in the XTB Rodimus thread. Oh, were they really? Okay. Well, I'll have to check that out. I'm gonna have to do some slapping, set some people straight. No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that.
Go ahead.
Okay. Right. Okay. So back onto this because I know I'm going a little bit long here, and I know at the beginning of the show, even actually before that, it usually goes for 5 hours, if not. And I promised I promised both of them. I promised Mike and Carlos that I wouldn't be going that far, and here I am at almost 5:30, or 5.5 hours. Yes, Vincent is earning his non-wages for today. Okay, you got the Tommy one. Okay, you got the Takara Tommy one. Nice. How is it? I want to check that out at some point. That'd be like pretty cool. Okay, wait a minute. That is this, and I want to. Why is that coming in gray? Am I on? I see what I did wrong. Okay, cool. Nope. I'm gonna do this. It's why I like digital, but at the same time, thank God I can just press the undo button. Oh, you know what? Okay. While I'm here, or I should say while Knockout Starscream is here and a few other buddies over from Carl. And on top of that, you know what? Seeing how you're mentioning Chuck Missler and stuff like that. Okay, I'm gonna give you a little bit of the rundown of you and all that. And I not really I at least owe you that much. So what is on this channel? What's going on with this? First of all, with this channel, we talk about comics, TV shows, movies, all the nerd stuff. And of course, like I just mentioned, a lot of the Transformers stuff, because I work with Keith over at X Transmods. And also because Al here, well, first of all, I got so many decades. I got Tom here, and that as you've been hearing him, he does his own stuff and does graphic design, and he's doing film and all that jazz. And Al Nickerson here, who worked at Marvel and DC, and he's got his own comic out called The Sword of Eden, Christian book, which you might want to check out. It should be hopefully in the link below, or Vince Womack, the Wrench of Wrenches, also has links that we'll put up anyway. So you might want to check out his comic Sword of Eden, because there's 2 books out, and he has a 3rd one that he's working on right now. And seeing how you've been listening to Chuck Missler, this is what my manga is about. So my comic, because manga is just basically Japanese for comic, is I got this protagonist here. I'm thinking about maybe renaming it, but I might just stick with Alberta Stollard. And the story is as such: is she comes from a line of Nephilim hunters. So in this book, we're going to be exploring a lot of, why isn't that going? There we go. A lot of cryptid stuff, a lot of Nephilim stuff, and going to be exploring what's been happening since essentially Genesis 6. So, the men of, so to speak, as detailed in Genesis 6. So the unholy union between fallen angel and the daughters of Adam, so to speak, and what's been going on in the world since then. Because you have, like I mentioned before, all these very creepy stories around the earth in various cultures of for example, let's take the Greeks and their stories about weird creatures like centaurs and minotaurs and harpies and stuff like that, or this kind of stuff going around the world, basically. And the way I see it, and Chuck Missler had kind of touched on it, of essentially polluting of the human genome, so to speak, by eliminating it through essentially genetics, and whatnot, and it makes for an interesting story. So that's kind of the thing, what I'm kind of coming up with and developing. So Cole Hauser, thanks for being part of my Transformers group, CRC. Feel free to invite the nerdum. You know what, dude? The entire nerdum is invited to this channel. So, like I said before, spread the channel around. Bring as many people as possible. So, and on top of that, any suggestions, I bring it right back to Keith. And because that's what I do on this channel. So, because like I said before, it's you guys spending your dollars on the collections that you guys want, and you guys should have a say. And that's why I do what probably a lot of other people don't do, and bring back all the suggestions back to Keith to make figures better for you. And so Knockout, yeah, interesting. It's actually my friend who's watching Chuck's. Haven't yet, but I have been meaning to. Well, you are in luck, my friend. Because on this channel, if you look back, I started at, you'll probably find it on the channel. It's one of the Learn the Bible tabs, and go check out or start with Learn the Bible in 24 hours, and it goes from Genesis all the way to Revelation. And then after that, I did the book of Revelation, and then currently right now, and it's almost finished up, the book of Daniel.
Yes.
So because I like doing the prophetic books. They're funky, man. And I think what I might do next is Book of Genesis. And it's kind of funny. I started at the end and worked my way all the way back to the beginning, which is kind of weird. I don't know why I did that. So I'm sure that there's a good reason for it, and I don't know what it is. So anyway, yeah, it's kind of what this channel is about. So having fun, and yeah, so this is the comic that I want to put out. And yeah, because I think there's a need for it. Let's put it that way. That's what I think. Much like how Al puts out his comic, and because like what he was saying earlier, about young people being able to read a book safe and not filled with trash and woke ideology bullcrap. So yeah,
amen.
Welcome to this insanity that is this channel. and I feel like I'm droning on, but it's my channel. I'll drone on if I want. So you know what? Okay, yeah, Tom, because you just I know what's been happening on your end, so, and obviously no need for an explanation, but what else has been going on?
Let's see.
He asked the loaded question.
Like I said, I get the calendars out. I finalize those. I've been doing a lot of sales on those, trying to publicize them, trying to get them into galleries. I got the posters advertising the Chinese restaurants to everywhere that I know there's going to be a traffic jam of people, so they can see it locally and like, oh, say a calendar of our city, and it's in black and white and da. So I'm hoping to get there, and I got to get the book done. I got to get the black and white of St. John book finalized, coffee table book. Maybe I can sell it to Tourism St. John, Tourism New Brunswick. I don't know. We're going to wait and see. Besides that, like I said, it's kind of funny. Every time I go to Fredericton and come back, I filmed a vlog last night. I'm going to get it out. It's going to be walking out Manawaganish Road. That's the street that's just past here. And I looked at Christmas lights. So I'm going to release that in the next few days. I haven't done a vlog in months, but I figured, you know what? I'm going to do something. So I did it, showcasing, because I don't know if it's just a Canadian thing, but we like driving around looking at Christmas lights sometimes. It's a fun thing to do. And my friend from the UK has never done that. And then I know other people say, we don't do it anymore. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do a video of me walking around looking at Christmas lights. Just getting
man.
So I'm going to release that in the next week. I did some voiceover for a friend of mine. I did some other stuff. A friend of mine in the industry doesn't do social media much, but I took some photos. Quispamsis, you know where that is, right? Correct? It's just on the outskirts of there.
Well, my parents do live there, yes.
Oh, there you go. So
yes.
They have this little area that it's like some park that it's all lit up. I actually posted it on my Facebook there. I took some photos out there, and I put it. And my friend wants to use some of them to tell a story. So I said, yeah. So I put together a video of that and a Nutcracker song, which is royalty free. Some of it can be royalty free. So I put it and she posted, and I posted her Instagram for her. She's not one that works with social media. Some people pay me to do social media work for them because I know how to do it. So, and besides that, not much. Just this isn't full time back yet, but I promised you. I said I'd be here on Sunday. So, and I'm a man of my word. I tried to keep that. So, but I'm just trying to get myself back on track. I got to get my career started. I want to start making money. Like I said, I have to go to the UK by March. I want to see my friend in case things get worse and she doesn't survive. I don't know. So I have to. It's this thing I must do. Last night was an amazing night, though. I'll just quickly go on a little side rant of wrestling. One of the greats retired last night, and it was quite an emotional night.
Really?
John Cena had his last match last night. It was a big Saturday night's main event. It was all dedicated to his last match, and it was kind of emotional. I was like, So, John Cena is done. Now, he's going to be an ambassador for WWE, of course, but as a wrestler, no more in-ring. He was officially done. And he said, I want to be one of the few people that actually stay retired. I mean, he'll still act in movies and do his own thing, and he's going to be an ambassador for the company. But, he had his last match last night, so it's kind of cool. So, but besides that, I'm not doing much else. Just trying to get my life going. I got to start making more money. Hopefully the book can take off. I'm going to find some other ways to make some money on the side. Going to maybe start selling prints as well. Hopefully do some B-roll video footage next year. I'm going to release my film next year officially after it's already on my YouTube, but I'm going to retouch it up again and put it in its first film festival. And that's about it, really. I got to make my career work. I got to make money. It's like, I want to survive and I want this to be my living. I want to get my house. I want to look after my parents because they're retired now. And I just want to be able to travel, visit my friend once in a while in the UK if she does survive this and hopefully and stuff. So, but that's about it, really.
Sweet. No, you know what? When you told me 60, you've already done 60 calendars or sold 60 calendars. Right on, dude.
Yeah, that's the most I've done. So this one was my best one yet. I've been praised for it because it takes years to finalize. I do street photography. That's my big thing. And the way I edit it was always a little different, but I tried something different this time. I did more contrast, a little bit darker and people are like, wow, this is the best you've done. I'm like, well, okay. I'm liking this visual. So, I finally developed something that sticks with me with the black and white side anyway. I mean, I do color occasionally, but with that, it's standing out better than before. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to stick with it. So.
Right. No, I like it. You're doing it, dude.
I'm doing it slowly but surely. I don't give up. And like we said, and you were mentioning earlier, Al, like it's not giving up. It's just, following it. And you're never too old to follow your dreams too. Like I started this when I was 48. I've been doing photography since I was a teenager, but I said at 48 and the world turned upside down. I said, you know what? I'm tired of the 9 to 5. I'm tired of I'm following my dream. So time to do it and just go for it.
The thing I found though, I think what you're doing is great, Tom. Creating your own product, your own work of art. And then selling it directly to your readers or your audience.
Yeah.
So that's absolutely fantastic. What I found though, working in comics and animation and Hollywood and stuff, the problem is there's way too many gatekeepers in the way for you to do your own stuff. Now it's gotten a lot better in recent years because of the internet and being able to create your own content and actually get it into the hands of your audience, or actually have your audience listen or watch whatever it is you're doing. So you don't have to rely on other people. So, and that's good for somebody who is tenacious and who is kind of stubborn and who doesn't want to put up with all this kind of craziness. So yeah, that's one thing I learned. Because when I started working in comics, like I was sending my work out to all these different publishers that I was eventually going to work for, but it took a long while, and I've gotten lots of rejection letters and calling editors at Marvel and DC and like it not going anywhere. So yeah, you just gotta keep at it.
Agreed. Yeah. No,
but it's like these things with editors, especially editors and producers and stuff. It drives me nuts because, and now I'm dealing with syndicates now. Well, I don't care. So if these people knew how to write and draw stuff, like they wouldn't be editors and producers and people working at a syndicate. They'd be artists and writers. So it drives me nuts. Like looking back, like I've had a very blessed career, and I'm very thankful for that. And I did all the stuff I wanted to do. But at this point in time, and in my career and my age, I can't put up with any crazy stuff, and I'm not going to prevent anybody from stopping me from doing what I'm doing. So I've learned, I've had help from friends and from my audience and from readers and other comic book creators, and gotten excellent advice over the years. So yeah, that's always been very helpful, and I am very thankful. So do your own stuff. Don't let anyone tell you no, and get it out there.
Perfectly said. Perfectly said. Agreed.
But the weird thing is, like,
I'm gonna take it.
Well, there's that. Well, sometimes you have to. Like, if you're right out of high school or college, sometimes, like when I was in college, in the summers and my last year in college, I was an usher at a movie theater. So, like, when you're young, you got to take those crummy jobs and put up with a lot of craziness.
Oh yeah, you do.
Yeah, but a lot of people are going to tell you no, and it's usually people that really don't know any better, but they tend to have way too much power. I remember a couple of times, one before, was it before I worked for Marvel? It could have been before I worked for Marvel. I called Marvel. I think it was Ralph Macchio. Great guy, really nice guy. Never worked for him though. So I called him up, and he's like, "Hey, how's it going?" I was like, "Oh, it's going great. I wanted to send you some stuff." He's like, and we started talking. He's like, "Wait, are you Adam Kubert?" And I'm like, "No, Al Nickerson." Really? Yeah, I was just like, because Adam Kubert was an artist for Marvel, and so yeah, and he's also, and Adam Kubert is also Joe Kubert's son. So yeah, I thought that was fun. I was like, because I was thinking, like, hey, great, I'm having a great conversation with an editor at Marvel now. This is awesome. He's like, yeah,
right.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, it's not me. I'm some other guy. So. And then I remember one time I called
could have been like
DC.
Could have been totally, I'm Adam Kubert.
No, you can't do that, dude.
No, I know.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I think
I can be if you want me to be.
No, gosh. Yeah, I think before, when I was working at DC, because I had like 4 different editors. I had Dan Raspler, who I liked, and he hired me. He was fired, and Steve Wacker became my editor, and then he left and went to edit all the Spider-Man books at Marvel. And then Joan Hilty was my editor, and I liked her. And her assistant became, and then she went over to Vertigo, and then Rachel Gluckster and her assistant became my editor, and she was great. Rachel Gluckster was like amazing. She was very complimentary. She was a wonderful editor. But I think before all that, I called DC once, and I spoke to Heidi McDonald. I don't know if you guys are familiar with her. She has a weblog.
I've heard the name.
Yeah. So when she was still at DC, I called her up, just trying to look for work and stuff. She got, and this is probably the only time I ever like called her or even had any communication with her before. But yeah, she got a little snippy with me, and it was the first time I ever. I guess I was calling too late, or it was on a Friday or something, and she was like, "Let me know, the more appropriate time to call an editor." And she said, and this is the first time I ever heard an internet term voiced to me. So she said, FYI, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, was she really saying something from the internet, like verbally? It's like, that was the first time I ever heard something like this. So this was like, beginning of 2001, I think.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, but then she got fired. So that's my point. So, yeah. I mean, you look at the careers of all these artists like Mike Mignola, who had a hard time working, doing superhero comics for Marvel and DC, but then he creates Hellboy, and he found exactly what he wanted to do, and was very successful at it.
Yeah.
So you got to find your audience, and you got to find out exactly what it is you really want to do.
There we go.
So where are you going with all that gray tone, Mike? Is this just because it's at night?
Yes. And because I feel like experimenting a little. So I kind of wanted to make the ground slightly darker than the air. And yeah, primarily, I'm just really experimenting.
I like the white highlights. My only concern is really if this is a dot pattern, like how gray that's going to look if it's ever printed. Because if the dots are too closely together, they might just bleed into each other. And you're definitely going to have dot gain where the gray tones will look darker when it's printed.
Yeah.
Even
though this is that 600 DPI.
Well, yeah, the dots are so close together. But even like digital printing, you might get some dot gain where the little black dots, because they're really like black dots, the ink just starts to bleed into one another. And then your gray tones start looking a little bit darker.
Then they start looking all slumpy.
But I like the white highlights too. That looks really good.
It is pretty cool.
But yeah, you're heavily influenced by manga.
I am. I totally am. I make no apologies for it.
No. I'm just making an observation.
No, I know. I know.
And are those clouds in front of her?
Yeah.
Because it was a dark and stormy night.
It's like fog or something?
This was kind of like where I was going to go with the next panel that I'm kind of like thinking about in my head. It's kind of like, kicking up dust kind of thing. And which hypothetically would be bringing me to the next panel, because as I was thinking about this all last week about, starting kind of like in the middle of a adventure, so to speak. I thought, you know what? Yeah, let's do a test page, see how that works out, and see what it looks like. So, and I think, and this is kind of like why I'm doing this today.
Is this a splash page? Because it looks like a splash page.
Yeah, it's totally a splash page. I figure for the first page, here's my thinking. I'm just going to basically sum it up kind of like this. If I can wow the audience with the first page with a splash page and hopefully get them to if I can hold in the first 4 pages, mission accomplished.
Well, you definitely need some sort of hook to get your audience interested in your story right off the bat.
Oh yeah. No, this is true. So, and I suppose that's kind of like why I brought it up like last week, right?
Yeah.
About how should one really think about starting off their book, starting off a page like that. So and neither answer really is wrong, because it's not. You can start from the very beginning. Or, kind of like what I was mentioning like last week, kind of like with Indiana Jones, for example.
Yeah.
You're kind of like in the middle of an adventure already, and that's kind of how it starts out.
Right. And you learn everything
which
about
I've always kind of like that. Exactly. And I've always kind of like that little mode of storytelling of, oh wow, there's an adventure
already here, already started it all about what's going on, and and you learn some things already about your character. So,
well,
and
how did you draw that grass? I mean, the grass looks great, but how did you draw the grass?
It's a brush.
Oh, you just use the brush. You brush every line there.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Let me show you.
That looks really
good. If I can, where did I have that brush? It is, yeah, because if you can kind of see, I can draw some leaves here. Let me just put it on because I can always undo. So we got some leaves that I can do here. Let's see, or if I want some grass.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
so it's not
I
like
can draw grass like
grass you didn't draw. It's a brush tool, just groups of grass.
Exactly.
Did you ever see the movie? This goes along the lines of of what you were saying before about introducing, like, how do you start off your story? So there was a movie called Unbreakable with Bruce Willis. It was a M. Night Shyamalan film. Did you guys see that movie?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. One of my favorite movies. It's not. I think it's a. You don't remember, or Mike?
But that's okay.
Oh, all right.
Go ahead.
Listen, dude. Like, you don't have to. You don't have to. Yeah, it's okay if you hurt my feelings. Like, if you didn't see one of my favorite movies, that's totally cool.
No, it's fine. No, I didn't.
No, it's one of my favorite movies.
I definitely heard of it.
I love. Unbreakable is a great movie. But Tom, do you remember in the beginning movie when you see Bruce Willis for the first time? He's on the train, and then the girl tries to sit next to him, and he tries to hit on her. Like, you learn almost everything about Bruce Willis from that first scene. You learn that, he's married, and then he takes his wedding ring off, so he's having problems with his marriage, and he tries to hit on this chick. And then they talk about football, and he talks about, like, how he doesn't really like football, and then later, and there was some sort of accident why he doesn't, like football anymore. So you learn so much about Bruce Willis from this one scene at the very beginning of the movie, just from this conversation he has with this one chick. It's great storytelling.
Introduce it, and then you set the pace of it. Yeah.
And then last week, Mike and I were talking about, I think one of us brought up Raiders of the Lost Ark and how it just starts off with this action going on, which is not really part of the whole story, but you learn a lot about Indiana Jones through this action adventure where he's trying to find that golden head piece, or the bust, I should say. You learn so much about the character then. And then he's in the college, and he's totally different. It's almost like he has an alter ego. He's more, I guess, nice and conservative, and when he's in the classroom.
Okay, question for you. Have you seen the other movies that tied to Unbreakable that are supposedly part of the same world?
I have.
So I like the way they connected it. Like, there was Split, which is totally, I didn't know that was connected. And then of course the last one, I think it was Glass.
But
Split was interesting. That was totally wow. And then they connected it. I'm like, oh wow, I like the way this is connected. That was
the end of Split. Was that an extra scene in the diner, or was that just the last scene of the movie?
I think it might. I don't remember now. I'd have to go back and check.
Yeah, I can't remember, because that's the only one I really got in. Because when I realized what was going on there, I'm like, oh, this is a sequel to Unbreakable.
Yeah.
And then Glass, I went to see with a bunch of my friends, and then they put all these characters together. I sort of like Glass, but I didn't like it as much.
No, yeah, I agree.
Okay, all right. But yeah, Unbreakable.
So now we're definitely gonna have to see it now.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It's well worth seeing. It's really interesting. It's good storytelling. He said it is. Yeah,
I think he's
okay.
M. Night Shyamalan, I think he started out great. Like, he had The Sixth Sense, which everybody loved that movie. That was just like a great film. And then
that was pretty good.
Unbreakable, and then I think he did Signs with Mel Gibson and Joaquin Phoenix. The whole alien thing, and then he moved on from there.
That
was that.
And then he did Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh yeah, that's
a lot of people didn't like that.
I think that's when he really started going downhill. He did the one with Mark Wahlberg with all the trees and the plants and stuff.
I didn't hate it because it was just something different. I was like, okay, trees killing humans. It's like the concept.
I didn't
ruined it for Mike.
See that one, but I heard about it. Okay, I did see the one where they're on this beach and they started like age rapidly.
Oh,
I thought that was
what
kind
was
of
the name of that
interesting.
again? That was interesting. I enjoyed that because it was
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It was like a bunch of tourists or something like that. They were in a foreign country, and
they kind of kidnapped them to put them on
beach.
this place or something. And it's a beach that they age really
Yeah.
fast.
Oh wow, I had no knowledge of this.
Yeah, and apparently they can't go past a certain point, like in the water, because they wanted to get to another beach that was kind of like across the way, but there was like these sharp coral, but so they couldn't pass it, and because the waves would get pretty rough at that point, so they were kind of like totally stuck there.
It was something different. It was an original concept. I mean, it had holes, but all in all, I was like, okay, this is not bad. It wasn't the worst thing ever, So yeah, it was very interesting. Yeah.
So yeah, it wasn't bad or anything. He's got these interesting concepts that I do like. I just think that sometimes they're I don't know, maybe they're just not executed well or something like that. I don't know. It's rather hard to say. So
I don't know. The first few I really enjoyed. Sixth Sense, Unbreakable, Signs. Like I really enjoyed those films.
Yeah. No, they were really good. Signs was actually pretty good. That was actually the first M. Night Shyamalan movie that I saw.
Oh, all right.
With
I remember when Sixth Sense, the Sixth Sense came out, and then there's a huge. Well, the ending's like a big deal. So
yes,
a friend of mine who loves movies and he also loves Batman. It was the only time, like, he really encouraged me to go see The Sixth Sense. So I think I actually went to see it with him and some friends. And my friend was notoriously terribly known for giving out spoilers for a movie. And for this one, he did not. And I think a lot of it is because he really enjoyed the film and he didn't really want to spoil it for anyone else. So,
okay.
Yeah, that was cool.
Let me see here. I know. I think I'm pretty much done. And for the simple reason that this has now been going on for, and Vince, I feel bad for you because because you're all the way in Europe, and yeah, I know he's still awake. So I don't want to keep you up any longer. So, and Gap, there you go. Exactly. I see huge, totally huge circles. Amazing. Totally amazing circles. And yeah, Vince, you're right, but Indy still gets the college girls. Well, he used to.
Well, I don't know.
He used to. Not anymore now. Because he's old.
Well, he married Alan Steele.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So lucky him. Kind of.
Well,
sort of.
I had some lady friends that loved that show, but I just could not watch it.
Yeah. I know. I couldn't either, right? The MCU taught me always to wait until after the credits roll. No, you are correct. You are totally correct. Let's see. And Vince, The Happening. Yeah,
oh, that's it. That was it.
Yeah.
Save it first. By the way, just reminding when to just don't forget to save.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Save it. Yep, that's right. Save. There we go. Save
there
it.
were a couple of films.
Okay, it's screen. Okay. Okay, I didn't watch the movie, but I watched the How to Beat about it. I watched How to Beat and How to Beat Anime a lot. Okay. Oh, and it's only 2 a.m. where Vince is at. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna call her because I don't want to keep you up, buddy. So, and I appreciate all the work that you do for here in this channel. So, and guys, and if you haven't subscribed already, whether you're on Rumble, watching on Rumble, or on X, then do me a favor, because I'm trying to totally 100% get over 1,300 for sure at this point by the end of the year. I'm also thinking about, you know what? And God, if by some miracle, I get way over 1,300, then you know what? Maybe I'll do a figure giveaway. Maybe I'll do that, or do it like I did last time when what was it, when I had 1,000, or was it 2,500, or I forget what it was, but I did a giveaway, or maybe it was the 4th year anniversary show. I can't remember, but you know, where you put in like, you know, $5 into the kitty or something like that, do a draw, and somebody wins a prize, kind of thing. So, so yeah, so if you happen to be watching on X or on Rumble, then go ahead and subscribe away. I'd really appreciate it. Same with Tom and Al and their respective channels. You know what? And I'm gonna let Al. Do you got anything? What's going on in your neck of the woods?
Coloring a tree.
There you go.
All right. Perfect. Sorry. No. This went by really well. Being on the show on Sundays, it does actually go by quite quickly, but this is great.
It does.
It's maybe sit down and just do a lot of coloring over the last, I don't know, 5 hours we're on, or whatever it was.
6 hours.
Oh man, crazy. Yeah. So
I know.
Yes. I've been working at comics since 1994. Worked for Marvel, DC, RC, blah blah blah. I have a website or an online store, which is thesortofeden.com. And yeah, I link to Facebook. I tend to be on Facebook more often than any other social media. Or yeah, go to that link at bigcartel.com. That's an online store where people can purchase copies of the Sword of Eden graphic novels. The first 2 are out, as well as a variant cover for volume 2. I actually have a couple pages of artwork on there as well. I've been selling a lot of my artwork last 5 months. So yeah, if you're interested in fun superhero comics that have very strong Christian themes, check out the Sword of Eden graphic novel series. It's if you know somebody who's a Christian that is looking for Christian content, yeah, check that out. It is not VeggieTales. It's not Bible Man. It's got a little bit more edge than that, I guess is a good way to say that. So yeah, check out the Sword of Eden at thesortofeden.com or on eBay as well.
There you
go. And all books will be signed. And the ones that are numbered will be signed and
there you go. Yeah, so if you want a fun read, especially to all you new guys here, then yeah, go ahead and check out a fun comic and a fun read. It's like I myself, I couldn't put it down when I first got it.
Was it too heavy?
I really had to. Yes. it totally 100% was. And yeah, and he's got stuff on eBay, so if you want to check out the stuff that he has on eBay, then go ahead and check out the eBay link as well, so and get yourself some fine merch and stuff that he has right there. And Tom,
yes,
he looks like Santa,
my good friend Tom.
Hi. Honestly, right at the moment, the channels are everything's a little bit on hiatus right now. As you know, I'm still working on personal stuff, and my photography side is what I'm working on right now because that has to pay the bills. So I'm hoping to get the book done by next month. I'm hoping in January. I want to get it out by the new year. I'm still selling calendars, and that's about it, really. Just pushing the calendars in the book, and I'm doing other side projects for other people, of course. That I keep on forgetting about that book. I've only sold 2 so far.
Yeah,
my poem book. Yeah, I have a poem book on Amazon. I've only sold 3. I sold 3 of them. So I should resize it, but I haven't had a chance to do anything on that. Working with Amazon is a pain, and it's like
off to Jason.
Yeah, exactly. He loved that. Yeah. Oh boy.
Oh god.
But yeah, that's why my photo book, when I release it, I might try to go independent here locally. We're gonna wait and see on that. I might have some help with some local people that have done publishing on their own, but we'll see. But yeah, that's about it. Like, I'm not doing much with the channel at the moment. I'm just so busy trying to get my career started and where I can be financially viable and not have to stress. You know, it's like, we'll see.
That's right. You're gonna do it, dude.
I'm not.
And
and you? Yeah. How about you, good sir?
Well, first of all, I'm going to say, yeah, for the guest, like Mike Knute. So good buddy all the way in California. So if you want to go ahead and check out the stuff that he does over with his side of things with some Transformer reviews and now getting into the Star Wars kind of stuff. So there is his YouTube channel. If you want to go ahead and contact him on the Facebooks. So let's see, there is his MP Reviews on Facebook. So if you want to go ahead and join that little group on Facebook, if you happen to be on the Facebook, then there it is. And also check him out if you want to get a hold of him personally. Then there is his Facebook link right there. Awesome guy. So I remember when I did an homage Transformer G1 box, and for the Masterpiece Convoy Optimus, and I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna make an homage box, and he actually sponsored it. So and he did a review on his channel. So you know what, and we just became really good buddies from there on in. And as for Carlos, yeah, check out his channel over at Prime Animations. And you know what, and give a little spread of the movie that he did, because he spent, like I said, he spent 10 years working on the animation. I know it's like an hour and a half long, but to organize all the fans that contributed to that for doing the voiceover work, and he did the animation himself. And like I said, you know what, obviously it's not a, like, you know, Hollywood level type of production, and that doesn't matter. It's the fact that he took the time and he did it because of a passion that he has, that he wanted to do it. And it's a fun watch. And I know a lot of people have been trying to, you know, bash him and stuff like that. Don't listen to them. Screw those guys. You know, he's a real stand-up dude. And so there's that. And so there is the Patriots of the American Republic that he also has. So you know, he puts out the news of what's going on in America, and there's another channel of his that you might want to check out. So, and while you're here, yeah, if you like and share and comment and subscribe and bring your friends, because I want to hear from all of you, and it's what makes the channel grow, and it gets me motivated to do stuff, because yeah, there is stuff that I do want to plan more for on this channel, just to make it more fun, because you know, kind of like what Jason says, life's too short. You know, make the most of it. You know, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in the world that, you know, we like to grumble and complain about, and we often forget to have a little fun along the way, you know, to bring a smile to the faces of people. And I kind of want to try to be that guy.
Well, my 2 cents. And actually, can I jump on that? I had to talk about Jason with that, and that's why I don't want to be one of these channels that complains about everything. Blah blah. I don't want to do that no more, because I'm tired of being angry at stuff. I just want to like what I enjoy and talk about the things I like. Why complain about the stuff? Why are we watching stuff we hate? Hate watching. I don't get that. It's a waste of time.
I know, right?
I totally agree with you. That's awesome.
Yeah,
yeah. Why we hate watching stuff? Like, what's the point of hate watching it?
Exactly.
Like,
you know?
Yeah, read a book. Come on.
Yes, exactly. Just
read a Sword of Eden.
Yeah, well, yeah, read a couple of great books. Yeah. Well, I wasn't referring to that.
Yes.
See, that's what I do. I mean, like I said, I don't really watch movies or television or anything, but I read a lot. So yeah. You know,
okay, if there is something I'm going to recommend that is actually on Netflix, and I know that we kind of talked about it earlier, that you know, there are actually some good things on Netflix. If you happen to have Netflix, okay, check out Last Samurai Standing. It's pretty good. It's like
that-
really, really. Oh, dude.
Manga?
Yeah.
Anime?
No. It's live action. It's live, but the sword work in that show is insane, man. It's a really good story. It's going to go into a season 2, hopefully, because they ended on a cliffhanger. It's a really good story, but dude, oh man, you want to see some flying katanas here and there and everywhere? Wow,
All right.
that's a really check that out. Last Samurai Standing. So there you go. That's my record. Winrave, CRC, the Rodimus thread for you to go through later on. I also made a comment on there on what Keith could potentially do in regards to his shoulders. Yeah, okay, cool. I will, you know what? I'll definitely find it and I'll try to add my 2 cents worth in there if I don't forget. Let's see, and Vince says, yeah, I bet you forgot to save again. No, I didn't. So there, haha. Tom beat you. That's why he said save.
I reminded him.
You missed that, didn't you? Yeah. So, and doesn't Netflix have some of the Gundam shows on there? Yes, they do. They got a lot of the Gundam series on there. A lot of it.
Wasn't there another samurai series that was released last year that was good too?
Blue Eye Samurai. It's animated.
No, I mean it was a live action one, or maybe it is the one you're talking about. Maybe it could be the one.
Oh no, House of Ninja. Check out House of Ninja. House of Ninja.
All right,
on Netflix. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, it's a family of ninjas. So
actually,
in the modern world.
Speaking of Netflix, Stranger Things came out last week, didn't it? I haven't watched that new one. Yeah.
Yes, it did, and it's finishing up pretty soon.
Yeah.
Around Christmas time. And Knockout Starscream says, yeah, personally, I'd much rather be happy than angry, and I'd take positivity over hate any day.
Perfectly, yeah.
Oh, yes, and Shogun, says Vince.
Oh,
yeah,
did you watch
definitely
that?
have to check out Shogun. So,
Mike?
Oh, I think, last year, season 1.
Yes.
It's really good.
You did see it?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the one I'm referring
Yes,
to.
I did.
I loved that. That was so
Shogun.
good.
That's fantastic.
Okay.
That's amazing.
Yeah, 100%.
Cinematography, just everything about it. I'm looking forward to the second. So yeah.
Even though there was only one book.
God bless Japan. Yeah, exactly. So okay, so yes, and as for plugging me, before Tom gets into it, so if there's anything that you guys out there happen to need done, even though I got to figure out what the link is, yes, I'm a graphic designer and I can help you on a budget. So if there's anything that you need, whether it's like, any kind of doodling done or backgrounds or like what I just did, video transfers that I did for a band that traveled around the world, internationally here and there, entering some kind of competitions. I do all that kind of stuff, all the stuff from 8mm projector film to, whatever is out now on videotape, and digitize it and send it to you. So that's what I do. Also, so for all of you that are on Rumble or on X, here is the link to the YouTube channel. So it's also in my profile on X, so you can go ahead and check that out and find the link there. Or if you're on the YouTubes or on X, then you know what, with the wacky stuff that's going on YouTube lately, with people getting like Tom Connors, for example, all of a sudden he got demonetized, and that was his only source of income over at Midnight's Edge. So only because he had another channel that he barely uses or used, and that had some animations on it that he did. So in that case, if you happen to be watching, then head over to the Rumble channel and subscribe there to the Comic Relief Crusader channel on Rumble. So we're way over 200 right now. And should anything happen to this channel, then go over to Rumble, and because you have way more freedom of speech. And also because all you guys on X doesn't really have anything to do with you, but if you're on YouTube or on Rumble, then you want to find me on X, then go ahead and click on this link and find me over there. So, and I'm definitely on Facebook So you can find me there as well. So all the links are also in the description down below. So I think I covered everything. So and yeah, transform the like and roll out, unsubscribe. That's what you want to do. And Knockout Starscream, thank you, and I appreciate you and all of you guys that showed up here. And God bless you too, man. Thanks for partaking here, and I do hope you subscribe. So anyway, this is pretty much it. Pretty much what I came up with for a first page idea. And just happen to be doodling on this channel. So we'll be back on Tuesday for Titillating Tuesdays. And I don't know why I pressed that button again, because I did save. But yeah, we will see again on Tuesday. As for Saturday, first of all, I'm just going to say, I know Christmas lands on a Thursday. I'll try to come up with a movie matinee for Christmas Day, or maybe even Christmas evening. I don't know. I haven't decided on that. But this Saturday is definitely going to be a cheesy Christmas movie. 100% sure on that. So, yeah, maybe with some Martians in it, because last time, this past yesterday, Santa, basically beat up the devil. So, and he lives in space. So what else is Santa going to do? I don't know, but it's going to be ridiculous. So, and thanks, Vince. Appreciate it. So, to everybody out there, thank you very much for taking part of this 6 hour and 20-minute stream. This is the longest I've gone. And I'm going to cut it here. Vince, go get some much needed sleep. I appreciate you, man, for hanging out and for over 6 hours on this. I really do, dude. And you guys are awesome. And we shall see you guys soon. So to everybody out there, I say this. Besides him,
be excellent to each other. And party on, dudes!